Joining us from Sweden, all the way from Sweden, is Dr. David Okelue Ubunta. Dr. David, you're welcome to our program.
Thank you for having me.
Well, you know that two things that this government did on the date it came on board was, one, to take out the subsidy on petrol, and then two, collapse the dual exchange that we had that a lot of Nigerians had complained about. And these two policies or decisions have come with a lot of impact on the lives of the ordinary Nigerian. Inflation has gone up and the value of the naira has dropped tremendously. As at the day that this government took over, I think the naira was about 750 or so. As we speak, the naira has gone down to as much as 920, 930, 950 to the dollar. So as an expert, what do you think the government should do now to improve the lives of the ordinary Nigerian, to see that the economy can bounce back, naira gets stronger, and then we can reduce this level of inflation?
Okay, thank you for having me once more. We, as Nigerians and elites and experts, at some point we agree that the fuel subsidy has to go. If you recall, in 2012, the government of Goodluck Ebele Jonathan wanted to remove fuel subsidy. And before then, we heard about the costs of this petroleum subsidy, denying the economy of other things that we could have used those funds, used in paying for subsidy. It came with a lot of opportunity costs, and there have been a cry that yes, subsidy has to go and subsidy has to go. We agree that yes, subsidy has to go. However, we expected that there should have been infrastructures, mechanisms put in place to cushion the effect of petroleum subsidy. You see, in governance, you wouldn't see it all until you have, gotten into that position. And I feel personally that the stoppage of payment of subsidy was hurriedly done because there were no cushions put in place. There were no palliatives put in place. Of course, we all know that if you remove subsidy, there will be cost of transportation costs will increase, which will now fuel increase in inflation, and then everything will skyrocket. However, we expected that certain palliative, modes of transportation, alternative modes of transportation should have been put in place before the removal of subsidy. Aside that, the refinery, we have refineries in this country, and none of them is working. We are expecting that there could have also been alternative sources of petroleum locally, so that if you are saying that the market price is going to drive the cost of the cost of petroleum products, then down here, because we have an agrarian society, what have we put in place to make sure that the impact of this subsidy, is cushioned? So, in as much as we agree that yes, subsidy has to go, but we expect that certain things should have been in place to make sure that at the end of the day, the people, the masses, do not suffer so much. We agree that there should be some degree of suffer, but extreme suffer, where you now have transportation costs. I live in Enugu. You have transportation costs, public transport from Wayek, for instance, to the secretariat, now costing almost about 350 naira to go and then to come back, something like that. And then you expect workers to pay this money and also go to work, 5 a week and all that. So we're expecting that, yes, there should have been infrastructures put in place to cushion the effect of transportation. There should have also be investments, put in place to cushion to help or improve production of foods, of food and all that. So that at the end of the day, when you remove subsidy, the impact will not be so much.
Fuel is one. Another is the removal of the dual exchange, where some people got the naira at a very cheap cost and others got it at a higher rate. But a lot of people thought that that singular move by government would have, increased rather than decreased the value of the naira. What do you think was done wrongly?
Yeah, I think the timing of removal of subsidy and of scrapping of the dual exchange rates, having them at the same time, I won't say is a very fantastic idea, because you are now dealing with two fundamentals at the same time. Okay. The exchange rate, yes, we agree that there were multiple exchange rates, and there is the need to synchronize it and have one so that everybody can be at par. And then the expectation is that it will help shore up the value of our naira. However, the reverse has been the case. Now, this could be because how much do we earn as foreign exchange? Let's start the question from there, or the conversation from there. We only rely on crude, the sale of crude oil, in order to earn exchange rate. Arguments have shown that in Nigeria, that we import so much and export little, that containers come into, that ships bet in Nigeria, fully loaded, but go out of the shores of this country empty. So what are we exporting? What are we selling as a country in order to earn foreign exchange? Of course, we all know that when you earn multiple income as an individual, you are better off. So I want to liken that to Nigeria. If we had had the opportunity of earning foreign exchange from other avenues apart from crude oil, we would have been better off. Okay? The abolishment of the dual exchange rate has really put us into a position that, some of us are surprised that up till now, naira has not gone up to 1,000 naira, because there were really nothing in place to make sure that, yes, because this thing is like forces of demand and supply. You only distribute across what you have. You cannot distribute what you don't have. Okay, and also the means by which we access this foreign exchange is also a problem. For instance, before I made this trip, to Sweden, I had to source foreign exchange. Okay, I called my bank. I needed to take out dollar. I needed to get euro. But when I called them, I said, look, I need to take out dollar and I need to buy euro. Can you help me out with that? They said no, that they can only give me dollar, and then I'll have to go and look for how I'll get euro. All right, but I don't think that is the right, I don't think that should be a right practice. If I have dollar and as a bank, I should be able to access euro from you. So the policies that has made banks that, yes, we know that they the domiciliary account, you can only take out what you have. But I am thinking that the banks should be a financial, when we say it is a financial supermarket, it should play that role as a financial supermarket so that whatever you need in terms of financial services, you are able to get it from the bank. But whereby you now go to the bank, you take out US dollar, you now go to the Bureau de Change or the Aboki by the roadside to now go and buy euro. I don't think it's a very good idea.
Let me ask, for government, they've poured in some more foreign exchange or some more dollar into the market. And in their thinking, that is supposed to bring down that's supposed to shore up, the naira. But that's not happening. Is that the only measure they can take to make sure that the dollar is strengthened?
No, but I think they did that as a stopgap measure or as a short-term measure to see what happens. But the truth is that those things are not sustainable. You see, as a country, we need to go back to the roots. We need to, sit down and say, and take statistics. Where are we as a country? Where do we have comparative advantages? What are the things we can do so that we can earn multiple income or multiple revenue as a country in terms of foreign exchange? And then we come down to invest in those things. It's going to take time. It's not something that will happen in 1 year, in 6 months. No, it's going to take time because we need to. I think part of the problem we have is that we also lack long-term planning. And we can liken that because of, the kind of politics we play, where a party comes in and every other thing that the previous regime is doing, they will push it aside and start things that they can do and finish within their term. So I think we need to begin to look beyond time. That you have 4 years or you have 8 years. Nigeria is not going to end or stop in the next 8 years. Nigeria is going to be there forever. So we need it's lack of proper planning. We need to sit down, come together, bring stakeholders together across party lines, across interest groups, and sit down and say, okay, where do we want this country to be in the next 20 years, in the next 25 years? And we sit down and we draw a roadmap and say, okay, this is what we're going to do. So any government that comes in, if it means giving it, some aspect of legislation to make sure that any government that comes in will continue in that trajectory so that in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years, we are on the path of progress. Not that we make some progress today, another government comes in after 4 years or 8 years, abolishes every other thing that may have been done, and then kickstarts, their own. So in this way, it now gives us that opportunity to now say, okay, we can earn foreign exchange from, what we used to have in the past, from cocoa, from palm, okay, from the oil that is what is it called again? The cooking oil that's there's a wide held view that Malaysia came to Nigeria, took away palm fruit, and then Malaysia went back, developed it, and today Malaysia is one of the top countries exporting palm oil and the rest of them. So if we want to diverse our sources of earning exchange, we need to make investments, and these investments are not going to happen overnight. These are things that will take up to 3 years, 5 years before you now begin to reap the fruits of this investment. So in as much as short-term measures are good, but I think we really need to sit down and say, what are those things we need to produce in this country? And we need to add value to, and we need to export and begin to earn foreign exchange. It's only when we have the supply of foreign exchange outweighing the demand for foreign exchange, that we can now begin to talk about shoring up the value of Naira and all that.
I agree with you that there has to be long-term planning. But in the short term, many Nigerians say that the corruption and the complexities around the foreign exchange policies is making it continuously impossible for us to make the Naira strong. One particular area that I've heard people talk about is that it is only in Nigeria and maybe a few other developing countries that you can go to an aboki or to a bureau de change or to a foreign exchange trader and you exchange $100,000, $150,000, $200,000, and there's no record, there's no documentation, there is no receipt, there is no identification of the individual that is buying this foreign exchange. Nobody knows what the person is doing with it. Nobody knows whether he just wants to buy it and speculate. And they say that probably because of this, a lot of foreign exchange not needed for everyday trading, exchanging hands and further, putting pressure on the little foreign exchange that is available. And that this is actually the reason why the Naira, no matter what you do, the Naira will never be strong. Do you agree with that?
Yes, and to give credence to that, I've had two experiences. One was last year. I was coming back from the United States and we were transiting in Frankfurt, and I needed to make few purchases at the duty-free zone. Okay, then I needed to change US dollar to euro. And when I got to the bureau de change there, where I would change it, they demanded for my international passport, a means of identification, as low as $100. I had to present my passport, and they scanned it, and they took record of it, and then exchanged the US dollar and gave me euro, and I was able to make my purchases. That I am in Sweden, just like about last week. Okay, I went to change as low as let me just use that, 200 euro to Swedish krona. They demanded for my international passport. They demanded for my passport. So there is some means of identification. Even though nobody asked me what you want to do with the money, but my details have been collected, and then the amount I exchanged, must have been noted. This is at adverse with what we have in Nigeria. When the BDCs came on board around 1989 or thereabout, they were there to take charge of small needs of people in terms of small volumes of foreign exchange needs. All right, but today the BDCs are the ones really now. I can bet you that any amount you want, like you have mentioned, $100,000, BDCs can, commune among themselves and provide that amount of money for you. So this is also at advance with what we have in the developed clients. Okay, I needed to make a payment in krone. Swedish, doesn't use you can't use euro to make payment, and then I now have to get someone that will help me with that payment. And I told him, okay, make this payment. I will send either euro or US. I will send either euro or US dollar to you. Then, unknowingly, the guy told me, okay, whichever one I sent, that what he's going to receive is the Swedish krona. I said, really? He said, yes, because nobody is going to give you the euro or the dollar. Now, once you pay that money into your bank account, what you are going to get is the Swedish krona as an end user. I told myself, I said, this is not what it is in Nigeria. In Nigeria, if someone sends euro or naira to you, you go to the bank will pay out euro or dollar to you. So these are some of the things that I think, by way of legislation, by way of policies, we can begin to bring into our country to see how we help the management of exchange rate. So that if someone pays in money, pays in US dollar or pays in euro to you, what you get is the naira, and you spend the naira.
And I was going to ask you, today in Nigeria, we're almost cashless, especially when it comes to the naira. Is it not possible for us to be cashless in the use of foreign exchange? What am I saying? That where government does a law like you can't buy across the counter more than $5,000 or more than $10,000 or more than $2,000, that any other purchases you're going to make has to be made through the cashless process, which makes it possible for, in the documentation in the bank, that a certain Mr. Ilo had exchanged $200,000 today, and he's coming tomorrow again to exchange another $200. Where, for instance, there should be a tracking process to know who is exchanging, because the way it is, one family can exchange 1 million naira, and there will be no documentation. The father exchanges 200 today, another person goes to another place, exchanges, and this money, they will just take it and open their safe in their house and put the money. Is it not possible for government, as a way of stopping the abuse of this foreign exchange, for amounts bigger than a certain amount must be done through the banking system and not across the counter? If not for anything, to fight corruption.
Yeah, all these things are doable, and they are possible only if we have the will. Remember, you said that we're almost near cashless in Naira. I don't see that. Okay, before the election, the issue of cashless policy came in. Fantastic idea, brilliant idea by MFLA, all right? But I think the timing was not good, because election was near and all that, Naira redesign policy and all that. I mean, you need a long time period, to implement it and allow the system take care of it, and then it becomes part of the system, okay? You remember vices, kidnappings, and the rest of them were on the increase before the election. But when the Naira redesign policy came on board, there was a reduction in all those vices, because people no longer see Naira to carry about to go and pay ransom and all that. Now, immediately after the election and immediately after the Supreme Court judgment concerning the usage of both the old and the new notes, all right? We all went back to square one. And at the end of the day today, social vices, kidnapping is also on the increase, because kidnappers expect you, because they know you can have access. If you are looking for 20 million naira, you can get it across the counter and go and place it for them where they want you to place it for them and all that. So we are not even practicing cashless policy the way it is used to be, or the way it should be. Now, if we talk about going near cashless when it comes to usage of foreign exchange, that simply means that, perhaps we are now having two currencies at play, or two currencies in use in the same economy. And today, I don't see an economy that has two currencies in use at the same time. Rather, what I see is you have a foreign currency, you change it to the local currency in order for you to do businesses. So I think it's all about systems. What needs to be put in place?
But,
I mean,
but
it
even
doesn't
though it's
take
not
us anything.
even though it's not official, in Nigeria we have two currencies. A lot of businesses are done in dollars. If you go to embassies, you pay in dollars. In a lot of organizations, in a lot of transactions, you pay in dollars. Right here in Nigeria, in some hotels in Nigeria, you pay in dollars. So why are we pretending that we don't have two currencies?
That is simply because we allowed it.
So government,
Why
in
would
your
a
view,
foreign
government needs to really do the regulation that government is supposed to do, that the central bank is supposed to do.
Exactly. CBN needs to come down with policies and say, look, because when I was applying for the Swedish visa, I had to go with the dollar card. No, I had to apply online, and then with my dollar card, and I had to pay the visa fee of $82. All right, right from the comfort of my bedroom. Fine and good, but that happened because the government allowed it to be so. If we had had an avenue or a process that, yes, you pay with your Naira card, all right, and then automatically the system converts it to dollar, however it does it, and then the Swedish embassy gets their value in dollar. I mean, that's paying with Naira. But simply because we have not done what we are supposed to do, perhaps we don't have the infrastructure. Because when you talk about all these things, if you're talking about financial institution stability and all that, there should be infrastructures in place.
Dr. David Okelue Ubuntu, I'd like to thank you for your insight. I hope when we reach out to you again, you'll be available, because this is a continuous conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Hello, it's another Sunday, and this is the Signature Show. I'm Vin Martin Obiora Ilo. Today we have one of those great Nigerians that is always an honor for me to interview, to talk with, and maybe spend time with. My pleasure to welcome to our show His Excellency Obong Victor Atta. Your Excellency, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, man. After a very long time.
After a very long time. Obong Victor Atta was the former governor of Akwa Ibom State, two-term governor of Akwa Ibom State. Your Excellency, you said it the way it was, such a long time. How have you been?
Well, somebody asked Bing Crosby a similar question. And you know what his answer was? He's just a lucky guy who can carry a tune, and God has been good to him. So I can say God has been good to me. In everything I've done, so I just thank God.
Oh, that's great. Tomorrow, actually, the 20th of November, you're going to be 85. And if you permit me, let me say like they do, 85 is good on you.
Thank you. And as I say, I'm really grateful that I'm as I am at 85. I thank God for that.
You know, I was very close to you when you were governor. And I don't see the difference. and that was so many years ago. So being able to still be the same Victor Atta that I knew so many years ago.
Well, I can tell you two stories. One is about a man called Professor Jibril Aminu. He once looked at me, people were making this type of comment, said, don't mind Victor, he was born old, he cannot look any older. So that was one. And I accept the fact, because he had known me way back in the 50s in the Nigerian College of Arts, Science and Technology in Zaria. And if he could make such a statement, then it must mean that I haven't changed very much. Then, you remember, you and I were to go to Barbados one time.
Yes, yes.
I went to Barbados only about 3 years ago, and at the check-in counter, the lady there looked at my passport, looked at me, and asked, is this your passport? I said, yes. What year were you born? I said, 1938. So, what have you been eating? And you know what my answer was, without hesitation? I said, I've been eating flying fish and cuckoo. That's the favorite food of the Barbadians. I said, I've been eating flying fish and cuckoo, and she almost fell off her chair. I don't know, I just eat the normal things, do the normal things that people do, but I always moderate the things I do. And just know that anything in excess can never be good for you. And let me take this opportunity to preach to people otherwise. Exercise is a very good thing. You must exercise. I go to the physiotherapist when I can, and I do my exercises, whatever they prescribe I should do. But above all, I've always loved to swim, and I continue to swim even till today. So maybe that helps, I don't know.
Well, I think it helps, and it has helped, because looking at you, how do they Christians say that? I would take you as a point of contact.
Gladly, Vic, gladly, anytime. Yes.
You know, I know so many years ago, you and I tried to do a TV documentary of your life, and that, you know, gave me a lot of access to you. And one of the things that was very, very clear at that time was the relationship you enjoyed with your first wife, Alison.
Yes.
And I know, even though you're not a man who regrets a lot of things, but I know that one of the things that you would have wanted was Alison on your side as you age, you know. What do you miss? What do you regret? What, after you lost her a couple of years back?
You know, it was a very intimate and very close relationship. And today, I look at somebody like, what's his name, the President of America, the groundnut farmer. What is his name?
Carter.
Carter and his wife. And I look at them and I sometimes I wish that's where I was with Allison, you know, growing old together. But God knows best. He took her when he did. And then, I always say that I'm not somebody that operates alone or something. So I needed to have a companion, and I took a second wife 3 years after Alison had died. But I don't want to go back and talk about all the years we spent together, but it was quite phenomenal. It was quite, I was very happy to have had Alison as a wife. Let me just put it that way.
Yeah, I don't want to dwell so much on it, but what do you miss about Allison?
Several things. First, her sense of humor, intelligence, because a lot of things that people had ascribed to me and so on, she was the one counseling me and advising me all along. Intelligence and just being the kind of human being that she was. Very loving and able to raise the children the way she did. Do you know, at one time she gave up her job and stayed at home. People say, why do you say, my children are in the formative years. I want to give them proper formation. Not many women think about that. And then when they grew up enough to be reasonably weaned, if I can use that word, she went back to her job. So she was just that kind of a person.
You know, people that are close to you know the kind of influence that Allison wielded in your life. But she was a kind of woman that was not obstructive. You know, she was there, but you didn't see her. You know. Was it something you also loved about your relationship with her?
She did not, she not just come back and say, oh, it was just, she knew her role and she played it very effectively. And she knew that counseling, talking to her husband quietly, would have more effect than coming out and trying to pretend that she's the one ruling the roost, you know, because she didn't after all rule the roost. You know, I'm a very strong-willed, kind of stubborn person, but she had a way around, and she had a very good sense of humor. I loved her sense of humor, and she would just, even things that you think she would just quietly advise you and tell you interesting stories, anecdotes and things like that, and you get the message.
And she was also a very pretty woman.
Oh, she was, yes. What do you think attracted me to her in the first place?
How are the kids doing?
Oh, they're fine. You know, one of them is a chartered accountant. She came back to this country. They both studied abroad. People may think, whoa, why did you send them abroad? But there's a story behind that. But let me just dwell on the children. They both studied abroad. One of them is a chartered accountant. She came back, worked in the first instance with Akintola Williams, a very strong accounting audit firm. And then later on, she joined NDIC. And then after a long while, she left NDIC and now running the family businesses. The second one is a lawyer, and he's been at the bar how many years? Quite a few years now at the bar. And he's doing well. He went into corporate law rather than going to court. And they're both doing quite well.
You were governor for 8 years in Akwa Ibom. That's so many years now. But somehow, unlike a lot of your colleagues, you're still relevant in some of the things that happen in Akwa Ibom and even in Nigeria. When you look back, is it something you did right or something you had thought about, oh, this is the way I have to carry myself when I have left office? What is responsible for that?
Let me use something that may sound like a cliche, but it's not. I always told people that I'm not a professional politician, but a professional in politics. And I trained as an architect and town planner. I practiced that for several years before the need came for me to go and truly serve my people. And I mean that in every real sense. Because I was 60 when I declared that I want to run. Many governors today finish governorship, 10 years later they are still aspiring to be 60. So for me, it was something that came when the need was there, and I went and I gave it my best shot. And I'm glad, because a lot of the things that I did are still very relevant today. And so I coined this phrase that the future belongs to whoever can see possibilities before they become real. If you can see possibilities in things, and I saw a lot of possibilities, I could see what the Akwa Ibom need at the time. And thank God, at least 90% of the cases, I was right. The direction in which I took Akwa Ibom is the direction they are still following today. In spite of some of the obstacles that I met in the way, and I just decided, if I must give you an example, I decided that the modern world cannot do without electricity. And the things I wanted to bring to Akwa Ibom needed electricity. So I decided that I must give Akwa Ibom 24-hour constant power. It was a struggle. It was a real struggle because of the kind of federal, quote, I put that federal in quotes, arrangement that we have, where the center literally dictates everything that the states can do and cannot do. I was told I could not build an independent power plant. Why would I not be able to build an independent power plant? Because power is centralized. We centralize too many things, and that's where we are backward till today. I will say that over and over again. And that may be why you say I'm still relevant even in national politics, because we have not yet got back to the position. I say get back to, because we were there before. We started on that journey, then we was abruptly stopped and changed. We have not yet got back to the position where federating units can be reasonably, not reasonably, in fact, very independent, able to manage themselves, able to manage their resources, able to manage their own security, able to manage their future with whatever resources they have, and then sustain with whatever they contribute to the federal.
You know, this is a very dear topic to you. So I want to devote some time to it. Okay. But before I do, I mean, in Akwa Ibom, you brought in the big hotel, the Ibom Hotel. Yes. You brought in you started the airport. Yes. And so many other things. Yes. Were you seeing the future?
Yes, I was. And I will tell you that again, there was a lot of interference. I don't want to sound like I'm criticizing my president at the time, but I have to tell you what happened. Take those things one by one. The hotel, the president actually wrote me a letter. This wasn't just verbal. He wrote me a letter condemning the fact that I want to use Akwa Ibom state government money to build a hotel. But for me, I saw it as a frame of reference. Maybe what he thought I was going to do was something like the Gateway Hotel in Abeokuta or in Ota. I wasn't. Look at what I did there. It became the one thing that Akwa Ibom was identified with today, because I had that exposure. I was in the West Indies for 2 years doing mostly hospitality projects in hotels and some private homes and things like that. And I know what they mean to the developing world. Then and I said, look, who will land in Calabar and then drive to come and play golf in Uyo? We must have an airport. And the president also objected. To be honest with you, for me to be able to get permission, I can't imagine a federating unit going to ask for permission from the federal government to build a hotel. I had to go to the American ambassador and said to him, look, American interest is involved in this hotel. You must go with me to this inquisition, because that's what it turned out to be. It turned out to be that. The chief of defense staff was there. The chief of air staff was there. National security advisor was there. The boundary person was several, and all of them came primed to say that an airport in New York will be a security risk. How would an airport in New York be a security risk? So, my airport had been designed by an American firm, and it wasn't just a firm that designs the airport, but the firm that maintains the presidential fleet in America. Because I could see beyond just passenger traffic. And it is a U.S. Department of Trade or Commerce that did the feasibility study for me. They in Ethiopia could take care of that area of Africa. There's an effective maintenance facility in South Africa that takes care of that. Africa can sustain one more, and it would be good if that one were in West Africa. I buttoned onto that and decided that I want to build a maintenance airport in Akwa Ibom from the beginning. So I can tell you now, so that the world may know, the land for that airport is larger than the land for Ikeja Airport. Many people find it difficult to believe, because why it had to be that large is because they told me, if you are going to be effectively designated as a maintenance airport, it must be posed for any disabled aircraft coming in at any time to land. No question there was an accident on the runway, therefore the airport is closed. No, because you cannot turn a disabled aircraft back. So the airport must eventually have 2 runways parallel and separated by an empty space of 1.5 kilometers. So for me to be able to assemble that kind of land, somebody called His Excellency Yoguda, who became the governor of Bauchi State. He was the Minister of Aviation at the time. And I wooed him with the fact that I was going to build an MRO. And by the time this happened, I'm talking about 2003, by this time, Nigeria had been struggling with an MRO for over 10, 12 years. Couldn't actualize it. I told him, I'm going to make you the most famous aviation minister in Nigeria, because in your time, I'm going to build an MRO. He was like, sir, please sit down. He did good. When I started opening the drawing, showing that I've already finished, where are you going to get the money from? I said, I'm going to sell my shares in Econet. And that will give me the money with which to business. I'm not going to ask you for 1 kobo. All I want is permission to do this. He gave me the permission even before he took the memo to the Federal Executive Council. But to tell you about obstacles, it became necessary that the runway in Akwa Ibom must be exactly parallel to the runway in Calabar, because we're only 6-7 minutes flying time from Calabar, so there must be no cross traffic. The traffic must be. And for me to achieve that with a 3.6 kilometer runway, which is the first one, the second one is expected to be 4.2 kilometers. I started with the first runway, 3.6 kilometers. For me to put that down parallel to Calabar runway, I had to cross Oron Road. And that's where I was stuck. The president came, was he praised my project to the high heavens, In fact, the first words out of his mouth were, a thing of beauty is a thing of joy forever. And I was very happy. But as we progressed, I could see that he was going in a different direction. And then finally, he turned and spoke in pidgin English. Around people who are there here, and yes, when our governor won't close on a road, because that was the road going from Uyo to Oron. Even agree, me and no go grill, entered his car and left, and that stalled my airport for over 18 months. Because I now had to find an alternative. I couldn't find an alternative site, so I had to find an alternative route for us to go from Uyo to Oron. I built the first alternative. And my president said it added 5 kilometers to the distance and it's not acceptable to him. It's funny because I really have to laugh now. And then I built a second, but somebody else came as the Minister for Works. Senator Gunlewe, he said, Obon, we have some. Go and close the roads. I will answer questions. And that's how we managed to get the airport built at all. So, you see, we have to change the concept of this federation because it means people that want to develop cannot develop because the federal government does not always see the things that the way the states see them. The better example, or more even more is this power business. I wanted to build, we were consuming 40 megawatt of power. So I went to Lele Moka, who was the Minister for Power at the time. And so I want to build 60 megawatt. He laughed at me and said, no, Your Excellency, you want to build a power plant for Akwa Ibom? Please make it a lot larger than that. I said, why? We're only consuming 40. He said, there's something called suppressed demand. You're only consuming 40 because that's all that's available to you. That if you had a lot more than that, you will consume 2-3 times that much. So in the end, I took his advice. I built a power plant of 191 megawatt capacity. And the federal government looked at me and literally laughed because immediately I finished that, they brought a law to say if you generate, you cannot distribute. How can I said, look, I have a plant sitting in my backyard. The name is actually generator. Why do you allow me to generate power from that and distribute it to my house? Why don't you tell me that the power that comes from my generator should go first into national grid before they can now give it back to me? If I build a larger plant for my community, why can't I distribute to my community? No, federal government says if you are a generator, you cannot distribute, cannot also transmit. And that's why, thank God, this government that's coming now has said the policy on power has failed, and it has failed. I'm convinced, as I speak to you, Vin, that if I was allowed to go ahead and distribute that power and boast that Akwa Ibom is the first state in this country to give 24-hour constant power to every corner of the state. Believe me, there will be electricity all over Nigeria now because every state will have tried to imitate it. But when I was frustrated, people didn't see that.
So what happened to the power plant?
It's there. It supplies power to the national grid, which is just as inefficient, but only recently, thank God, just before Buhari left office, he now said, no, you can now distribute. So they are now trying to negotiate because now how do you disengage all the distribution lines and so who owns this, who owns that? It's a difficult problem to solve now. But it was a lot easier at the time that I was looking at this project. So the basic problem wrong with Nigeria is the composition of the federation.
That's something that really put you into a lot of trouble with President Obasanjo when you were governor.
Yes.
Because you were the arrowhead for resource control, especially...
And true federalism.
And true federalism. Let's talk more about it. As far as you're concerned, there's always been an obstacle to national development. How can we get it right? Does it mean that you're latching into this very strident demand for restructuring of the country?
If we can just be very honest with ourselves, all I'm preaching is what we always had or what we had. And I explained myself. In 1953, Anthony Nahoro moved a motion for self-governance. The North wasn't quite ready. So it took us 7 years from 53 to 1960 to come to an agreement on what should be the thing that bind us together to keep us as a country. And it was freedom, total freedom to the federating units. which were only 3 at the time, then became 4 when Midwest region was created. And don't forget that at that time, therefore, the Western region paid people 5 shillings, the Eastern region paid 3 shillings, the North paid 2 shillings. Nobody was jealous. Nobody talked about national wage. Nobody, and the West could boast free education. It didn't have to be throughout the whole country. They were able to have free education because that's what they wanted. They could boast. They were first to bring in to have television in the country. Today, if you have to go and ask federal government for permission, I'm sure the West would not have been able to say that because they might have been denied. We went further. You could even have your own trade relationship outside the country. So the regions had things called agents in London. And only the one that represented all of Nigeria was called the High Commissioner. We had trade commodity boards. We had freedom. Nobody told the Western region how to use their cocoa money. Nobody told the Eastern region how to use their palm oil money. Nobody told the North how to use their groundnut and hides and skins money. They used it the best they could and paid the salaries that they could and developed the place as best they could, and there was no jealousy. Instead, there was, if you like, rivalry. I'm going to do more than you. I'm going to do more than you for my people. A typical example is, you see, there are 2 towns. It's called Oba. The other is called Askari Oba, with the road passing through them. In, I think it's Borno and one other state. Those two small towns are some of the most highly developed, because when this state builds a school, this one must build a school so that their citizens will remain. This one builds hospital, that one must build hospital. That's the kind of thing that happened in those days when we had just nice rather than jealousy. Oh, you are giving more. How can anybody distribute, even when you have more than one wife? You try and be as honest and as faithful or whatever in sharing. One will always feel you are favoring the other more than me. And there'll be jealousy, there'll be anger, and that's the strife we're having today. But I could understand, reading now, God rest his soul in peace, Professor Nwabwe said, the one man that I really admire so much, he said he admits that he wrote to me, will have made a mistake in writing the kind of constitution they wrote in 1978. Because they saw the divisions coming because of what some things that had happened. That if you have a strong center, it'll be able to bind all of us together. No, it works the other way around. If you allow people to go on their own, and as we had before, that's why I say I am not preaching what didn't happen before. I'm preaching what we always said that worked for us, and it worked for us.
Yes, because I think it worked, because when you look at the achievements of the regions at that time, if you came to this, the Eastern region or you went to the West, there was a lot of development. And we didn't have this monthly ritual of federal government dashing money to the states. And
you think it worked. I know it worked. I really know and believe that it worked. And that's what I'm preaching. Let's go back to that. And I don't know why we are resisting it.
Some people argue 2 things. One, they say that some of the federating states might not be able to sustain themselves. Number 2, they say that will further divide the country and maybe lead to the actualization of those that are agitating for separation.
It cannot possibly be true. What is the problem today is that you take a state that has less than the other and force him to spend as much as the other. Because you unify the salary and amenities that governors must have. They must all fly private jets. They must all do that state that cannot do that is being forced to spend what it cannot afford. That's why the problem. If it had independence, it would decide that this person and people will go there to serve the state. They know that they're not going to earn as much as the governor or premier or whatever in the next state. That's why I told you about the difference between 5 shilling, 3 shilling, 2 shilling. It was not uniform. But today, we're seeing that this uniform means. There isn't uniform. The uniform opportunity, but not uniform means. The means are different. And people will live within their means and be contented. They will be contented to live within their means. So it is the only... See, everybody that's now asking, I want to go. Fundamentally, what are they saying? They are tired of being dictated to. And everybody should be tired of being dictated to. And I will add something else. Nobody will agree to remain in the union, the terms and conditions of which they don't subscribe to. That's why the agitation. But if we can say that, have your independence, everybody will be quite happy to just accept the fact that, oh, we must have somebody to administer us from point of view of citizenship, currency, army, weights and measures. You know, those type of things that just the federal government should handle. Full stop. Let me try and develop myself. And if I develop myself, and I'm not happy with my level of development, I blame myself. I don't come and blame somebody else.
In this arrangement you're talking about, will there still be a federal allocation?
No, there's no question of allocation. You have generation. You'll be generating, and then you'll pay. This how it works. Whatever. That's why there was an accountant general of the federation, distinct from the accountant general of the federal government, because the accountant general of the federal government made sure that the federal unit did not cheat the federal government in declaring how much they were making, because you take whatever you make, you keep 50%, pay 50% to the center. Then the center keeps only 20%, and the other 30% it distributes again to the federating units on the basis of need. Couldn't be a better arrangement. You couldn't have a better arrangement, and it worked, and everyone was happy.
But when you say independence, a lot of people are scared.
No, there's nothing to be scared about, because none of the people say, oh, that we have been splintered now, can be. No, I really thank God that we've been splintered, because there's no one state today that can threaten the federation. No one state. Before, the regions were big enough that they could threaten and go, and you won't be able to stop them. Forget the fact that, okay, Biafra was stopped. They were reason. But they were large enough to really tear the federation apart. But today, there's no one state that can threaten. Where would they go to? So everybody will be very happy to remain, to be sent. But then, you have to make sure that that center is not in any way, doesn't even pretend in any way to be superior to the states. They must be co-equal.
There's another issue that a lot of Nigerians are worried about. They're worried about the powers of the governors. And some people have said that a lot of the challenges and refusal to even consider some of the things you're suggesting, like the federating units, like independence for the judiciary, independence for the legislature, is being stalled by 7 governors who somehow believe that they may never leave that office. That is one arm of this question. Second is, you were governor for 8 years. And today, a lot of governors get free money, in quotes, which they call security vote. And a lot of times, those monies end up at the Bureau de Changes, where they change it to dollars and keep them somewhere. Look at those two issues. How can we address it, and how can it help this country, to move forward?
The powers are given because the system gives those powers. In the past, there was nowhere a premier in the East could do half the things that any one governor today does and get away with it. And I keep giving them the example of Britain. Started with, my head is, But it started with one prime minister, one after another, after another, after another, in quick succession. But you go to American presidential, which I would be quick to say, we are not really truly copying the American system. We just pretend, because we take it and make it a Nigerian system, which is totally gross and wrong and abominable. But look at even in America. Trump was impeached but could not be removed because Senate didn't confirm. The presidential system just makes it very, very difficult for you to change a bad head of government. A different system has to be brought about that can make it for you. I'm not satisfied with you. I do not only send you away, but jail you because you stole our money.
Are you suggesting a parliamentary where
What,
you have,
I don't want to just prove that it's only parliamentary. I believe the parliamentary system worked. If it can work again for us, why not? But if we can find another system that can bring the good qualities that we had in the parliamentary system without necessarily being political, then find it. But the parliamentary system where you elected your own representative. Today, let me not ask you because maybe you know, but I was going to ask you, do you know you are representative in the House of Reps? Quite honestly. You don't, because it's done by the party, it's done from Abuja, it's done from all kinds of manners of places that means a person does not truly represent the people. He doesn't have the people's interests because he has to do what will please the party so the party can bring him back next time. So it does not matter. The people don't matter. And yet, sovereignty is supposed to be in our hands. We are supposed to be the people are the custodians of sovereignty.
Are you blaming the Constitution for the
I
way the
am
governors
blaming the
are
Constitution.
behaving?
I'm blaming the Constitution over and over again. This Constitution that centralizes everything every day you read in the paper, oh, the governors have too much power, the president has too much power. What do we want to do about it? Nothing. But we should do something about it.
But Your Excellency, you were governor, you had those powers. I remember going with you to your village.
Yes.
And you didn't have a house.
So do you see everybody will come and not abuse the system? We have seen the abuse. Well, the abuse has even gone now to the point where it is not even the party that's even deciding. Party may take initial decision, but now the judiciary that's doing elections for us. It never happened before because you cannot come to if I'm to elect my representative, my leader from my community, we will know who we want and we'll elect him and we will hold him accountable, and if he doesn't account to us, we remove him. But you don't have that now. You don't have that in this system. So people come, they abuse this, abuse that, abuse this. And how many times, America even said it, they were laughing at us. So many cases will hang in the court for 10 years, 20 years, then you forget about it. How many people have ever been prosecuted? How many of those that are prosecuted have ever been penalized? For what? It doesn't happen in Nigeria. So if you don't punish for wrongdoing, wrongdoing will continue to grow.
You know, I'm really interested in what you said about the judiciary taking over our democracy. But some people say...
they didn't take over our democracy. If it was democracy, they wouldn't have taken over. They're taking over what we are doing now, which is not democracy.
So is it that... Some people say that because the political class are mismanaging, like you said, the party determines everything, one governor determines everything. So a lot of people are wronged, a lot of wrong things happen, and people have to approach the judiciary to make those decisions. So are we blaming the judiciary?
Is it a matter of blame the system that made it possible for the judiciary to be the electoral body? The people are supposed to vote for people, and then when they vote for, but they make it impossible for the people to truly elect those they want. And so you go to the court, and the court now decides that, oh, okay, this is who. Look, we have just taken politics and made a complete mess of it. Today, when I ask it, oh, please, what party is he in now? I have to ask because it is very easy. Parties don't even mean anything. There was a time that APC was complaining that all the bad people in PDP came over and spoiled APC, and PDP was complaining that all the bad people left APC and came over. So what do we have? We just have a bad situation.
You know, you've been around. You're going to be 85. You've been governor. You were in most of the constitutional conferences and all that. Can you tell me sincerely, how should we go?
How
should we address these problems that are trying to be intractable?
Okay. What worked for us before took 7 years of negotiation. We don't have to have another 7 years of negotiation, but we have to admit that what we have today, the constitution we have today, is not a constitution made by Nigerians for Nigerians. There must be a constituent assembly, not the National Assembly. I say a constituent because we did not vote for them to go and write a constitution for us. No. So so we have to have a constituent assembly that's elected purely and only to go and write a constitution and then you have a referendum on the terms of and once it is passed, it becomes law. Not a matter of the House will now go and approve it or no. You have to make sure that Nigerians write a constitution for themselves, because the terms of unity, of staying together, if it is not agreed to by everybody, there will be dissatisfaction. We must renegotiate our conditions of remaining together as a country. Then we can begin to build a nation out of that.
But who will enable this Constituent Assembly? I mean, we've tried a couple of times. By the time the committee of the House or the committee of the National Assembly start going to the governors, it comes to nothing. Who will enable this body that you're talking about? Is it the president? Is it by executive promulgations, or is it by the National Assembly?
The problem was always based on sovereignty. You can't have two sovereign bodies acting together. So the National Assembly has to empower the president to set up such an assembly, and the assembly must be composed of people that are truly elected by their people, and then they go there and write a constitution that will not be subject to any approval by the National Assembly. As I said, we just have a referendum on it, and when you finish, it becomes the constitution of Nigeria.
That looks a little difficult, but...
No. Believe me, it's the simplest thing in the world. It's the simplest thing in the world. Constituent Assembly for constitution. Look, what happened before? When we finish this thing, they give it to two people, and then the military change the other, and then bring in offshore, onshore dichotomy, doing all kinds of reduce the 10% to 1%, do all kinds of things. That should not happen.
So it should be a sovereign... a sovereign convention that is really sovereign.
Yes, and that can only be done by the House of the National Assembly accepting. You see, we are the citizens are the owners of sovereignty. We entrust it to them to administer for us. So they have to take the first step, saying, okay, set up a sovereign body. And once that is passed, it's sovereign body. And whatever that sovereign body comes up with becomes the law. And everybody is subject. People say that it is not even the governor so much, that the National Assembly when I give it. I laugh at them. You know why I laugh at them? Because every 4 years, over 3/4 of them are swept up. So what are you protecting just for these 4 years that is going to be there? Some of them are there for only a few months and the court will remove them. What are you protecting? Let us protect something that will last and will help the country to grow. Just accept the fact that, first of all, there must be a country. If there's no country in the National Assembly. So don't think you are protecting your seat in the National Assembly by destroying the country. Let the country be. Let the country breathe. And that's what they say, they're not the poor. Let the country breathe. If the country is allowed to breathe, we will do what everybody will do what it is.
Is it that we no longer have a sense of nationalism?
We don't. Never. Look, we were trying to engender it, but it never really took firm hold. We scuttled it with the military coup. And we don't have what is our common purpose for a nation? What is it? Is it accountability? Is it honesty? What is it? Look at what Lee Kuan Yew did for the people of this country. We don't have any basic philosophy. Otherwise, how can anybody, a sitting governor in a particular party, will go and contest second term in a different party and win? So is it? When you think about it, you can't even figure out what's going on. Is it therefore a PDP governor? Is it an APC governor? But he was elected on a particular platform. If he had difficulty getting a ticket for second term, so you take ticket from London wins. So that shows you that we don't have parties. We just have platforms to elect people. And when they go there, they do exactly what they want to do. In a situation where there's a proper party, believe me, that man is a product of that party, and is there to do the philosophy of that party, and therefore the party will say, you are not doing what we ask you to do. Step aside, and you step aside.
But in some cases, people have said that the party officials are even worse than those that even represent us in National Assembly. That they make those parties so corrupt that people need to ventilate. They run from one party to the other.
I say party philosophy. There has to be a party, not just party officials. The party is the people. When the people in the mass go and say, we don't want this, it's a party that doesn't listen to tumble. But we cannot make them tumble because they have a tumble going.
Do you think that the electoral body, the way we have it, and looking at these 3 off-season elections, do you think that they can actually midwife and further strengthen our democracy?
They cannot, and they're not even expected to. Because of the need, you see, look, I keep saying, please take your mind back to option A4. Take your mind back to option A4. Let me not take you back to even A9. Option A4. In a community, people come out line behind this one, and you can see that that's the person they want. And if that's the proper election, we have to devise a means of achieving that, so that the electoral body only comes and administers it. But if the electoral body, they want that, and worse still, you now say, whoever postulates must prove. What nonsense. So you want me, who was cheated out of an election, to go to INEC, the custodian of the means by which I was cheated, to give me the proof to come and convict them. Which does that work? So it is INEC that should be made, because the minute INEC announces the result, it is saying I conducted proper elections.
And then they will stand by it.
They now come and prove. But instead of asking them to come and prove, ask me to go and beg them to give me the evidence to convict them. How would they agree to do that? So the system, look, I keep saying, when Trump had reasons to even doubt some elections, it is the electoral body that was called upon to go and do recount, go and prove this, go and prove, you know what I mean? It wasn't Trump or his opponent that was asked to go and prove that the election was not done correctly. That's why I say we pretend that we are people doing democracy, we are democracy. We are not following the Americans. We are not following any system. We are just following a very corrupt, impossible system to operate in Nigeria.
So we need to come out with a system that is local, peculiar, and solves our environmental challenges.
And we had it before in the parliamentary system. We had it before in the parliamentary system. Tafawa Balewa was not elected by Nigeria, was it? But just Tafawa Balewa County. He went there and people decided, okay, we will make him. And they decided to make him the first among equals. And if he didn't perform well, they would have brought him down.
There will be a vote of no confidence.
Finish, and then the government will, or the party will have the sense to remove him and replace him, as they did in Britain. In Britain, they kept changing the people without waiting for vote of no confidence on the entire party. They kept changing the person.
Okay, we're talking about Nigeria, and I'm forgetting that tomorrow is your birthday, 85. It's not something. It's a big thing. How do you intend to celebrate? How do you want to celebrate? I know that when you were 80, I think it was the government of Akwa Ibom that celebrated, and that was when the international airport was named after you.
Yes.
By the way, how do you feel about that?
I feel very happy that at least I thank God because he didn't need to do it, but he did it. But I think it's quite justified because let me not sound like I'm blaming myself, but not many people would have been able to overcome the obstacles that were there to build an airport. So I thank God they recognized it and they did it for me. I really am eternally grateful to God. As I said, it didn't have to be, but he did it. And I'm very pleased.
So this time, how are you doing it? Is it?
This time I'm just going to, if they see, because of the hotel and the golf, there's always been a golf tournament on my birthday or by the time of my birthday by the international golf. It now become an international golf tournament. So there will be an international golf tournament. Saturday the 18th, there's a golf tournament. On Monday, the 20th, my actual birthday, there's going to be a lecture. One of my former commissioners, one of very bright, very forward-thinking, forward-looking commissioners, was my commissioner for science, who is now the DG of the Italian Institute in Jos. He will give me a lecture on my philosophy of technology development in Akwa on my birthday, and bring it under the auspices of the ENUGU Club, which is quite a well-known club in Nigeria, in fact, internationally now. And then nothing else, because I don't want to give thanks before the actual birthday. So I have to wait until the following Sunday, which is Sunday the 26th, to have a Thanksgiving Mass. And then invite some people to my house for a reception. That's how I intend to celebrate it. Quite low-key, but I must thank God for making it possible for me to see 85 and still able to talk to you as I'm doing.
Talk to me, remembering everything and recollecting everything. That's
forgetting names. Don't forget names.
Okay. Well, opportunity to say congratulations on your birthday.
I think you asked me something about why I'm still practicing my profession. Yeah, it was nothing else for me to do than practice my profession because I am really, as I said, I'm a professional in politics and I love my profession and I like to create, I like to see things happen.
And you're still able to do that?
Yes, I am still very much able to do that. The only thing, if I have any great trust in that area, nobody really values that anymore. Everybody goes and bring designs from abroad and come down. It's wrong. It's completely and totally wrong. No country allows that. If you are not registered to practice a particular profession in a particular country, you should not and cannot practice it. A long time ago, years back, Chief Obafemi Awolowo was able to work out somebody called Dingle Food, QC, out of a Nigerian court because he was not licensed to practice law in Nigeria. The law, the doctors follow. You cannot prescribe even simple aspirin if you are not licensed to practice medicine in Nigeria. The accountants have done it. It's only in the building industry they feel it's an all-common thing. So anybody can bring design from wherever and put it here. It's wrong. It doesn't happen. Not even in South Africa. You cannot practice in South Africa unless you are licensed by the South African licensing body.
Finally, in very short sentences, what kind of future do you see for Nigeria? What kind of future do you wish for Nigeria?
The future I see for Nigeria, if we don't change it, that it will crash. The country will collapse. Whatever may be the consequences.
If we don't do what we need to do.
If we don't do what we need to do. But the future that I wish for Nigeria, that we will in fact, it doesn't even take courage. Common sense to know that we don't want this country to crash. And therefore do the right thing. We should change what we are doing now. Go back to a system that will allow us to be productive and instead of allocating, we'll be generating income to a large extent, get out of this debt situation. Because accountability, bring down corruption. I'm amazed I'm taking you back to hear that, oh, somebody bought a yacht for the president, but it was not in the budget. 5 billion yacht was not in the budget. I mean, what are we talking about? So is this money, honestly, I find it difficult to even begin to understand. So corruption will be brought down, and we have to become, we just have to know that we want to build this country by ourselves, otherwise we have no country.
Obon Victor, I must thank you so much for your time and for talking with us, and wish you a happy birthday.
Thank you very much, friend. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you, Excellency.
Thank you for talking to me.
Thank you.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I'm Charles Pius. In the headlines, federal government's foreign partners sign letter of intent to improve healthcare. FCTA gets first colposcopy center to combat cervical cancer. West Africa blocks doors to stay open to junta-led states after January exit. And Israel continues Golan Heights buffer zone incursion as Syrian rebels say they do not seek conflict. Details in a moment. The federal government has signed 2 letters of intent with foreign healthcare companies to enhance healthcare access and capacity in Nigeria. The Ministry of Health and Social Welfare disclosed this in a statement issued in Abuja on Sunday by the Deputy Director, Information and Public Relations, Alaba Balogun. According to the statement, the arrangement or the agreement involves Siemens Healthineers, a Nigerian partner, Tanit Medical Engineering, and Abbott Laboratories GmbH. The Memorandum of Understanding outlines the presidential initiative for unlocking the healthcare value chain and reaffirms the federal government's commitments to improving healthcare delivery through public-private partnerships. The partnership aims to boost the assembly of ultrasound systems, enhance medical training for Nigerian professionals, and strengthen the self-sufficiency of the national healthcare system. It will also guarantee access to high-quality, locally produced diagnostic solutions. Dr. Abdul Mukhtar, National Coordinator of PVAC, represented the federal government in signing the agreement with the Coordinating Minister of the Health and Social Welfare, Professor Muhammad Pate, in attendance. Pate commended Mukhtar and his team for attracting investors to Nigeria and explained the executive order that provided incentives for those investing in the health sector. President Bola Tinubu has assured every Nigerian child the protection of their rights and privileges from all forms of molestation and abuse. The Executive Secretary of the National Commission for Almajiri and Out-of-School Children's Education, Dr. Sani Idris, disclosed this The Executive Secretary of the National Commission for Almajiri and Out-of-School Children's Education, Dr. Sani Idris, disclosed this while speaking at the Center for Quranic Studies, Bayero University, Kano, on Sunday. Idris spoke during the second National Symposium on the Sangaya System of Education. He said that the era of beggars on Nigerian streets and roads is over. Hence, the federal government is doing everything possible to give every child a life of hope, assurance, and brighter future. Also speaking, the Vice Chancellor, Bayero University, Kano, Professor Sagir Abbas, thanks President Tinubu for creating an enabling environment for the upliftment of the lives of Nigerians, particularly children, women, and the vulnerable in the society. Abbas stressed the need for all out-of-school children to have the basics of life, such as clothing, shelter, food, and adequate medication. Professor Ahmed Murtala, Director, Center for Quranic Studies, urged governments at all levels and parents to join hands with northern governments on how best to engage the children in skills acquisitions. Meanwhile, Vice President Kashim Shettima has reaffirmed federal government support for transformative initiatives that align with Nigeria's vision for expanding hydrocarbon exploration, storage, and refining. Shettima, who represented President Bola Tinubu, gave the assurance at the inauguration of a $315 million floating production, storage, and offloading FPSO vessel in Dubai, United Arab Emirates. The FPSO vessel is owned by Nigeria's Oriental Energy Resources Limited. The vessel, with a storage capacity of 1 million barrels, will kick off with an initial production of 17,000 barrels per day before increasing its production capacity to 30,000 per day. It is expected to depart for Nigeria in the first quarter of 2025 and commence production at the Okwok oil field in the first half of 2025. Shettima noted that the FPSO vessel symbolizes a future where Nigerian ingenuity meets global standards. Olatunbosun Oyitoleye, a chieftain of the All Progressives Congress APC in Osun, has appealed to President Bola Tinubu to set up a probe panel on the incessant national grid collapse. Oyitoleye, while speaking with newsmen on Sunday in Osogbo, said the incessant collapse of the grid was becoming worrisome and needed a presidential investigation panel. According to him, the latest collapse that occurred on Thursday, making it the 12th time the national grid will collapse in 2024 alone. The grid collapse occurred on the same day. The Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, promised that the grid would achieve significant stability with the completion of Phase 1 of the Presidential Power Initiative, PPI, also known as the Siemens Project. Oyintolio, who emphasized the importance of electricity to the economy, said that the frequent collapses of the national grid has having negative toll on businesses in the country. He said there was an urgent need for a presidential probe to investigate holistically what was responsible for the frequent collapses of the grid so as to restore sanity to the power sector. Oyituloye, a member of the defunct APC Presidential Campaign Council, also said that for the grid to have collapsed 12 times within a year shows something is wrong somewhere. Oyituloye said that at the end of the investigation, anyone found culpable or sabotaging the efforts of the government in ensuring stable power supply must be made to face the consequences. He also urged the Minister of Power to put in more efforts in ensuring that those responsible for the maintenance of the grid were up to their responsibilities. Oyitiloye, a former lawmaker, said since Nigerians were already paying so much for electricity, they should be allowed to enjoy the benefits. The Federal Capital Territory Administration has inaugurated its first colposcopy center located at the Wuse District General Hospital aimed at combating cervical cancer. This was disclosed in a statement issued on Sunday in Abuja by Bola Ajao, media aides to the Mandate Secretary, Health Services and Environmental Secretariat, Dr. Dolapo Fasawe. According to Ajao, the machine, which was donated by Nordica Fertility Center, Abuja, will aid the early detection and treatment of the disease. While commissioning and inspecting the newly innovated colposcopy machine, Fasawe highlighted the importance of the facility. Fasawe expressed gratitude to Nordica Fertility Center for the donation and called on other partners and organizations to support the government in building a more effective healthcare system. She said that the cervical cancer had a pre-malignant phase lasting 10 years to 15 years, which offers a critical window for early detection and treatment. The medical director of the hospital, Dr. Oluseyi Ashaolu, said that the Secretariat has approved free colposcopy services for all female staff of the FCT General Hospital until January 2025. Ashaolu said that the step was taken to encourage the use of the facility. He said that procedures would be conducted by specialists in gynecologic oncology, and patients with abnormal findings would receive appropriate treatments, including thermal ablation, loop electrosurgical excision procedure, or definitive surgeries as necessary. He urged women within the reproductive age group to take advantage of the facility, stating that colposcopy is a safe and effective method for detecting abnormal cell growth in the cervix, vagina, and vulva. Governor Peter Mbah of Enugu State says government has committed over 2 billion naira to upgrade Enugu State University Teaching Hospital and building of students' hostels to address the problem of accommodation scarcity. Mbah disclosed this while answering questions from the students' union leadership during his town hall meeting with Enugu people with the theme Governance Issues, the Journey So Far. He said that his administration was not only building smart schools for primary and secondary students, but committed to building an innovation and experiential learning for states' tertiary institutions. According to him, the state government has committed in the ESUT alone over 2 billion naira to facelift it. He also said that by 2025, the state would be building 17 smart green secondary schools aside the 245 of 260 smart green schools going on across the state for nursery to junior secondary school 3. He said that by September 2025, every child in the state would be at the smart schools learning, adding that 11,000 smart school teachers and directors of experiential learning had been trained. The Lagos State government is set to inaugurate a completed roads and bridge project in Alimosho local government area. The roads are Babafemi Blada with Bridge, Yinka Folaring, Jamiu Lawal, and Shalom Academy. They will be inaugurated on Monday, according to a statement by the State Commissioner of Information and Strategy, Gbenga Omotosho. The statement was made available to newsmen on Sunday in Lagos. Omotosho said that the inauguration was part of the efforts of the state government to create sustainable communities, improve connectivity, and provide effective bypass to areas experiencing gridlock. The road network in Alimosho local government area is a 1.57 kilometers long, a semi-rigid pavement road with 250 meters deck on pile bridge, and will provide a shorter route for motorists connecting Lasu IBA Road, Idowu bus stop, with Kandos Road Academy bus stop in Barua community. Governor Abba Yusuf of Kano State has directed all the commissioners reassigned in the recent cabinet reshuffle to ensure a smooth handover and assumption of duty before the close of office hours on Tuesday. Yusuf, who issued the directive through his spokesperson Sanusi Bature Dawakin Tofa, said the cabinet changes will take full effect during the next meeting of the State Executive Council on Wednesday. He emphasized the need for the completion of all the transition processes before then. The governor urged the members of the State Executive Council to redouble their efforts and uphold a strong spirit of teamwork, dedication, and commitment to supporting his administration in serving the people of the state. Still to come, FRSC deploys over 42,000 regular special marshals. Police rescue 11, recovered 20 bodies in Benue boat mishap. Stay with us. Welcome back. You're watching Global News on Signature TV. The police command in Anambra has urged the residents of the state to be cautious of people living around their neighborhoods this festive season. The command's public relations officer, Tochukwu Ikenga, made the call in a statement issued in Oka on Sunday. Ikenga also advised the residents to avoid actions that could trigger fire outbreaks such as uncontrolled bush burning and dropping of cigarette butts during the Hamatan. He further advised the public against the use of fireworks and other explosives, careless handling of receptacles for trash, poor handling of electrical appliances, among others. He urged residents to partner the police to provide them with the right atmosphere for a smooth festive season. The Federal Road Safety Corps FRSC says it has deployed over 42,000 regular and special marshals for effective traffic management before, during and after the Yuletide nationwide. The FRSC Corps Marshal Shehu Mohammed said this in a commemoration of the Ember Month Special Patrol Operations on Sunday in Abuja. Mohammed said that the Corps had commenced its annual 30-day end-of-the-year special operation slated for Sunday, December 15 to Wednesday, December 17th. He said that all sector and zonal commanding officers across the country have been directed to ensure proper supervision of the personnel deployed for the exercise. He also said that the adequate logistics, including 2 trucks, patrol vehicles and motorbikes, have been provided to remove obstructions. The FRSC boss, however, warns motorists, particularly commercial drivers, to adhere to traffic rules and regulations. The FRSC Corps Marshal appealed to passengers to report erring drivers to FRSC personnel or any security agency for immediate action, advising travelers to board vehicles at approved motor parks for their safety. He assured that the FRSC was working diligently with the Nigerian police force and other security agencies to address activities that could pose threats to the smooth movement of travelers across the country. Mohammed assured Nigerians that the FRSC toll-free number 122 would remain available for emergencies. The Benue commander of the Nigerian police force has rescued 11 persons and recovered 20 bodies from a boat mishap in Agatu local government area of the state. The state's police public relations officer, PPPRO, SP Suwese Anene, told newsmen on Sunday that the incident took place late in the evening on Saturday. The chairman of Agatu local government area, Melvin James, said the victims, who were from Nasarawa State, were returning to their base in Apochi and Odenyi communities in Doma. He said he was trying to get the colleague from Nasarawa State to see how they can go there to visit the families and console them. Meanwhile, the commander of 34 Artillery Brigade of the Nigerian Army, Obinze near Owerri, Brigadier General Usman Lawal, has declared Imo safe for the Yuletide celebrations going forward. The commander said this while addressing newsmen in Owerri on Saturday following a raid of trouble spots in the state by a combined team of security operatives. The joint team comprised the military force, police, DSS, and the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense School. The army boss said that the security forces had successfully decimated criminal elements in Ezioha and Eziama Obia to communities of Mbitolu Council area of the state, as well as other terrorized areas in Oru East and Njaba Council areas where some bandits had gone into hiding. He commended the personnel of the joint team for their gallantry in ensuring that peace returned to the localities and assured Imo people that no stone would be left unturned in ensuring that they can return home for the festivities. He therefore called on the residents to go about their legitimate businesses as their lives and property would be protected at all costs. The Imo Commissioner of Police, Mr. Aboki Danjuma, said the essence of the operation was to restore the public love and confidence in the security agents to safeguard lives and property. Also, the special advisor on security matters to the Imo State Governor, Joseph Chima, retired, gave assurance that government would do everything within its powers to ensure adequate security to enable the people to return to their homes, especially during the Yuletide. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, has recovered 636,600 bottles of codeine-based syrup worth 4.4 billion naira in street value at Port Harcourt complex on Rivers. This is contained in a statement issued by the Director of Media and Advocacy, NDLEA, Mr. Femi Babafemi, on Sunday in Abuja. Babafemi said that the drugs were intercepted in shipments from India on December 9th, Wednesday, December 11th, and December 13th. He said that these seizures were made during joint examination of 4 containers by NDLEA officers, men of Nigeria Customs Service, and other security agencies at the port. This, he said, was made possible following processed credible intelligence on these shipments by the NDLEA operatives. Meanwhile, with the same vigor, commands and formations of the agency across the country continued their war against drug abuse, WADA, sensitization activities to schools, worship centers, workplaces, and communities, among others, in the past week. Babafemi named the places as WADA sensitization lecture to students and staff of City Comprehensive College, Ogidi, Anambra, Government Secondary School, Tungo, Adamawa, Boni Camp Primary School, Victoria Island, Lagos, and Government Junior Secondary School, Yaganji, Kano. He added that the Oyo State Commander of the NDLEA delivered WADA Enlightenment Lecture to leaders, elders, youths, and residents of Tapa community, Tapa among others. This, he said, was a continuous process by the agency in order to reduce to the barest minimum the dangers of illicit drug abuse and illicit drug trafficking across the country. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, in Delta State has condemned the invasion of its secretariat in Ogara, Ethiopia West local government area, by suspected thugs said to be loyal to the Ethiatake Ibori Suenu, daughter of ex-governor James Iboru. This is contained in a statement signed by the Delta State PDP Publicity Secretary, Dr. Ebenezer Okoro-Dudu, and made available to journalists on Sunday. He said the party views this provocative and disgraceful action as part of a series of desperate attempts by Honorable Hiatake Ibori Sowenu, who recently defected to the APC, to appropriate the structures and assets of the PDP for the benefits of our new party. While noting that the PDP is committed to peace and the rule of law as a party, Okoro-Dudu urged members of the party and its supporters to remain calm and peaceful in the face of the provocation. Okoro-Dudu also called on former governor of Delta State, Chief James Onanafa Ibori's daughter, Ibori Suenu, and her APC collaborators to stop attempting to gain political relevance by riding on the back of the PDP's hard-earned reputation. Okoro-Dudu stressed that the PDP remains committed to upholding the values of democracy, justice, and good governance. He also called on security agencies to immediately investigate the incidents, identify those responsible, and ensure that they brought to justice. Ibori Suenu recently defected from the PDP to the All Progressives Congress, APC. The federal government has paid its ECOWAS community levy of 85 billion naira and $54 million, representing 2023 and up to July 2024. President of the ECOWAS Commission, Dr. Omar Touare, said this on Sunday during the opening of the 66th ordinary session of the Authority of Heads of State and Government at the Banquet Hall, Presidential Villa, Abuja. He said he was deeply grateful that Nigeria has decided to pay 100% for the first time in 19 years. In his opening remark, President Tinubu said the strength of the Commission was in the unity of members, and ECOWAS was born out of a shared vision to create a community for citizens. He said the world is confronted with challenges ranging from crisis from Sudan, Middle East, and violent extremism, and environmental challenges. Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu has urged West African leaders to draw inspiration from Ghana's recent peaceful elections as a model of democratic maturity and commitment to national unity. The president said this during the opening of the 66th ordinary session of ECOWAS on Sunday in Abuja. He lauded President Nana Akufo-Addo and the people of Ghana for the resounding success of their recent presidential and parliamentary elections, setting a high standard for the region. He said despite the challenges of interrupted democratic governance in some West African countries, the region had continued to record democratic gains. He added that the gesture, as it happened in Nigeria in 2015, demonstrated political maturity and respect for the will of the people of Ghana. He praised President Akufo-Addo for his exceptional leadership and unwavering commitment to ECOWAS during his 2-year term, describing him as a formidable Pan-Africanist. President Tinubu also congratulated government and people of Senegal on their successful parliamentary elections. Still to come, Gaza suffers highest per capita child amputee rate globally, says UNRWA official. Israeli army video of airstrikes on Gaza clinics said to be used by Hamas. These and more after the break. Do stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with
Why the main market is in chaos. People.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Welcome back. You're watching Global News on Signature TV. Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger will have a 6-month grace period after their scheduled visits from West Africa's main political and economic group next month, during which the ECOWAS bloc will try to persuade them to stay. The bloc's leaders agreed on Sunday. The summit of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, was seen as a chance to address the impending withdrawal of the 3 countries on January 29th, a year after they jointly announced they would leave in a reversal of decades of regional integration. ECOWAS has so far failed in its goal to push them to reconsider, while 3 countries in the insurgency-torn Central Sahel region have set up their own alliance, sought ever closer alignments in defense and other areas, and mooted abandoning the West African Currency Union. While January 29 remains the official withdrawal date, the effective date for their departure has been extended to July 29th, a transition period during which mediators from the bloc will seek to bring the 3 member countries back to ECOWAS without prejudice, Commission President Omar Touare said at the end of the summit.
The 3 countries will officially cease to be members of ECOWAS from 29 January 2025. The authority decides to set the period from 29 January 2025 to 29 July 2025 as a transitional period, and to keep ECOWAS doors open to the 3 countries during the transition period. The authority directs the Council of Ministers to convene an extraordinary session during the 2nd quarter of 2025 to consider and adopt both separation modalities and the contingency plan covering political and economic relations between ECOWAS and the Republic of Niger, the Republic of Mali, and Burkina Faso.
On Saturday, Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso reaffirmed their decision to leave as irreversible and jointly declared that their territories would remain visa-free for all ECOWAS citizens post-exit. Britain on Sunday announced a £50 million aid package to help vulnerable Syrians after rebels last week overthrew President Bashar al-Assad. Millions of Syrians need humanitarian assistance after more than a decade of civil war that shattered much of the country's infrastructure and displaced large numbers of people, some of the many who fled to the country are returning from the neighboring states. £30 million will provide immediate help to more than 1 million people, including food, shelter, emergency healthcare, and protection for the most vulnerable, Britain said in a statement. That money, mostly distributed through UN channels, will support emerging needs, including the rehabilitation of essential services such as water, hospitals, and schools. To help Syrians in neighboring countries, £10 million will go to the World Food Programme (WFP) in Lebanon, and £10 million will go to Jordan via the WFP and the UN's Refugee Agency.
Well, today I'm announcing a £50 million package of support and aid to Syria, and I support the ACBA principles that were agreed yesterday. We want to see a Syrian-led and a Syrian-owned future, and we want one that is representative and inclusive. That is what partners in the region and allies, close allies, signed up to yesterday, and that's what we'll be encouraging. HDS remains a prescribed organisation, but we can have diplomatic contact, and so we do have diplomatic contact, as you would expect. We want to see a representative government, an inclusive government. We want to see chemical weapons stockpiles secured and not used, and we want to ensure that there is not continuing violence. And so for all of those reasons, using all the channels that we have available, and those are diplomatic and of course intelligence-led channels, we seek to deal with HTS where we have to.
Gaza now has the highest number of child amputees per capita anywhere in the world, said Louise Wateridge, a senior emergency officer with the United Nations Agency for Palestinian Refugees, UNRWA. Speaking to reporters in Geneva from central Gaza, Wateridge described the dire situation in Gaza's hospital. According to UNRWA, nearly 26,000 people have suffered life-changing injuries in the last 14 months. As of May 2024, more than 20% of households in Gaza reported having at least one disabled family member, with 58,000 disabled individuals registered with the Palestinian Central Bureau of Statistics. Wateridge also expressed grave concern about widespread food insecurity and malnutrition in Gaza.
Gaza now has the highest number of child amputees per capita than anywhere in the world. Many are losing their limbs in scenarios such as this. They're undergoing surgeries without anesthesia. I spoke to doctors at Nasser Hospital. This is the largest semi-functioning hospital in the Gaza Strip now, and they're absolutely beside themselves. It's been 14 months. People here really are surviving on bread, lentils, food in tin cans. We're not seeing fruit and vegetables around. We're not seeing people, families, children get the nutrients that they need in terms of fruit and vegetables. And this is also having a huge effect on the health of the population. In the past 4 months alone, nearly 19,000 children were hospitalized due to acute malnourishment.
Several tents were destroyed in Al-Dura Stadium, housing the displaced in Deir al-Balah following an Israeli strike. Hassan Amar, a resident who survived the strike, said they saw strikes around midnight, a red light, and the tent collapsed on Nas.
I mean, there's no justification. I ask the world's countries, how long will you remain silent? We have over 100,000 martyrs and 150,000 injured. Gaza is destroyed. We are back to the Nakba of 1948. There's nothing we haven't lost, whether in terms of the wounded, children or anything. When will the war stop? I hope for calm today, even before tomorrow, God willing. We've been in this torment for a year and 3 months. We lose someone every day, whether it's a relative, a brother, or a cousin. Until when? I still can't believe I got out. I wasn't meters away, just 1 centimeter away.
The strike led to several casualties and injuries, a statesman from the Palestinian Ministry of Health said. A funeral was held for several Gazans who died as a result of a strike at Al-Aqsa Matthias Hospital in Deir al-Balah. Israel's military offensive in the Gaza Strip has killed at least 44,976 Palestinians and wounded 106,759 since October 7, 2023, the Palestinian Enclave's health ministry say on Sunday. Meanwhile, Israel said on Sunday its Air Force struck a command and control center in a compound in the Abu Shabak clinic in northern Gaza used by Hamas to store weapons and plan attacks. The Gaza Health Ministry said the medical center, which also included a mental health clinic, was destroyed. In a statement along with footage said to show the strike, the military said, quotes, the command and control center was used by Hamas to store weapons and plan and execute attacks against IDF troops and the State of Israel. Palestinians accuse Israel of carrying out ethnic cleansing to depopulate the areas at the northern edge to create a buffer zone. Israel denies it and says the campaign targets Hamas militants and aims to prevent them from regrouping. The military says it has instructed civilians to evacuate battle zones for their own safety. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke with U.S. President-elect Donald Trump about development in Syria and a recent push to secure the release of Israeli and foreign hostages held by Hamas in Gaza, he said on Sunday. Netanyahu said he spoke with Trump on Saturday night.
We have no interest in a conflict with Syria. We will determine Israel's policy towards Syria according to the emerging reality on the ground. I remind you that for decades Syria was a proactive enemy state to Israel. It attacked us again and again, it allowed others to attack us from its territory, it allowed Iran to arm Hezbollah through its territory. To ensure that what happened will not happen again, we have taken a series of strong actions in the last few days. Together with Defense Minister Israel Katz, I instructed the IDF, Israel Defense Forces, to thwart the potential threats from Syria and to prevent the takeover of terrorist elements near our border. I discussed all of this again last night with my friend, US President-elect Donald Trump. It was a very friendly, very warm and very important conversation. We talked about the need to complete Israel's victory, and we also talked at length about the efforts we are making to free our hostages.
Israeli troops operated in the UN-monitored buffer zone between Syria and the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights on Sunday after Syria's de facto leader and the country was not interested in the new conflicts despite Israeli attacks. The threats to Israel from Syria remain despite the moderate tone of rebel leaders who ousted President Bashar al-Assad a week ago. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz said on Sunday amid military moves by his country to counter such threats. Syria's de facto leader Ahmad al-Shara said on Saturday that Israel was using false pretexts to justify its attacks on Syria, but that he was not interested in engaging in new conflicts as the country focuses on rebuilding. Shara, better known as Abu Muhammad al-Golani, leads the Islamist Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, a group that swept Assad from power last Sunday, ending the family's 5-decade iron-fisted rule. Since then, Israel has moved into a demilitarized zone inside Syria that was created after the 1973 Arab-Israeli War, including the Syrian side of the strategic Mount Hermon and overlooks Damascus, where its forces took over an abandoned Syrian military post. Residents of the occupied West Bank city of Jenin protested on Sunday, a day after at least one person was killed in the clashes between Palestinian security forces and Palestinian militants. Gunshots and explosions would be heard in the city on Saturday, where frictions has risen in recent days between militant factions and the Western-backed Palestinian Authority (PA) of Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas following raids by the PA. Residents identified the man who was killed as a militant, though none of the factions immediately confirmed his affiliations. The PA security branch said in a statement that its forces were undertaking a security operation to restore law and order to Jenin's historic refugee camp suburb, a stronghold of Palestinian militants alienated from the Palestinian leadership. The Palestinian militant group Hamas, which has been fighting Israeli forces in Gaza for more than a year, condemned the PA for the Jenin operation, and its allied group Islamic Jihad called for a day of protest. Jenin has also been hotbed of conflict between the Palestinian militant groups and the Israeli military in recent years since March 2022. Jenin and outlying areas in the north of the West Bank have drawn intensified Israeli raids after a spate of Palestinian street attacks. A Russian oil tanker carrying thousands of tons of oil products split apart during a heavy storm on Sunday, spilling oil into the Kerch Strait, while another tanker was also in distress after sustaining damage, Russian officials say. One video shared by Svetlana Radiovna, ahead of Russia's natural resources watchdog Rosprinodzadzo, Federal Service of the Supervision of Natural Resources, showed at least one of the broken tankers at sea. Russian investigators opened 2 criminal cases to look into possible safety violations after at least one person was killed when at the 136-meter Vognest 212 tanker with 15 people on board splits in half with its bow sinking. Separate footage published by the state media showed with waves washing over its deck. Radiovna said specialists were assessing the damage at the site of the incident, and Russia's Kommersant newspaper reported that the Vognest 212 tanker was carrying about 4,300 tons of fuel oil. The Russian-flagged vessel, built in 1969, was damaged and had run aground, officials say. A second Russian-flagged ship, the 132-meter Vognest 239, was drifting after sustaining damage. The emergency ministry said it has a crew of 14 people and was built in 1973. Both tankers have a loading capacity of about 4,200 tons of oil product. Official statement did not provide details of the extent of the spill or why one of the tankers sustained such serious damage. Russia said more than 50 people and equipment, including Mi-8 helicopters and rescue tugboats, had been deployed to the area. The well-being of Macau's residents has significantly improved over the past 25 years since the region's return to the motherland in 1999. Seag Pai Vang, Macau's largest public housing project with over 9,000 residential units, stands as a testament to its progress. A decade ago, Chinese President Xi Jinping visited Seag Pai Vang public housing complex to learn about the work and living conditions of local residents. Housing used to be a persistent headache for residents in Macau, a densely populated region with limited resources. Since the region's return, the government of Macau's Special Administrative Region, SAR, has implemented a public housing policy aimed at ensuring that residents would have a place to live and could enjoy a stable life. This policy includes subsidized housing for low-income families and social housing with low rents for disadvantaged families. Meanwhile, the SAR government provides subsidies for families waiting for public housing in accordance with their family sizes. With continuous support from the central authorities, the Macau SAR government has expanded public housing and improved supporting facilities. Seag Pai Vang has seen significant changes. On November 1st this year, the Seag Pai Vang line of the Macau Light Rapid Transit officially opens, extending light rail services to the community and greatly facilitating travel. Since Macau's return to China, the SAR government has continuously increased investment in the livelihood sector, ensuring that the benefits of development reach all residents. Several hundred people, maybe even thousands, may have been killed by Cyclone Chido in the French archipelago of Mayotte in the Indian Ocean, top local French officials say via local media channel Mayotte La Relais on Sunday in Mamoudzou. Cyclone Chido swept through Mayotte overnight, Meteo France said, bringing winds of more than 200 kph and damaging makeshift housing, government buildings and hospital. It was the strongest storm in more than 90 years to hit the islands, the forecasters say. It was difficult to ascertain the precise deaths toll for after the cyclone, which also raised concerns about access to food, water and sanitation. Authorities say the Buvelle said Muslims will bury their dead immediately, making it harder to count their real number of deaths. Located nearly 8,000 kilometers from Paris and a 4-day trip by sea, Mayotte is significantly poorer than the rest of France and has grappled with gang violence and social unrest for decades. Some 77% of the people in Mayotte live below the French poverty line. Pope Francis held talks with French President Emmanuel Macron on Sunday before wrapping up a visit in Ajaccio, Corsica's capital. During the one-day visit, the Pope attended a Congress on Faith across the Mediterranean. He also celebrated a Catholic Mass before meeting President Macron. The Vatican estimates that about 81% of Corsica's population of 365,000 is Catholic. There are 83 priests on the island and some 30 Catholic nuns, it says. Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva said on Sunday that the former Defense Minister Walter Braga Neto has every right to the presumption of innocence.
I will show you my patience and that I am a Democrat with the arrest of General Braga, Brazil's former Defense Minister Walter Braga Neto. I think he has every right to the presumption of innocence. I want them to have what I didn't have. Every right and every respect for the law to be complied with. But if these guys did what they tried to do, they will have to be severely punished. It is not possible for us to accept disrespect for democracy. It is not possible for us to accept disrespect for the Constitution. And it is not possible for us to accept that, in a generous country like Brazil, we have people with high military ranks plotting the death of the president, plotting the death of his vice president, and plotting the death of a judge who was president of the Supreme Electoral Court.
Neto, a retired general, is accused by federal police of plotting a coup to overturn Lula's narrow election win over Bolsonaro and assassinate him shortly after the 2022 vote. NATO has denied any role in the alleged conspiracy. Meanwhile, the Turkish flag was raised over Turkey's embassy in Damascus after 12 years of closure. The flag flying over the embassy on Sunday, a week after Syrian President Bashar al-Assad was ousted and Islamist fighters took control of the country. The embassy was closed in 2012. The number of Syrians in Turkey returning to the country will gradually increase as Syria stabilizes, said Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan. Fidan also added that the elimination of YPG was Turkey's strategic goal. The People's Protection Unit's YPG has been a central element of U.S. allied forces in the coalition against Islamic State militants. Turkey says the YPG is a terrorist group closely tied to Kurdistan Workers' Party PKK militants who have fought the Turkish state for 40 years. Former world heavyweight champion Tyson Fury is full of confidence just under a week ahead of his rematch with Ukraine's Alexander Usyk. Speaking in an interview on Sunday, Britain's Fury voiced his determination to avenge his May 19th loss to Usyk, the first defeat in 36 fights of his storied career.
Very confident. Preparations have been fantastic. I'm looking forward to smashing him up on Saturday night. I didn't learn anything. I learned that I'll do a bit more this time and win the fight. Yeah, less concerned because I've already been in there and been 12 rounds with a guy and I know we can't do anything to him. I just take one fight at a time, so I'll just focus on Saturday night and whatever happens after that will be.
Usyk beat Fury on a split decision in their first meeting to become the four belts undisputed heavyweight champion, adding Fury's WBC title to his WBA, WBO and IBF collection. He later vacated his IBF title, which has since been won by Britain's Daniel Dubois. Six-time Olympic table tennis champion Ma Long led his team to victory in the inaugural Wardner Cup as Team Asia beat Team World 14-10 in Norway on Sunday. Ma won all his matches over the weekend and put his team ahead early on as it paired up with Lim Jong-hoon to eventually overpower Hugo Calderano and former number one Dimitris Ovecharov 2-1. Each team scored 2 points for a win on a day 2 of the competition, and Truls Moragach stormed to victory in the second match against South Korea's Jang Jing to tie the scores at 6-6. Brazil's Calderano was unable to gain the point for his team on Sunday as he lost his second match of the day, a mixed doubles game against Shin Yu-bing and Lim Jong-hoon. But the team will recorded back-to-back wins as Ostrov and then Adriana Diaz won their singles matches. Diaz beat India's number one Manika Batra in straight games in the best-of-3 format. Kazakhstan's Kirill Gerasimenko dug into a clinch this March against the tiring Calderano, who was playing in his third contest of the day, bringing the overall scores level at 10-10. Step forward Chen Beng, China's back-to-back Olympic champion, saw off European champion Bernadette Skorsk 2-0 to put Team Asia 12-10 ahead going into the final match. Ma needed to beat the 2024 Olympic silver medalist Moragat to ensure Team Asia victory. The match went down to a deciding game and the Chinese pulled off an unreturnable serve on match point, following it up by mimicking his Swedish opponent's snake celebration. And as the news is hour, I'm Charles Pies. Thanks for watching. Join me in another few minutes for the morning show. See you later.
Welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. And it's the entertainment hour. You know, we have a lot of celebrity news to share with you. You can expect arts, culture, pop, you know, everything entertainment from the world of entertainment. We got it, you know, we got the very best just for you. And I'm your host, Layomi Adeyemi. So let me, update you guys on what has been going on so far. So do you know that Nollywood actor Yul Udochie has responded angrily to his older brother, Link Edochie, after Link advised him to keep his marriage off social media. Yul's second marriage to actress Judy Austin caused a public stir, leading to his first wife, May Edochie, filing for divorce. In a recent interview on the KOK Live podcast, Link suggested that you should stop posting about his marriage online to avoid further drama. However, you took to Instagram to criticize his brother, mocking him for hiding his own marriage while still getting divorced. He wrote that his brother, who hid his marriage in the house, still got divorced. Didn't his wife leave him? Yul continued by challenging Link's advice, stating, "If I post my wife 1 million times, how does that one concern you? Did you buy my data?" The response comes amidst ongoing tension surrounding Yul's personal life and public persona. Oh my goodness. I want to know what you guys think about Yul marrying another wife without the consent of his first wife. Because whether we like it or not, the reason why she's filing for a divorce is obvious that she's not pleased with the fact that he has a second wife. He's not pleased with it. That's why she filed a divorce. So now, what do you guys think? Do you think that he should have actually informed his first wife, me, that he wanted to, he has plans, maybe even before getting married, like he has plans to have more than one wife? I don't know. I feel like discussions like that is something people should have before they get married. How many spouses do you want to have? Will I be the only one, or would there be other more? You know, stuff like that, because I can't imagine being married and someone is bringing up another wife for me. Hey! Well, some people don't mind it. Like, you see, there are some cultures actually that they, cultures and some religions, they accommodate and even encourage people having more than one spouses, especially men having more than one wife. Because I've not really seen that culture that allows women to have more than one husband. It's rare. Let's say it's rare. It's rare. So what do you guys think about that? Then I don't understand why Yul has to shade his brother. You know, at the end of the day, your siblings will, especially maybe other ones, would always want to like give advice, talk about some things, and they'll always, even your parents, but as long as anyone is older than you, especially here in Nigeria, they'll always feel the need to advise you and tell you, okay, do this, don't do this. So you now shading him in public, I don't know, it doesn't really speak so well actually, but it's his life. He can do what he wants to do. Like he said, it's his data. He can post whatever he wants to post on Instagram. It is his right, I guess. But what do you guys think about it? Put it in the comment section. Let me know. In other news, Hilda Dirisu, the ex-girlfriend of Big Brother Naija star Soma, has accused him of stalking and physically abusing her. In a detailed post, Dirisu alleged that Soma repeatedly tried to reignite their relationship despite his ongoing romance with fellow BB Naija star Angel Smith. The accusations surfaced after Dirisu was seen wearing a bracelet that fans believed Soma had stolen from Angel. Taken to X, formerly Twitter, Dirisu claimed that Soma was the one responsible for how the bracelet ended up in her possession. She also made shocking allegations of abuse, writing, "Ask Somadina how the stolen bracelet got to me. Ask him what happened in April when he drugged me, hit me and tied me up." Soma has yet to respond to these serious claims, but the accusations have sparked outrage from both fans and the general public, putting Soma's reputation in jeopardy. We know that, okay, when Soma BBN, star, was like in the house, he really like had an ongoing relationship with Angel, who is also a housemate of BBN at that time. And we know how lovey-dovey everything was. And we know that he also had a girlfriend before the house, which they later ended up breaking up and everything. So she coming out to say that, Soma was still coming to meet her while he was with Angel, coming to like say, okay, he still wants her, this, that. Oh man, this revelation is very, very shocking. No, as it's shocking, it's shocking me too, because I'm like, Then the accusations of assault, abuse, that's very serious. That's very serious. I'm sure a lot of fans want to hear what Soma's opinion or Soma's side of the story, because truly I want to know, please, what's going on, Soma? Did you actually do this thing she's saying? And are you really to timing and moving between one and to get moving Angel, moving that? Bros, what's going on? Well, at the end of the day, all these people, they live for the drama, so let's just hope the truth comes out soon. So, still on this same Soma gist, the Big Brother Nigeria star Angel Smith has hinted that her romance life is in turmoil, sharing a cryptic post where she confessed to accepting that she may never experience true love. The post followed allegations from Soma's ex-girlfriend Hilda Dirisu, who accused him of abusive behavior while still being involved with Angel. Angel, who previously had a relationship with another reality star, Sunday Okonkwo, aka Cross, wrote, "It is Angel always. I have already accepted that the only time I'll be loved is when I actually die." This is coming barely a few months after BB Nigeria's All-Star winner Ilebaye announced in a viral video that with Angel that she and Soma will be getting married in January next year. It remains to be seen if the wedding will proceed as planned. Oh my goodness. So now it's not looking like as if Angel and Soma are not really together. This will not be the first, because we know a lot of those BBN relationships, they know they last. If I be really being truthful, they know they last. But we also saw Teddy and Bam Bam, so those people, they got married, they have children together, so those lasted. So let's not say all. We can't say everything doesn't last. Some do last. I think we can say that some do last. But oh my goodness, what I don't like is the fact that Angel is now coming out to feel like she will never be loved. Girl, there's still love for you out there. There is still, your man is still there. Don't allow all this misbehavior of some people to now make you feel like you won't be loved at all. Like, okay, because of some exes that probably do not have sense, you know. Don't allow them make you now feel like you don't deserve love or you won't be loved. Please, girl, no. I don't support that at all. Love yourself, and at the same time, a wonderful man out there, a good man out there would love you as well. So don't give up on love. Love is sweet. So in other news, Afrobeat star Ruga has openly criticized the state of Nigerians' music industry, expressing frustration with the rise of untalented artists gaining popularity through heavy promotion. The Ruga singer took to X, where he vented his displeasure over how money can overshadow talent. He tweeted, "The music scene has been hurting me cause no matter how shit an artist is, once there is money for hype, it's law." Ruga also slammed the excessive use of auto-tune, especially during his live performance. "Tell your engineer to shut down the auto-tune next time you speak," he advised, adding that he doesn't rely on artificial effects to enhance his sound. His comments reflect a growing dissatisfaction with the industry's emphasis on marketing over skill, a trend that Ruga believes is damaging the authenticity of Nigerian music. This is deep. When someone who comes into music, and I think he debuted in 2021, Ruga, and now, like, I spent 3 years in music, and now he's now saying that there's no really any good music out there. Like, most upcoming artists now are just using auto-tune, and it's like we are not really getting quality music anymore. And it's like, okay, you can be popular as long as you have money to promote your work. It's very sad that this is kind of true, especially in Nigeria. Very true. Like, as long as you can promote your work so much that everybody is seeing it, everybody is hearing it. Because there's something about when you hear something a lot, even though it's not nice, at the end of the day, it will be catchy because you keep hearing it constantly. So people are, a lot of artists are paying for promotions. So whether they are now talented or not, I mean, I don't know. I would say, but Ruga is coming out to say that a lot of them are actually not talented and are just using promotion to boost themselves and sell their work. So what do you think about that? Do you think Ruga is saying the truth, or do you think that he's been a bit biased and that's not the way things really are? Tell me, let me know in the comment section. The WWE superstar Liv Morgan is already declaring 2024 as a monumental year, with hopes of further cementing her legacy. Fresh up her victory over Nia Jax to become the first ever women's crown jewel champion, Liv is eyeing the tag team titles as the final piece to make 2024 her best year yet. She and Raquel Rodriguez are set to defend their titles against Bianca Belair and Jade Cargill after a heated confrontation on Raw. Liv, who has already achieved a series of major milestones, including winning the Women's Championship from Becky Lynch and defeating Rhea Ripley at the SummerSlam, is determined to add the tag team belts to her resume. If I win that tag team title this year, we'll go down as the best in WWE history, she declared. Liv also opened up about her growing list of rivals, but remains unfazed, confident in the support of her faction, the Judgment Day, and her tag partner Raquel. She's ready for whatever challenges that might come near. So if you love wrestling, like, and especially female wrestling, you know Liv, you know that this lady always comes with the hype, as she can fight in the same way. She's very outspoken and like she believes in herself. She knows that this is what I am doing, nothing all of you can do me nothing. Which is it's a nice confidence to have, and big ups to her on our win for the women's crown. And let's see, fingers crossed, on how the battle of the team and the tag team would look like. We hope, let's see who would win. And but we hope for the best for Liv Morgan, of course. So in other news, this one is quite sad. Yeah, I find it's quite sad. The body of the pop star Liam Payne, who tragically died after falling from a hotel balcony in Buenos Aires, has been released to his family for repatriation to the UK. The 31-year-old former One Direction member fell from the third floor balcony of his hotel in early October, suffering fatal injuries. Argentine authorities completed an autopsy confirming the cause of death as multiple traumatic injuries from the fall. While toxicology reports indicated possible drug use, they did not confirm the exact role it played in his death. Liam's family expressed their heartbreak over the loss, remembering him as kind, funny, and a brave soul. Prior to his passing, Payne was involved in a legal dispute with his ex-fiancée, Maya Henry, who had filed a cease and desist order against him despite the controversies. His girlfriend at the time, Kate Cassidy, shared that the couple had been planning their wedding. Liam's tragic death has shocked fans worldwide, and investigations into the circumstance continue. Oh my God. It's so sad that we have lost Liam. Like, I remember being such a fan of One Direction. I love to hear their songs, and I know he has been one of the key people that writes like their songs, one of the key people that write their sounds and everything. And we enjoy these sounds. It's so sad that he has gone, and it's not the kind of death where you say, okay, someone dies and because of old age and everything, but this one is more of a very tragic death, and it's quite sad. But may he so rest in peace, and condolences to his family, because I can't believe we lost a great one, but it's all right, we'll be fine. That's all for our news for today. I know that I've said a lot today, so let me know what you think about each of the news I've read for you today. I want to hear your opinion. Your opinion matters a lot to me. But don't go anywhere. I'm not done entertaining you. I have a wonderful guest with me today who you would love to hear from. So stay tuned while I go on a break. Welcome back. It's still E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Yes, and I'm still your host, Laramie Adeyemi, of course. We'll be discussing thriving in the entertainment industry today. And to discuss that with me is a wonderful guest. He's an Afrobeat artist, and his name is Prince Eric Udensi, aka Badman Derek. Nice to have you in the studio.
Thank you very much.
You're looking good, I might add.
Thank you. Now you want to make me shy?
No. I have to compliment. When I say good thing, I have to compliment it.
Of course. Thank you.
So can you tell us a bit how your journey in the music industry has been so far?
Well, it's been cool. But yeah, it's been cool, but then very challenging. You know, it's not very easy for artists right now. The music industry has really evolved, especially in Nigeria. There are so many things going on in the industry, and to strive as an individual artist is not easy. There's a lot of work, finances, and a whole lot of work needs to be done. So it's not an easy journey, but we thank God we're pushing.
Yeah, That's good. So, can you tell us one of the misconceptions people have had concerning the entertainment industry or the music industry where you are itself, that you feel like, you guys, this is not it?
Okay, yeah. People actually think everybody in the industry is a tout, and everybody is wayward.
Okay.
Just so to say, because yeah, they have a lot of humanizers, people that drink, but it is not like Faust. Faust is a lawyer, right? His sound, you've heard him speak. A lot of them, there are a lot of sound people out there. Music is something they choose. It's not because they are dropout. And yeah, another thing, they think we are all dropouts.
They are dropouts.
And none of us are.
But
yeah,
I get that. I get that. So how have you been able to like overcome these misconceptions, like in your journey? How have you been able to tell people that, okay, no, this is who I am?
Well, my music is different. My lyrics are not cheap. When you listen to my lyrics, listen to my message, you understand the difference between a regular artist and an artist who is educated and who has gone far and wide. Yeah. Yeah.
So what would you say are the most important skills that a person in the entertainment industry has to have to like survive?
All you need is passion.
Passion, just
for
passion.
me. I don't know. This is personal, please.
Okay, how you survive?
It's you don't need talent, because there are a lot of people that are not talented. I don't want to mention names, but they are hardworking and they are striving in the industry. So you first of all you need to love your craft. You understand? You have to have passion for your craft. With that alone, you can strive. And then finance. Yeah,
money,
which is the most important thing. Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, can you talk us through like a very pivotal moment in your career that like led you to a breakthrough? That okay, yes, where you are right now.
Okay, first of all, I started up music professionally in 2016.
Yeah.
I was signed to Triple NY Music in Lagos. Yeah, so ever since then, music so far has been cool. Well, a lot of things has happened in the industry. Yeah.
Yeah. So just share us one of those very groundbreaking moments that you feel like, this is what it's like. That made you feel like this career is what it's.
Okay. See. Okay. Like I said, before I got signed, let me just tell the story. I had my friend who said, go into the studio, do a song for me, send. And I did, and yeah, as of then, I met a whole lot of people. I was introduced to Limelight in 2016 after I got signed, and then it gave me that spark, like, yeah, this is actually the route to follow. Yeah.
So who would you say have been one of your like biggest influence and helped you through your journey?
I've actually been a very big fan of Timaya. Yeah, a lot of people will not really. A lot of Gen Zs will be like, of all people, but I like people who are consistent. Imagine how many decades now he's been in the industry. A lot of people have come and gone. Like, I mean, he is the one that inspired me. His story, Plantain Boy, and I'd be like, if a Plantain Boy can do this, I can actually do this. So he was one of the people that inspired me then when I started music. Yeah.
Okay. So, and have you been able to like stay true to yourself amidst the demands of the entertainment world? Because I know that there are a lot of things people would want from you, like being in entertainment, like things people would expect, because everyone is doing this, you must do this. So have you been able to stay true to yourself?
It's not an easy one, because first of all, you have to know your target audience. That's the only way to stay true. Now, you have to stay focused. You understand? If you have a target audience, it will help you to stay focused on the particular thing they want, not regardless of what is happening around you. Do you understand me? For example, if my music is focused on Gen Zs, I don't care about what the elderly people are saying. Down, if my music is focused on the mid-age, like my music it's actually for everybody. So I focus my energy on what these people want, not what everybody wants. because I can't
Okay.
please everybody. So focus is the thing that will keep you going. Yeah.
That's amazing. So how have you been able to handle competition? Because as much as you're trying to stay true to yourself, we can't deny the fact that entertainment is a very competitive world.
Of course.
So how have you been able to handle that?
It's a very tough one. It's not something you can handle, because as an artist, once you beat a particular benchmark, you are supposed to strive for the next. Do you understand me? So you're not supposed to get satisfied at any point in life, because there is someone. You should always know that there is someone out there that is better than you. So the competition keeps coming and coming. You keep bracing yourself and keep doing your thing. You don't stop, because once you stop, there's someone out there who beats you.
Who beats you?
So you always strive to be better than who you were yesterday. The only competition you have is yourself, actually.
And have you been able to balance this career or entertainment world where everyone feels like they are inside your life, like your life is their business? Honestly, have you been able to balance it with your personal life, your career, and your personal?
It's not an easy thing, because, like I said, you're not here all by yourself. You're here because you want to entertain people, certain people. You need to make them happy. Now, you have to find a balance between career and your personal life. It's not an easy something. It's a personal decision. Like me, just like something that happened a few minutes ago. I was waiting for my friend. Before I know, I saw a lot of people. Hey, Derek, you should always know how to balance it too. It's a personal thing. You understand? For an artist, it's not something I can say, okay, do this method. It's something you should find as an artist, how to balance yourself.
Okay, so and has this been working out for you? Like, you said find a way to balance yourself. Like, can you just name something, like be more specific and name something that has helped you maintain this balance?
I think first of all, it's my mindset. Your mindset matters a lot. Like, for example, now, if I live here, I came here for interview, my mindset is programmed that I'm here for this. So if I live here now, it's a different mindset. For example, now, if I go home, my hood is a different mindset. Okay, I'm home. Do you understand me? I feel it's a mindset, so it's all about your mindset. Yeah, that's the only thing I know that helped me. You understand? Find the balance. I don't feel there's a hypothesis or something that we use to balance this thing up. It's a personal thing. Yeah.
Okay. So you know that right now,
okay,
social media has become one of the ways artists promote themselves.
Of course.
So how has it been for you? Someone that started in 2016 when social media was there, but it was not like so in focus. We didn't have TikTok. Everybody focusing on TikTok. Everybody focusing on some certain. Yes. So how have you been able to manage that and adapt to the new way?
By God's grace, when I got signed, I was introduced to Limelight to an extent. So it helped me then build my social media accounts. So I have to an extent good social media presence to an extent, and from there I started building for myself, because they'll build for you at an extent, you have to build for yourself. So I've been building for myself.
Okay. So, and we are talking about thriving in the entertainment industry and all. So at what point do you say, okay, this person is thriving? Do you get? At what point, what is the benchmark? Because, okay, you started out in 2016 until now. At this point, would you say you are thriving? At what point does someone say they're thriving?
I feel until you get the recognition needed, okay, that's when you know you're thriving. Do you understand me? You're not it's not about how long, it's not about how far, it's how well. For example, now, you might start today and the next day the limelight shines on you, your own has come. You understand me? So everybody would see that, okay, you've this one has been like now, like if I don't tell you I started since 2016, you wouldn't know. And by God's grace, if the light shines on me, you'll be like, this one just came out yesterday, but I've been out there hustling, putting in work, but you didn't notice all this while. So at the point where the limelight shines on you, that's when you know that you're striving. Yeah.
Okay, so Ruga said something recently. Like, he said the fact that a lot of Nigerian music artists, that they don't really have talent anymore, and they are just using money to promote themselves.
He said, who said?
Ruga.
Okay.
Said they are using money to promote themselves. So right now, even if you're not talented, you can be out there. People can know you. That it's like as if talent doesn't matter anymore, and producers just help with auto-tune and auto-tuning the sound coming from the artist. So I want to know your own take on this particular thing that Ruga said.
Like I said, everybody, okay, like I said, you everything you don't need, it's not all about your talent. Now you need passion, you need consistency. Now everybody is entitled to their opinion. Okay, I don't know, maybe he used money to buy his way up. Maybe that's what he's trying to tell us. No beef though, but I'm just saying, if you're consistent, no matter how talented you are, if you don't put in work, you will die. True of us. If you don't put in work, no matter how, even if you're a genius and you just hide your talents, nobody will know about you. Now, even if you don't have all the talents and you put in work, when I mean work, hard work, you push yourself beyond limits, you will still be on par with someone who has the talent. So talent alone cannot do it for you. You also need hard work. Okay, and yeah, money can also do the job for you too.
Okay, so are you agreeing with?
No. See, let me tell you. Okay. Let's get a good example. Now, for someone who was pushed with money and he moved to limelight, that means there's something about him. There's something he has. True of us. Come on, you can't push an empty. If you play me a song right now and I like the song, regardless of who the person is, that means there's something about that person.
Okay.
You understand me? The person must have talent to be able to, for me to be able to like his song.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I disagree with money. Money. Hard work is also there.
So auto-tune has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, people use who doesn't Ruga use auto-tune? He should come out and defend it. I'm no beef.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I've heard your opinion, and it's fine. So, how have you been able to handle rejection and criticism, which seems to be a lot in the entertainment world? Because everyone has an opinion now.
Yeah, of course. Anyway, the truth is, criticism is part of the journey in the industry, right? For you to get better in life, you always need people to appraise you. You always need people to tell you when you're going wrong. Okay, you always need people to tell you when you're doing something that is right also. So criticism is part of it. It's part of growth, actually, in general. You understand? Because it's feedback. Once you give, you should be able to go back and be like, how do these people perceive this music? What didn't I do right? So that in the next one you can do better. So criticism is part of it, and it's welcome. I like criticism a lot.
Okay, so you use it as a means to like improve yourself, as self-improvement.
Yeah, self-improvement.
Okay. So since 2016 to now, has there ever been a time where you were like, it seems like this music thing, I'm going to leave it. I'm not doing it anymore.
A lot of time, no cap. A lot of time, like a time. There are times in my life where I just be like, to hell with this music. Yeah, I just tell myself I'm not doing this again for real. But then I still have this. It's like I said, passion, something you love. You're doing it from your heart. Do you understand me? You're not being moved by what's happening around you. And then another thing is friends who also believe in my career. who also see the future with me. They, at one point, when I tell them, I'm not doing this again, come on, how many years now? Well, everybody, they'll just be like, we're here for you, just do it. And yeah.
Yeah, this leads me to the question I wanted to ask.
Okay.
How has networking and relationships you've built, how have they helped your journey?
It has helped a whole...
Not just personal relationships now, professional ones as well.
Yeah. Professionally, the relationship I've built, that's actually what has kept me here till today, by God's grace. And I can categorically and proudly say that since I left my label, I've had big producers produce for me, sometimes for free. It's because of the professional relationship I have with them. Okay, so yeah, it has really helped me a lot in the industry.
So talk us through leaving your label and deciding to start alone, because usually so many people feel that if you are not with a label, it kind of stops your success in a certain way or not. So yeah, talk us through that.
Okay, the truth is, the label is very important for every artist. A label, it's a backbone. It eases you of many things, of many stress, many... In fact, a label, it's like a second god in the music industry, because they have the finance, they have the connect, they have everything to make you come to the limelight. Yeah, but then it's a lot of youngies do not understand what it means to be in a record label, because a lot of them just want to sign, even without a lawyer or without going through the contract proper. And most labels are not serious. They just want to sign artists and own a record label, and then voila, whatever happens to the artist is none of their business. Okay, so.
So, how have you been? Because we heard of Liam Pan.
Okay.
I don't know if you know him. He was one of the One Direction singers, people in the band of One Direction, and he died recently, and he fell off a balcony. With the cause of his death, like the reason why he fell, has not really been said. Some people were like, okay, some drugs were in the system, like some drugs were found, but they didn't tell us like the amount and everything. So how, because whether we like it or not, he's an entertainer too, you get. So how have you managed your mental health, your health itself? How have you been able to manage it, and talk us through that?
Okay, the truth is, music is very emotional. That's one thing people do not like to say, but music is very emotional. At one point in your life, I know how many times I break down, I cry, and yeah, it's something you need to build for yourself. That's why I like personalizing it. You have to go through it yourself and find your own pill. You understand me? Because sometimes you're not. Because at one point, like right now, I can't say how many people are on my DM feeling I have it all. Because once you're exposed out there, nobody knows. Nobody cares if what they are showing is proportionate to what you have in your account. You have your personal problem, you have family, right? And you have friends, right? And even within your circle, some people are feeling like, okay, right now I'm having an interview. Maybe before I leave here, I have 3 missed calls or 5 missed calls. People are here, they're ignoring us. All those things still gets back to us as an artist. It has a way of affecting us emotionally. Now, your ability to be able to withstand this is actually personal. I cannot say this is the yardstick to actually stop this. I don't know how to do that, but I feel it's something an artist should build on his own. You understand?
Okay. Do you think resorting to pills, like drugs now, is a good idea?
No, never. I'll never encourage anyone to do drugs or pills, because once they fade, the pain and everything is still there.
It's still there.
And another thing, it's some artists, it's not easy, especially if someone like me who has been in the industry for a very long time. Sometimes you just see a young kid from nowhere just come out, and I remember some certain time my friend be like, bro, you're the biggest upcoming I've ever seen. Do you understand me? It has a way of affecting us psychologically, but then You just beat yourself at the back and be like, it's gonna be all right, and then move on. You know that one day your time will come.
Wise words. Wise words, wise words. I'm sure that those that have been listening to us so far have really learned a lot, especially if you are into the entertainment industry yourself, or you want to go into the entertainment industry. So before we leave, on a lighter note, I want to play a game with my guests. With the lovely Badman Derek.
All right, okay.
So I'll say a word and you have to sing a song that matches that word, like has that word in its lyrics.
Is it a known song or?
The point, I have to know that it has to be a song that people know at
okay.
least to some extent for me to match it and say, correct.
Okay.
Okay, so let me start easy. The word is baby.
Baby, calm down.
Okay, like I said, it was easy.
Okay.
Okay, soldier.
Soldier come, soldier go, soldier.
This my music artist is not playing, no. Okay, ask. Like ASK, ask.
If you ask me.
You see, like these things are too simple. they are too simple. Okay. Breakfast.
Last. Everybody go chop breakfast.
Okay. You've won this round.
Okay.
Now let me do another round. Okay. This particular one is different, where I would say the lyrics, like I'll read out the lyrics.
Okay.
And you have to tell me where this song is from.
Oh.
Somewhere the lyric is from, the name of the song and who sang it.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Oh yeah, get up and dance.
Oh yeah, get up and dance. Hey! Oh yeah, get up and dance. Plenty for songs. Whichever I won't call. Oh yeah. Can you go on the second line of the song?
Get up and dance. It's third line. Get up and dance.
Oh yeah, get up and dance. Shally Poppy.
Should I?
Okay.
Holy Ghost by Omali. Oh yeah, get up and dance.
Okay. Oh, that's. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I get.
Yes,
yeah.
You didn't win this one.
Yeah. At least.
Okay.
Let me leave some for you.
One last one.
Okay.
Okay. This distance is taking a hold of me for sure.
I go take time and I go come to you.
This distance is taking a hold of me for sure.
Pull over.
What's the name of the song and who sang it?
Pull Over by. Is it? It's not Ruga. Victoni.
Nope. The name of the song is Kuloza by Oxlade.
Oxlade! I sang it! Fuck! Okay, nice.
So yeah, and that's the end of the games for today. Thank you so much for chatting with me today.
You're welcome.
It's been lovely having you around.
Same here.
So guys, we've come to the end of today's episode, sadly. Because I know I'll miss you guys when you're missing me. But I hope you enjoyed yourself. I hope you enjoyed the news, the gist with my wonderful guests. Do well to tune in tomorrow by 1 p.m. if you did enjoy today's episode. And do also subscribe on our YouTube channel. Follow us on all our social media platforms. They are right there for you to follow. Yes. And like I said, subscribe. If I didn't say it before, I'm saying it again. Subscribe to that. Click that subscription button. So I've been your wonderful host, Layomi Adeyemi. And it's been E-Vibes.
Hello, and a warm good evening. Welcome to Uncommon Conversations on Signature Television. And of course, we are reaching you from the cool city state of ENUGU. Like I keep saying, ENUGU is still the capital of Southeast Nigeria. My name is Uche Nasrela. Today, we're going to have an uncommon conversation around a rare topic. Yesterday, the world marked World Nature Conservation Day. It happens on the 28th of July every month. And so yesterday was a Sunday, and we chose today to talk about it. And of course, the theme for this year's program is connecting people and plants, exploring digital innovation in wildlife conservation. And we've elected to invite an environmental consultant to throw more light on what we should know about Nature Conservation Day. And he's no less a person than a man who has bestridden the climate like a colossus. He's an expert in his field.
Welcome to Signature TV News. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, UK's Starmer meets with Norwegian PM Støre to discuss green energy deal. France to work with EU to help rebuild Mayotte, says French Foreign Minister. Britain announces £50 million Syria aid package. And youngest chess world champion Gukesh makes triumphant return to India. Details in a moment. Jonas Gahr Støre on Monday to discuss climate, energy and defense cooperation in Bergen, Norway. Starmer and Støre spoke about the importance of a partnership in addressing current global challenges, including instability in Europe, transition to renewable energy, and geopolitical concerns such as the situations in Ukraine and the Middle East. The visit included a tour of the Arkensveen Naval Base, where Starmer and Støre were accompanied by Steve Banfield, Chief of a Special Boat Service, and Kerr Andersen, Chief of Norwegian Naval Special Operations Command.
To share with you that this is possibly the strongest of friendship for Norway. Across the North Sea, we are bound together by a lot of history and common experiences, but now we are really strengthened by common issues right ahead of us. Security, a more unstable Europe, which is going to require defense cooperation, and also energy and climate, which is binding us together. So this visit, Chair, is really appreciated, and we will be moving on.
Today, as you rightly say, between our two countries, a huge amount of shared history forged, sometimes in difficult circumstances, but a very, very strong history, shared thinking, shared values, and strategically we feel very, very closely bound together. Of course, on issues to do with defence and security, but also, as you rightly say, on questions of energy.
US President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris reflected on the administration's achievements and expressed gratitude for their party's support at the Democratic National Committee's holiday reception on Sunday. Mr. Biden emphasized the progress made by his administration. Vice President Harris highlighted the unity and dedication of their supporters, noting the true measure of the strength of a leader is not based on who you beat down, it's based on who you lift up. Biden and Harris were accompanied by their respective spouses, First Lady Jill Biden and Second Gentleman Douglas Emhoff.
Just 2 weeks before being sworn in,
We just witnessed something we thought would never happen in America, a violent insurrection encouraged by the man sitting in the White House on January 6th. And so much more. We've come a long way since then. We passed historic legislation, laws that are literally building the strongest economy in the world. But look, it's also been an incredible honor to serve with someone of immense character that she demonstrated through her entire career, Kamala Harris.
With your help, we brought together people from every walk of life and every background, all united by a deep love of country, all motivated by enthusiasm and joy in our fight for America's future. And as a result of your leadership and your support, the National Finance Committee held more than 700 events across the country and raised nearly $700 million.
Our party chooses leaders who have integrity, like Joe and Kamala. People who lead with compassion and decency. People who fight so that everyone in our country gets a fair shot.
French Foreign Affairs Minister Jean-Noël Barrot said on Monday that his government will be working with the European Commission to ensure that European solidarity is in place to support the reconstruction effort in Mayotte Island. Hundreds or even thousands are here dead from the worst cyclone to hit the Indian Ocean islands in nearly a century. Barrot was speaking in Brussels, and the government and state services are already fully mobilized to provide support, reinforcement and security to the citizens of Mayotte who are suffering the tragic consequences of a disaster that has struck the island. India plans to supply liquefied natural gas (LNG) to Sri Lanka's power plants and will work on connecting the power grids of the two countries, along with plans for shared petroleum pipelines, said Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Monday. Modi was speaking at a joint press conference with Sri Lankan President Anura Kumara Dissanayake in New Delhi. The two countries also agreed to jointly develop offshore wind power potential in the Palk Straits, the water body between the southeast coast of India and Sri Lanka, an area where India's Adani Green Energy has already had plans to invest $442 million in 2 wind power stations. Dissanayake also spoke on the other bilateral issues in the Palk Straits, like the use of bottom trawling systems, which is a fishing practice that tows a net across the ocean floor. This was Dissanayake's first official visit to India after becoming Sri Lankan president in September.
The
development that is taking place in the country, Sri Lanka, should be an inclusive development for which we get the participation of people of all communities. We also want to find a durable and sustainable solution to the fishermen's issue that has become a plague for both countries. There are bottom trawling systems being adopted by fishermen in that area, the Palk Straits, and that needs to be put an end to because that will spell doom to this industry. We request the Honorable Prime Minister to put an end to practices which are detrimental to the industry and the people.
That no final decisions have yet been taken on the fate of Russia's military bases in Syria, and it was in contact with those in charge of the country. 4 Syrian officials told Reuters over the weekend that Russia is pulling back its military from the front lines in northern Syria and from posts in the Alawite Mountains, but is not leaving its 2 main bases after the fall of President Bashar al-Assad. Russia said on Sunday that it evacuated some diplomatic personnel in Damascus, as well as Belarusian and North Korean diplomats, via a special air force flight from the Kremlin air base.
There are no final decisions on this issue, the fate of Russia's military bases in Syria, at the current moment. We have contacts with representatives of those in control of the situation in the country now. And everything will be settled through dialogue.
Union Foreign Policy Chief Kaja Kallas said on Monday she had instructed the bloc's top diplomat for Syria to go to Damascus and make contact with the country's new government. Speaking to reporters on arrival at a meeting of EU foreign ministers in Brussels, Kallas said the diplomat would go to the Syrian capital on Monday.
Well, first we have to discuss on what level we are engaging with the Syrian new leadership, and then what kind of steps are we willing to take in order to have relations with them. So for us, it's not only the words, but we want to see the deeds going to the right direction. So not only what they are saying, but also what they are doing. I think the coming weeks and months will show whether it goes to the right direction, and I think then we are also open to discuss next steps. Syria faces optimistic, positive, but rather uncertain future, and we have to make sure that this goes to the right direction.
On Sunday, Mozambique was hit by Cyclone Chido, toppling utility poles, shelters, and flooding roads. Speaking from Pemba, the capital of Mozambique's Cabo Delgado province, UNICEF worker Guy Taylor said his organization was dealing with both short-term and long-term impacts, citing loss of life and damage to crucial infrastructure as an immediate priority. Longer-term impacts include children being cut off from learning and the spread of waterborne disease due to the inability to access health care. Chido cyclone also swept through France's Mayotte archipelago in the Indian Ocean before heading to Africa's east coast. In Mayotte, hundreds or even thousands are feared dead.
I'm in Pemba, the capital of northern Mozambique's Cabo Delgado province, where Cyclone Chido has made landfall this morning as an intense tropical cyclone, bringing with it very heavy winds and rain. UNICEF is concerned about the immediate impacts of this cyclone, the loss of life, the damage to schools, to people's homes, to healthcare facilities. We're also worried about the longer term impacts. Children potentially being cut off from learning for weeks on end, people unable to get access to healthcare, and the potential spread of waterborne diseases like cholera and malaria. UNICEF is here on the ground working closely with our partners and in support of government to respond to the immediate needs of those impacted by the cyclone. But with a cyclone of this magnitude, additional support is urgently needed.
Broken glass laid around on Monday in Cyrus Tartus after explosions rocked the city in the early hours of the day. The Syrian Observatory for Human Rights, SOHR, said on Monday Israeli airstrikes targeted bases of missiles and warehouses in Tartus, NASA firms. NASA's Global Fire Tracking Map detected thermal activity at the site on December 16. Israel has carried out hundreds of strikes on Syria's strategic weapons stockpiles in the days since former President Bashar al-Assad's ouster and moved troops into a demilitarized zone inside Syria. It has said it is destroying weapons and military infrastructure to prevent them from being used by rebel groups that drove Assad from power, some of which grew from movements linked to Al-Qaeda and Islamic State. Up ahead, Netanyahu and Trump discuss Gaza hostages and Syria. South Korea Constitutional Court to hold first hearing on December 27. Details in a moment. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke with U.S. President-elect Donald Trump about developments in Syria and a recent push to secure the release of Israeli and foreign hostages held by Hamas in Gaza. He said on Sunday. Netanyahu said he spoke with Trump on Saturday night.
We have no interest in a conflict with Syria. We will determine Israel's policy towards Syria according to the emerging reality on the ground. I remind you that for decades Syria was a proactive enemy state to Israel. It attacked us again and again, it allowed others to attack us from its territory, it allowed Iran to arm Hezbollah through its territory. To ensure that what happened will not happen again, we have taken a series of strong actions in the last few days. Together with Defense Minister Israel Katz, I instructed the IDF, Israel Defense Forces, to thwart the potential threats from Syria and to prevent the takeover of terrorist elements near our border. I discussed all of this again last night with my friend, US President-elect Donald Trump. It was a very friendly, very warm and very important conversation. We talked about the need to complete Israel's victory, and we also talked at length about the efforts we are making to free our hostages.
On Sunday announced a £50 million aid package to help vulnerable Syrians after rebels last week overthrew President Bashar al-Assad. Millions of Syrians need humanitarian assistance after more than a decade of civil war that shattered much of the country's infrastructure and displaced large numbers of people. Some of the many who fled the country are returning from neighbouring states. £30 million will provide immediate help to more than 1 million people, including food, shelter, emergency health care and protection for the most vulnerable, Britain said in a statement. That money must be distributed through UN channels, will support emerging needs including the rehabilitation of essential services such as water, hospitals and schools. To help Syrians in neighbouring countries, £10 million will go to the World Food Programme WFP in Lebanon and £10 million will go to Jordan via the WFP and the UN's Refugee Agency.
Well, today I'm announcing a £50 million package of support and aid to Syria, and I support the ACBA principles that were agreed yesterday. We want to see a Syrian-led and a Syrian-owned future, and we want one that is representative and inclusive. That is what partners in the region and allies, close allies, signed up to yesterday, and that's what we'll be encouraging. HDS remains a prescribed organisation, but we can have diplomatic contact, and so we do have diplomatic contact, as you would expect. We want to see a representative government, an inclusive government. We want to see chemical weapons stockpiles secured and not used, and we want to ensure that there is not continuing violence. And so for all of those reasons, using all the channels that we have available, and those are diplomatic and of course intelligence-led channels, we seek to deal with HTS where we have to.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu arrived on Monday to Tel Aviv's court to start the second week of his testimony in his long-running corruption trial. As Netanyahu entered the courtroom, located in the court's building's underground second floor for security reasons, his lawyer approached him and whispered into his ear for a minute before media were asked to leave the room. Netanyahu took the witness stand for the first time last week, saying he was being hounded for his hawkish security policies. Netanyahu, 75, is Israel's first sitting prime minister to be charged with a crime. He's testifying at the same time Israel is engaged in a war in Gaza and facing possible new threats posed by regional turmoil, including in Syria. Earlier this month, judges ruled that Netanyahu, indicted in 2019, must testify 3 times a week, forcing the long-time Israeli leader to juggle between the courtroom and the war room at Israel's defense ministry, minutes away from the courthouse. Netanyahu was indicted in 3 cases involving gifts from millionaire friends and for allegedly seeking regulatory favors for media tycoons in return for favorable news coverage. He denies any wrongdoing and has pleaded not guilty. South Korea's Constitutional Court said on Monday it will hold the first hearing in the case reviewing President Yoon Suk-yeol's impeachment on December 27, a spokesperson said. Earlier in the day, the Constitutional Court began reviewing the impeachment of President Yoon after his December 3 martial law attempt, starting a process to decide if he will be removed from office but investigators plan to question him this week. The court has up to 6 months to decide whether to remove Yoon from office or to reinstate him. The first hearing will be preparatory to confirm major legal issues of the case and schedule among other matters, spokesperson Lee Jin said at a news conference. In 2017, the court took 3 months to issue a ruling to strip then-President Park Geun-hye's presidency for an impeachment for abusing the powers of her office. Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Lin Jian said on Monday that South Korea is an important neighbor and that stability in the Korean Peninsula is in everyone's interest. China's policy towards South Korea is consistent and stable. South Korea's President Yoon Suk-yeol was impeached on Saturday by the opposition-controlled parliament over a short-lived declaration of martial law. A joint team from the police, the defense ministry, and anti-corruption agency are planning to call Yoon in for questioning on Wednesday in connection with charges, a police official told Reuters. Mali, Burkina Faso and Niger would have a 6-month grace period after their scheduled exit from West Africa's main political and economic group next month, during which the ECOWAS bloc will try to persuade them to stay. The bloc's leaders agreed on Sunday. The summit of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, was seen as a chance to address the impending withdrawal of the 3 countries on January 29, a year after they jointly announced they would leave in a reversal of decades of regional integration. ECOWAS has so far failed in its goal to push them to reconsider, but the 3 countries in the insurgency-torn Central Sahel region have set up their own alliance, sought ever closer alignment in defense and other areas, and mooted abandoning the West African Currency Union. While January 29 remains the official withdrawal date, the effective date for the departure has been extended to July 29, a transition period during which mediators from the bloc will seek to bring the 3 member countries back to ECOWAS without prejudice, Commission President Omar Traoré said at the end of the summit. On Saturday, Mali, Niger and Burkina Faso reaffirmed their decision to leave as irreversible and jointly declared that their territories will remain visa-free for all ECOWAS citizens post-exit. The well-being of Macau's residents has significantly improved over the past 25 years since the region's return to the motherland in 1999. Sek Panvan, Macau's largest public housing project, with over 9,000 residential units, stands as a testament to this progress. A decade ago, Chinese President Xi Jinping visited Sek Panvan public housing complex to learn about the work and living conditions of local residents. Housing used to be a persistent headache for residents in Macau, a densely populated region with limited resources. Since the region's return, the government of the Macau Special Administrative Region, SAR, has implemented a public housing policy aimed at ensuring that residents would have a place to live and could enjoy a stable life. This policy includes subsidized housing for low-income families and social housing with low rents for disadvantaged families. Meanwhile, the SAR government provides subsidies for families waiting for public house in accordance with their family sizes. With continuous support from the central authorities, the Macau SAR government has expanded public housing and improved supporting facilities. Sek Pai Wan has seen significant changes. On November 1 this year, the Sek Pai Wan line of the Macau Light Rapid Transit officially opened, extending light rail services to the community and greatly facilitating travel. Since Macau's return to China, the SAR government has continuously increased investment in the livelihood sector, ensuring that the benefits of development reached all residents. Pope Francis held talks with French President Emmanuel Macron on Sunday before wrapping up a visit in Ajaccio, Corsica's capital. During a one-day visit, the Pope attended a Congress on faith across the Mediterranean. He also celebrated a Catholic Mass before meeting President Macron. The Vatican estimates that about 81% of Corsica's population of 356,000 is Catholic. There are 83 priests on the island and some 30 Catholic nuns, it says. Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva said on Sunday the former Defense Minister Walter Braga Neto has every right to the presumption of innocence.
I will show you my patience and that I am a Democrat with the arrest of General Braga, Brazil's former defense minister Walter Braga Neto. I think he has every right to the presumption of innocence. I want them to have what I didn't have. Every right and every respect for the law to be complied with. But if these guys did what they tried to do, they will have to be severely punished. It is not possible for us to accept disrespect for democracy. It is not possible for us to accept disrespect for the Constitution. And it is not possible for us to accept that, in a generous country like Brazil, we have people with high military ranks plotting the death of the president, plotting the death of his vice president, and plotting the death of a judge who was president of the Supreme Electoral Court.
Neto, a retired general, is accused by the federal police of plotting a coup to overturn Lula's now re-election win over Bolsonaro and assassinate him shortly after the 2022 vote. Neto has denied any role in the alleged conspiracy. Still to come, Philippine woman sentenced to death for drug trafficking to be repatriated this week. Gazans hold prayers for people killed in Israeli strike on shelter housing the displaced. We'll bring you details of this shortly.
We are local.
We are right now with wife of the man that was
why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
A surprise jolly guest dressed in red and white can be found swimming within the 120,000-gallon window on Washington Water's habitat at the Seattle Aquarium throughout the month of December. The aquarium's tradition of hosting a diving center has been going strong for 15 years after being inspired by other associations of zoos and aquariums institutions that have similar events each year. Santa swings amongst the fish, kelp, and other sea life that dwell in waters between the Puget Sound and Washington's coastal waters. Faber is a research diver at University of Washington who also volunteers at time at the aquarium, interacting with the public and educating them about the importance of environmental conservation. The diving center idea first came about as a way to draw visitors to the Seattle Aquarium and has since become a beloved annual tradition for the aquarium and residents living in the Seattle metropolitan area. Indonesia will transfer Mary Jane Veloso, a Philippine woman sentenced to death for drug trafficking, back to her home country in the early hours of Wednesday morning, a senior official said on Monday. Veloso was moved on Sunday from a prison in Yogyakarta, where she has been imprisoned for the past 14 years, to a female prison at the capital of Jakarta. Indonesia's Deputy Minister for Law and Human Rights Affairs, Inyona Gedesura Mataram, told a press conference on Monday. The Philippine Foreign Ministry did not immediately respond to a request for comment on the repatriation. Indonesia and the Philippines signed an agreement this month to repatriate Veloso, a domestic helper and mother of two, was arrested in Yogyakarta in 2010 after being found with 2.6 kilograms of heroin concealed in a suitcase. Gazans held funeral prayers on Monday for people killed in Sunday Israeli strike on a shelter housing displaced families in southern Gaza's Khan Yunis. Medics said at least 20 people, including women and children, were killed when the airstrike hit the shelter. Israel says Gaza's militants regularly embedded among civilians, using them as human shields. Hamas denies this. The war began when the Palestinian militant group Hamas stormed into Israel on October 7, 2023, killing 1,200 people, mostly civilians, and taking more than 250 hostages back to Gaza, according to Israeli authorities. Israel then launched an air and land offensive that has killed almost 45,000 people, mostly civilians, according to authorities in the Hamas-run Gaza Strip. The campaign has displaced nearly the entire population and left much of the enclave in ruins.
The strike happened while they were at home at the school, from above, the school here in Khan Yunis. We are displaced from Rafah. We came seeking a safe place, but there's no safe place. There are no tents, no schools, no homes. God is my suffice, and the best disposer of my affairs. May God hold accountable those who brought us to this point. Our children are gone, our children are gone. Our youth are gone. Our children are gone, our lineage ended. When will this darkness end, people? I'm at a school, and my brother is at a school. The school is Ahmed Abdulaziz. People were safe, staying in their homes, shelters, after they prayed the dinner prayer. They were sitting, sleeping, and staying put in their places. They didn't see but the rocket hitting in the middle of the room, in the middle of the classroom. They were just sitting there, not doing anything. Praise God.
Gaza now has the highest number of child amputees per capita anywhere in the world, said Louise Wattridge, a senior emergency officer with the United Nations Agency for the Palestinian Refugees, UNRWA. Speaking to reporters in Geneva from central Gaza, Wattridge described the dire situation in Gaza hospitals. According to UNRWA, nearly 26,000 people have suffered life-changing injuries in the last 14 months. As of May 2024, more than 20% of households in Gaza reported having at least one disabled family member, with 58,000 disabled individuals registered by the Palestinian Central Bureau of Statistics. Wattridge also expressed grave concern about widespread food insecurity and malnutrition in Gaza.
Gaza now has the highest number of child amputees per capita than anywhere in the world. Many are losing their limbs in scenarios such as this. They're undergoing surgeries without anesthesia. I spoke to doctors at Nasser Hospital. This is the largest semi-functioning hospital in the Gaza Strip now, and they're absolutely beside themselves. It's been 14 months. People here really are surviving on bread, lentils, food in tin cans. We're not seeing fruit and vegetables around. We're not seeing people, families, children get the nutrients that they need in terms of fruit and vegetables. And this is also having a huge effect on the health of the population. In the past 4 months alone, nearly 19,000 children were hospitalized due to acute malnourishment.
Several tents were destroyed in Al-Dura Stadium, housing the displaced in Del Al-Balah following an Israeli strike. Hassan Ammar, a resident who survived the strike, said they saw strikes around midnight, a red light and a tent collapsed on us.
I mean, there's no justification. I ask the world's countries, how long will you remain silent? We have over 100,000 martyrs and 150,000 injured. Gaza is destroyed. We are back to the Nakba of 1948. There's nothing we haven't lost, whether in terms of the wounded, children or anything. When will the war stop? I hope for calm today, even before tomorrow, God willing. We've been in this torment for 1 year and 3 months. We lose someone every day, whether it's a relative, a brother, or a cousin. Until when? I still can't believe I got out. I wasn't meters away, just 1 centimeter away from the strike.
The strike led to several casualties and injuries. A statement from the Palestinian Ministry of Health said a funeral was held for several Gazans who died as a result of a strike at Al-Qasr Batayas Hospital in Deir al-Balah. Israel's military offensive in the Gaza Strip has killed at least 44,976 Palestinians and wounded 106,759 since October 7, 2023, Palestinian Enclave's health ministry said on Sunday. Israel said on Sunday its Air Force struck a command and control center in a compound in Abu Shabak clinic in northern Gaza used by Hamas to store weapons and plan attacks. The Gaza Health Ministry said a medical center, which also included a mental health clinic, was destroyed. The statement, along with footage, said to show the strike. The military said the command and control center was used by Hamas to store weapons and plan and execute attacks against IDF troops and the State of Israel. Palestinians accuse Israel of carrying out ethnic cleansing to depopulate the areas at the northern edge to create a buffer zone. Israel denies it and says the campaign targets Hamas militants and aims to prevent them from regrouping. The military says it has instructed civilians to evacuate battle zones for their own safety. Several hundred people, maybe even thousands, may have been killed by Cyclone Chido in the French archipelago of Mayotte in the Indian Ocean, a top local French official said by a local media channel, Mayotte L'Arrêt, on Sunday in Mamoudzou. Cyclone Chido swept through Mayotte overnight, Meteo France said, bringing winds of more than 200 kilometers per hour and damaging makeshift housing, government buildings and hospitals. It was the strongest storm in more than 90 years to hit the island, the forecaster said. It was difficult to ascertain the precise death toll after the cyclone, which also raised concerns about access to food, water and sanitation. Authorities said, and Bir Var said Muslims would bury their dead immediately, making it harder to count the real number of deaths. Located nearly 8,000 kilometers from Paris and a 4-day trip by sea, Mayotte is significantly poorer than the rest of France and has grappled with gang violence and social unrest for decades. Some 77% of the people in Mayotte live below the French poverty line. Former world heavyweight champion Tyson Fury is full of confidence just under a week ahead of his rematch with Ukraine's Alexander Usyk. Speaking in an interview on Sunday, Britain's Fury voiced his determination to avenge his May 19 loss to Usyk, the first defeat in 36 fights of his storied career.
Very confident. Preparations have been fantastic. I'm looking forward to smashing him up on Saturday night. I didn't learn anything. I learned that I'll do a bit more this time and win the fight. Yeah, less concerned because I've already been in there and been 12 rounds with a guy and I know we can't do anything to him. I just take one fight at a time, so I'll just focus on Saturday night and whatever happens after that will be.
Usyk beat Fury on a split decision in their first meeting to become the 4-belt undisputed heavyweight champion and in Fury's WBC title to his WBA, WBO and IBF collection. He later vacated his IBF title, which has since been won by Britain's Daniel Dubois. Indian teenager Gukesh Damaraju made a triumphant return to India on Monday, arriving at Southern Chennai Airport to huge fanfare and media frenzy. Gukesh became the youngest chess world champion by beating defending champion Ding Liren of China on Thursday in a dramatic turn of events in the last game of a 14-game match in Singapore. 18th world champion is at age 18, 4 years younger than Garry Kasparov, who has been the youngest world champion since 1985 when he beat Anatoly Karpov. The match was a 14-round long-time classical event with a prize fund of $2.5 million. American swimmer Regan Smith took 0.79 seconds off her own 200 meters backstroke world record on the final day of action at the Short Course World Championships in Budapest on Sunday. Smith, a 22-year-old 8-time Olympic medalist who claimed silver in a long-course version of this event in Paris earlier this summer, delivered a powerful performance with a 1.58.04 finish, finished 1.92 seconds ahead of Canada's Summer McIntosh, while Anastasia Chukwudai of Belarus secured the bronze. The men's 200 meters freestyle also saw a new world record set, with another American, 21-year-old Luke Hobson, clocking in with a time of 1 minute 38.61 to win gold. Australia's Maximilian Gualiene and Lucas Enbrooks of Belgium claimed silver and bronze. That's the news this hour. I am Barikumo Ado, thanking you for watching.
And so, just as the sun rises from the east, we rise to another week of excellent broadcasting. Welcome, everybody. This is Signature Morning. My name is Charles Pius.
My name is Belinda ENUGU. Happy to have you once again. We'll bring you the newspaper headlines, newspaper review, and every other interview we have lined up for your pleasure this morning.
So we'll go straight to the dailies on the papers. Thereafter, we have our reviewers, and of course, we'll have some interesting discussions today. And we have a special guest on the show today. I am not going to let the cards out of the bag, but I tell you what, it's a special guest. So stand by for that. Welcome back. So let's begin on the dailies this morning. The Nigerian Tribune newspaper, Cash Crunch, POS operators source funds from traders, with a rider increase charges by 150,200%. Not our fault. We no longer get adequate cash from banks, says operators. Development may set back CBN's cashless policy. That's on the Nigerian Tribune.
And above the marks, we have confusion in LP as fresh defection looms, with the rider Nas Kirkus meets today as APC intensifies porking. We will resist it, IFO LP spokesman.
High interest rates weaken Naira to sustain trade surplus. Capital inflows till early 2025, says analysts.
NGE expresses concern over anti-media free speech laws.
ECOWAS begins withdrawal formalities for Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, with the rider. Tinubu settles 85 billion naira, $54 million levy, tasks leaders to copy Ghana's peaceful general elections.
Kwankwaso, Duke meets Obasanjo in Abeokuta. That's on the page 22.
Reps empower SEC to regulate online forex trading platforms and others.
Ekiti PDP Congress's caretaker committee members, Fayoso, loyalists may clash. That's on the page 23.
On the Punch newspaper this morning, Tinubu not threatened by Obasanjo. Kwankwaso obeys 2027 talk, says APC.
Council autonomy, all gone. Nor get kick as governors get 2 trillion naira local government allocations. Local government bodies worried over uncertainty in Supreme Court's verdict's implementation date.
OPS fears SMEs collapse as cash scarcity lingers.
NDLEA seizes 83 kilogram drugs from Ghana, arrest free.
Abuja land only valid after payments, and CFO minister spokesperson speaks.
Dangote refinery extends exports to 3 African countries.
Death toll hits 20 as boat capsizes in Benue.
ECOWAS to approve Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso's withdrawal January 23.
We'll move over to the Vanguard newspaper this morning. Federal government overshoots 2024 borrowing target by 4 trillion naira, with a rider borrowing 49% above targets on 11th month. May hit 67% of the year end. At the year end, domestic borrowing hits 8.93 trillion. Analyst lists impacts on inflation and others. More borrowing crowds out private sector, says experts.
We've exported petrol to Cameroon, Ghana, Angola, South Africa, says Dangote refinery.
Terrorism. Federal government secure conviction of over 200 suspects, says NSA.
Botany Sharp claims 20 lives in Benue.
3 trillion naira spent on raw materials imports in 2023, says the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria.
NGE expresses concern over anti-media free speech laws.
Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger have till July 2025 to return to ECOWAS.
Moving ahead to the Guardian newspapers, Nigeria on fiscal urge. piles up 4 trillion naira unfunded deficit in 12 months. That's on the page 6.
Supreme Court rules on first suit seeking Tinubu's disqualification today.
Sanwo-Olu performs groundbreaking ceremony for Media Park Hub.
Fresh anxiety over cash accessibility as CBN threatens to impose 50 million naira fine on banks.
Igbo most marginalized in Nigeria, says Abaribe.
2,000 megawatts of electricity stranded as federal government's power project stalls.
Coalition rallies against GM Foods, canvasses agroeconomy.
Sanwo-Olu performs groundbreaking ceremony for Medi Park Hub.
So the Daily Times newspaper. ECOWAS sets transition period for Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso withdrawal.
2025 budget. Clark urges Tinubu to declare state of emergency on south roads.
Nigeria fully pays ECOWAS levy after 19 years.
Countdown to elegance. Miss Nigeria 45th edition.
Oba of Benin begins Igwe Festival in surprise move.
All the details you can find on the Daily Times. Moving over to the Nation newspaper. On the Nation this morning, APC retains dominant majority in Senate, boosts in House of Reps.
42 illegal refineries destroyed in Niger Delta, 29 held for oil theft.
States gas challenge slow down federal government CNG initiative. Southeast, Northeast not on boards. We've raised the bar, says panel chair.
Court convicts 200 Boko Haram terrorists. NDLEA intercept 3.3 billion naira drugs in car shipped from Canada.
Federation account netted 3.14 trillion naira, highest inflow in November.
Federal government goes tough on dormant landed assets.
ECOWAS, Burkina Faso, Niger, Mali free to go January 29th.
That's on the Nation newspapers. Move ahead to the blueprint. Nigeria pays 85 billion naira ECOWAS debt. $84 million levy, with the rider Tinubu urges member states to learn from Ghana's election. Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso cease to be members January 2025. That's on the blueprint.
NGE moves to meet National Assembly Information Minister AGF over obnoxious media laws, with the rider Idris Lords IPI NUJ elections urges responsible journalism.
Counter-terrorism. Federal government secures conviction of over 200 suspects.
Illicit Naira trade. Analysts back CBN's fresh sanctions on airing banks.
Sports World Cup. Sanusi will ensure Super Eagles stability and qualification.
All the details you can find on the Blueprint newspaper. Let's see if we can squeeze this one in. Daily Trust, 20 dead, 11 rescued in Benue, boat accidents.
High expectations as 32 states budgets 22 trillion naira for 2025. Appropriations upped by 31% from 2024's. Governors should prioritize capital expenditure, says expert.
Over 200 terror suspects back death sentence, life imprisonment.
Nigeria exports 181.62 billion naira electricity in 9 months.
Politics, economy in focus as Obasanjo meets Kwanguso and Donald Duke.
Kaduna reopens market after 10-year closure, urges peace.
Chris Monica joins us on the show this morning. Good to have you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Chris, and welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Charles. Good morning, Belinda. And good morning, the world.
Indeed. Politics is playing again in our own very eyes. This time around, maybe Obi is not in the mix for Kwankwaso and Donald Duke. APC is saying whatever it is that they're doing, APC is not threatened. What's your take on this?
We only got to know that there's a meeting going on in Ota, which involved Duke and Kwankwaso. And just this morning, APC is already saying no matter whatever that meeting is, they are not threatened. So I'm worried why APC is backing at every meeting They want to talk about every meeting that is held behind closed doors. They become suspicious. And that means APC should be, we have to reflect on what they are doing. If they think that everywhere people meet is just to unseat them. If APC is doing so much well, why would they worry about meetings? Why wouldn't the Duke and Kwakwanso and Obasanjo meet at his house? A lot of people have gone there to meet with him. So I felt that, you know, when the stone climbs up, all the breakables become suspicious. And that's why I think APC is worried that just a 3-man meeting. And they're worried. What will happen if they have more than 3-man meeting? What will they do? So the question is, why is APC worried? You know? So they should do what they call self-reflection. My concern is even for us to have food on our desk and our table, for our children, have means of transportation, have ease of doing business, have security. And then this politics, that's when it becomes relevant to me. As far as I'm concerned now, all these things are not relevant because they're waiting for I'm not here to assess whatever party in power and what they are doing. I'm saying if they are doing too well, they shouldn't bother about people meeting in their private and all that. Let's move on. So whoever is suspicious that people are meeting and they come immediately saying that will not unseat them, that means they are qualified to be unseated if they are looking towards every day. You know?
But you know, Kwankwaso did not deputize Peter Obi the last time. Part of the reasons why that alliance did not work. He says that the reason why he wasn't going to deputize him is because he's a senior, he has more clout, he has more followers. You know, at that time, Peter Obi really hasn't shown himself. The only time he showed himself was in 2019 when he was deputizing for Atiku. They still lost that election, even though they gained so much numbers, at least around 12 million votes in 2019. But Peter hasn't come out to go for presidency like he did in 2023. And we know that the numbers were just so much. Peter Obi scored more than 5 million votes more than him. He scored around 1 million votes.
Now,
So
what it means is that the politicians have lessons to learn. You don't know a cripple inside a kennel until they come down. You hardly know who is handicapped inside a moving vehicle until they come down. It means that you are not supposed to refuse food when it's not open and you're not seeing the food and you see the cover. If when the plate is covered and they bring food. Ada jun ninam kuchi. You only put the food and the eye will first eat before the mouth. Now, if that has happened in the past, it becomes a lesson for every politician because nobody knew that Peter Obi will command such popularity and become even regret for PDP.
Yeah.
When they have, it was like, who is this young man? What is he coming with? And I keep saying, the blow that can kill a human is not carried with the trailer. Upon a boom mother, trailer will you know, you don't have to. It's just bad. The man will die, and then you say, depending on power that's coming from, but you hardly know when somebody want to give you a blow. It's not when it comes with a barrage of it to kill. One can kill. And that's a lesson for politicians. You don't neglect anybody. You don't, how do you know the book from the cover? You don't know what is in the book from the cover. And that's about that. So this time, I'm sure there are a lot of horse trading going on and on and on and on and on. And that's why even APC, a sitting party in power, are G3 at every meeting. And they should be, because they have not met to I'm not sure, for me, who is just so objective and not in membership of any party, they have not actually made me feel that I want them to come back. Maybe they're working on that, but I've not seen it yet. So whoever marries my mom this time, because my father, whoever promises a better thing for me now, and more than what is happening here, start bending my mind towards that. And it's simple, it's natural. I wish Nigerian politics should be that way. When you convince me, It'll be on conviction and what you can do. And people over time will see, they say when a woman marries 2 husbands, we know which one is better. Nigerians are due to marry 2 husbands and they will choose which one is better. And we married so many husbands, our case is even more than that. We've married Buhari, we've married Goodluck Jonathan, we've married Yaradua, and currently, Jagaban is our wife, our husband. We are checking. The man where they cried, the sea road. Let's move on.
Interesting.
Yes.
OPS fears SMEs collapse as cash scarcity lingers. And of course, the POS operators have come out to say that it's not their fault. They no longer get adequate cash from the banks.
They should. The banking system in Nigeria should be jittery because the system has created its own banking system. I said it yesterday. Nigerians have distrust in the whole CBN banking thing, and they're not in control. That's what it means. Nature abhors vacuum. The people have come to find a way to survive. They don't want... Remember the proverb, they say, if a man is beaten by a bee once, if he sees a ENUGU fly, he will run. And that is exactly what's happening to Nigerians. Nobody wants to experience what happened during Naira swap of beginning of 2023. Is it? At the beginning of 2024, ending of 2023, beginning of 2023. It is a very sad thing for anybody to want to repeat itself. So the people there's cash demand, and you say you are doing cashless. The banks are smiling every day to their banks, providing big profit. At transfer of 100 naira, they are taking 10 naira. Check it by 200 million Nigerians. In an economy where people are suffering, only the banks are declaring trillions of... Something is wrong. Why must we... They should be at gradual thing. Why is it... Bam! Are we so developed if we want to be like America? Why are we not like America in all classes of our development? They will look out for loopholes where people will be milking others dry. Check how many buy credit data online they're charging you. Everybody is encouraging people and paying. Who is giving you credit? You go and use the money, buy credit. They charge you for buying credit. They charge you for selling credit to you. There was one day I wanted to fight a woman. You put POS and he said you put charge, and I'm buying goods from your shop. It will still charge me. That's exactly what Nigerian banking system did to Nigerians, and they've learned their lesson. Now they're looking for alternative. This is the end of the year. Nigerians know why is it that everything in Nigeria is hard? There was this joke when the university, say a young boy came from abroad and his peers took him to go and smoke Igbo, all these youth exuberance. When he finished smoking Nigerian Igbo, maybe he used to smoke Igbo abroad, but when he smoked Nigerian Igbo, he shouted, "Everything Nigeria hard!" Why is everything Nigeria hard? Why are they not making it easy? So the POS operation, if you go and put your money in the bank, you go there, they give you 5,000 naira. Because the big men at home, they're sending cash to them. The CBN are printed new naira notes. You don't see them. That's why we still find old notes, smelly old notes, circulating, because from filling stations, people want to spend their old notes. Only filling stations get them. Supermarkets get them. All those meat shops, So it's still the one. People have abandoned the banking system. They should go and reclaim. CBN should look through it. Because the cash crunch is dealing on Nigerians and they want to make a way out of it. So POS operators have become the easiest source.
But do you think that probing CBN is enough for them to get to work this time around?
I don't know what CBN to do. I'm not a financial expert. All I know is that the nature abhors vacuum. This cash crunch, people do not want to experience it again. And the operators, you go to POS, every street you find more than 20 POS operators, and people are still operating. You go to banks now, the banks are almost empty. Only people who knew documentation go to the bank, and they still have their glitches. So people now want to be moving, not when there's this hardship and hunger. You have 5,000 naira to spend, and you go and you can't find it. Or you have emergency, you're going to go to the hospital, the bank will give you 5,000 naira. Why the big men in Nigeria are spending billions? Who is giving them those money? You find them spending money at occasions, and they're spending mints. Why the hoi polloi, the wretched of the earth like us, can't have access to? So we find a way of making the money and getting the money to spend. So let's CBN go back to the drawing board and find a way around it. I don't have issue about it. Because if I need money and I need to spend it, and the little I have, I'll find a way of getting it to spend. And if it's POS operator that will give it to me, even with added cost,
yeah,
I'll get it instead of check the transportation from your house to bank. From one point of movement in where I'm staying is about 500 naira. And to go to bank, you spend that 1,000 to go and come back. Well, a POS is at home, who will charge you 100 naira. You are going to bank to withdraw 5,000, but POS in front of your house is charging 100 naira. My dear, is it not the simple economics? And our Nigerians are good at native intelligence. So I will go and, I will patronize the POS operators. Let the banks, CBN and all the commercial banks continue to carry the cash to the homes of the big men. It's the same country. Anybody or any goat like Nigeria lies down on the skin, on the ground, is lying on the skin. So Nigerians, good luck. Whatever you sow, you will reap. Let's go. Somebody is Belinda. You didn't pronounce that very well when you were talking. They say people are poaching. When I didn't remember what you call it. It's confusion in the LP as more. But it's when he says some more people are poaching and they are worried.
Poaching.
Yeah, APC opposition welcome whatever. Okay. All I know is that the LP is worried that the visiting parties, PDP and APC, are poaching from there. And they should look at their house. Because if a house that is confusion in LP as fresh defection looms. NAS caucus meets today as APC intensifies poaching. We will resist it, Ilo. That's the LP spokesperson. That's LP keep talking and talking, and they are collapsing. When this thing started, I told them, LP is like a man who they told you that they're going to roast you. They went and they started taking their daily bath in the morning, night, and afternoon, with combustibles, whether they were using CNG or petrol. I don't know which one is cheaper they're using to bath. And somebody has said, I'm going to roast you. You are using those inflammables to bath. Good luck to LP, because instead of consolidating on the good luck that the obedience brought them, and they span with it, they were there pursuing shadows. They were pursuing rats where their house were burning. And then the proverb says a man who does not know where the rain started beating him will never know or remember where it stopped beating. That's the case of LP. As these people are moving, that's the horse trading. Yesterday, somebody was saying, as most of them are not even going to NP, APC, most of them are going back to PDP. So I know that 2027 is going to be very interesting.
It is actually.
It's going to be very interesting. My own is food and a little well-being and health, so that we'll be alive to see 2027.
We will be alive.
Well, that's the prayer. Everybody, but from all the indication, with all the things that challenge in Nigeria, and if you share the risk that is facing Nigeria, an average Nigerian is a very difficult situation. But we are still the most prayerful nation in the world. So God will still look our way. Let's go on.
Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger have till July 2025 to return to ECOWAS. Another paper was.
And I'm saying the January, by January, they cease to be members.
Yeah, so.
There's a word in Yoruba is Oworon Komi. Within concern me. These people made clear decisions that ECOWAS is no more protecting their interest, and they don't want to continue to be in an association where you automatically they look like just a new level of colonialism. Everybody is tilting towards, and that's why a lot of analysts are looking at Nigeria's tilt back to France. While most of the people are pulling away. Let's wait for Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, and see whether they will come back to ECOWAS.
You think it's a wrong move for Nigeria to align with France, given that some of these Francophone countries are pulling away from France?
You are the leader of ECOWAS. You have children. You are the leader, you have children. And your children are crying, pointing at us, that man, they beat us, now that man is beating me, daddy. And the only thing you can do as mother is to go and align with that man and parley and hug him and say, don't worry, don't mind these fools. These are my children, they have a way of causing trouble. That's an analogy. The way to explain it to a simple man. Nigeria is leader of ECOWAS, and most of your members are pulling away from the Francophones. The best thing you can do as a leader is to embrace the Francophone. Good luck. From whatever point that decision is made, the view is clear. Our president must know what he intends to get. The only thing that visible that was there in the press is that they signed a big mining contract, a bilateral agreement with France. That's the outcome of that trip. But beyond that, we still wonder. Do we still need France to mine all the minerals under our ground? It's like in this century, you're still calling on maybe if America to come and Russia to come and help you drill oil. When at this time they should be gradually withdrawal for us to man our resources and see what to do. Is it the time you are going to sign a bilateral agreement with France to come and help us with mining? And we are sitting on a lot of resources. So out of 37 mineral resources under Nigeria in commercial quantity, about 27 of them are up north. Is it that if you do not know Well, the case of Nigeria shouldn't be like, he said, if you have your plate and you say, this my plate is not worth it, your neighbor will use it to as trash can. So you must value what you have. Nigerians have not over time convinced me that they value whatever they have. They throw it to the dogs. That's why you find a lot of Chinese and Asians in Nigeria. They're every corner. Some of them are doing some illegal mining and everywhere. They're sending our resources away and we are clapping for them. The Bible says that while the men were asleep, the devil came and sowed her. This devil that sowed her in Nigeria, the people like Belinda that are firecracker prayer should begin bind and cast them. Because, I don't know, at the point you look at it and say, who did this to us? Who did this to Nigeria? And we have not answered that question. Maybe I'm also answering because I can't remove myself. I am part of that. So who did this to us? I also have not found the answer. But if you find the answer, please go to the comment section. Tell us if you know who did this to us. If you don't know, you have an idea of how we come out from what they did to us. Because this thing now, I don't think it's clear eyes. Don't be clear eyes. Nigeria on fiscal age piles up 4 trillion unfunded deficit in 12 months. Meaning that whatever you have budgeted, or whatever trillions you have budgeted, that you have 4 trillion already facing you, which you didn't service in 12 months. You have to first go back. So that means we are running around a circle. We clearly go and wash our hands with disinfectant so that, and go and break pan kernel for the chicken. For how long can this happen? This unfunded deficit in 12 months, and it's piling up. Before you know it, another 12 months. So we are running around the vicious circle of debt servicing in Nigeria. Whatever we are doing is going into debt servicing. Can't we at a point look back and stop and say, do we really need to continue to live like this? Because until if we are doing sacrifice, and the sacrifice from head to toe, not sacrifice from down, when it gets to a certain point, it stops. Yesterday we saw a newspaper headline, said governors and leaders in Nigeria reveling in luxuriousness, while the people that are ruling are living in abject poverty. And that's how it's not balanced. It doesn't balance. It's no balance for our eyes. So when you talk, you use the popular Nigerian slangs. They say, like, these leaders are whining us. They're not telling us the truth. They will talk this one, and then they will do another with that. So it's not to the best of our. Yeah. So our time is up, and we say states gas challenges slow down federal government's CNG initiative. If we have to have challenge, let's stop the CNG at where it is and get it right so that we won't have the challenges. Must we have challenge in everything we get into? Nigeria pays 85 billion ECOWAS debt and $54 million levy to the Senate ECOWAS. And the membership is smaller now because with about 4 nations out,
pulling out,
yeah, until they come. So these are, I think, the much we can take
now.
Yeah,
thank you very much, Chris Maduka, for your time. That's the much we can take for the review. We're going for a short break, and we'll come back. We'll bring you more discussions. You do go anywhere.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the market is in chaos? People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
we have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
is ready. Strikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get ready. It's the Voices in Praise Grand Finale. Join us as 20 gifted voices lift his name high, all for a chance to get amazing prizes. Witness pure talent and powerful praise as they compete for 1.5 million naira in prizes. It's happening at Amadio Event Center. Come December 16th at 3 p.m. Entry is free. Don't miss the music, the worship, the glory, a night to remember. Voices in Praise Grand Finale, where gospel music shines. See you there.
He really does what he says.
You guys saw all the ambitions. We came here to come and extract and rob these people. Why are you studying it? We go wrap it back. So nothing was done for quite a few years until 1926. Amory Talbot's Peoples of Southern Nigeria was published. And of course, the very famous GT Pastor about the Igbos, which provided a bit of an insight. But then all of these works had one flaw. They were written by four outsiders who had a very subjective view of who we were. And not just that they had a subjective view, and a very cynical subjective view. And the language, you cannot come to the land, spend even 10 years and taking to understand. The point is, the Igbos are heterogeneous culturally heterogeneous by nature. As I was talking to the children earlier today, we make the mistake of sometimes saying, all things are an Igbo. Hold on, sir. Where an Igbo? Where is this done? Cultures can vary across and there. We have to do difference of Ojoji and difference of Chiba. Now, the Ezra title, or Igbo title as it became later, was brought in by Umeze Chiba settlers who came by Kotalo Udo.
Welcome to Southeast News on Signature TV. As always, it's a beautiful day. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Let's start with the headlines. ENUGU government commits 2 billion naira to upgrade teaching hospital, student hostels. Troops kill 4 hoodlums, arrest 5 in Imo. Stay with us as we bring you the details. Governor Peter Mba of Enugu State says government has committed over 2 billion naira to upgrade Enugu State University teaching hospital and building of students' hostels to address the problem of accommodation scarcity. Mba disclosed this while answering questions from a student union leadership during his town hall meeting with Enugu people with the theme Governance Issues, the Journey So Far. Said that his administration was not only building smart schools for primary and secondary students, but committed to building an innovation and experiential learning for state tertiary institutions. According to him, the state government has committed in a sort of loan over 2 billion naira to give it a facelift. He also said that by 2025, the state will be building 17 smart green secondary schools, aside the 245 of 260 smart green schools going on across the state, from nursery to junior secondary school 3. He said that by September 2025, Every child in the state will be at the smart schools learning, adding that 11,000 smart school teachers and directors of experiential learning have been trained. A neurosurgeon, Professor Chika Ndubisi, has emphasized the need for more streamlined hospital models to improve medical service delivery. He advocated for public-private partnerships, intramural practices for patients, funding for research, and a prompt referral system to enhance in-hospital outcomes. Professor
The
Ndubisi
41st
stated
inaugural
this
professorial
at the
lecture
41st
at Enugu State
inaugural
University of
professional
Science and
lecture
Technology.
at the Enugu State University of Science and Technology with the theme Preventing the Paralysis Paradox in our Nervous and Medical Systems, identifying the problems and igniting progress, held at the ASUT College of Medicine Auditorium. The inaugural lecture highlighted the economic inefficiencies caused by a significant gap between the demand for neurosurgical treatment and the actual access to care.
Professorial lecture at Enugu State University of Science and Technology, ASUT, with the theme Preventing the Paralysis Paradox in Our Nervous and Medical Systems, Identifying the Problems and Igniting Progress, underscored the need for an overhaul of Nigeria's health system, particularly in the area of service delivery. Professor Ndubisi advocated for public-private partnerships, intramural practices for patients, funding for research, and a prompt referral system to enhance in-hospital outcomes. The inaugural lecture highlighted the economic inefficiencies caused by the significant gap between the demand for neurosurgical treatment and the actual access to care.
I want to remember my grandmom, who I lived with for more than 3 years at my prime age. She prayed so much for me, and I think the prayers have finally matured. I don't have any conflict of interest, but I have to recognize all the institutions that made me what I've become today, in one way or the other. Our learning objectives are to orientate our attention to some essential but neglected details we need to preserve our nervous system. We also try to ignite ideas needed for the change in medical system that we all yearn for. And we'll go home chewing the cud on how the research knowledge we've generated over the years could be harnessed to achieve quality health care and economic liberation for our society. But how did we arrive at today's topic in the first place? I will take you through a journey. Neurosurgery has struggled in Nigeria as a specialty. In fact, probably the only specialty in the head that is still a subunit in surgery. Others have become a full faculty and department in their own right. My mentor, the ophthalmologist, is laughing at me because she knows what I'm saying.
Speaking on the occasion, the Enugu State Governor, Peter Mba, who was represented by the Commissioner for Water Resources, Dr. Felix Nnamani, reassured the school management of government support to enhance the learning environment at the institution.
The leadership of Melphis, whom our university has just signed an agreement with to partner in neurosurgery, sciences. Members of the State House of Assembly, especially the Honorable Speaker represented by my brother, who is representing Uji River constituency. I thank everyone and permit me to stand on the established protocol. This afternoon, our professor, he just put it right. He said, I'm just a new professor. I started professing from now. And we'll listen to all the recommendations he has given us. On the part of government, on behalf of His Excellency Dr. Peter Mba, everybody will agree with me that this auditorium is not befitting to this great institution. And as I go back today, I'll make proper recommendations that something should be done to address this auditorium.
ASUT Vice-Chancellor Professor Aloysius Michael Okolie praised the growth and development at the college, highlighting the institution's collaborations with specialist hospitals to improve medical practices.
He also announced the approval of new courses by the National Universities Commission (NUC) for the University's College of Medicine, emphasizing the commitment to providing world-class learning experiences.
We thank His Excellency for the support he has been giving us, giving to the college, giving to ISUT. We have received enormous assistance. In fact, virtually 70–80% of all the equipment we needed for these 4 programs were provided by His Excellency. And we are looking forward to receiving positive results from all the programs that we are reaccredited. Top on the list is Faculty of Law. We are very hopeful that before we go for Christmas, we'll mark 100% positive results in all the reaccredited programs of the university. So we thank you so much. What we are doing is just a starting point. For us, we have not started. We are going to start when we reach where we are going.
The lecture concluded with the presentation of certificates and copies of the inaugural lecture to Professor Ndubisi, along with goodwill messages from distinguished individuals in attendance.
Residents of ENUGU State engaged Governor Peter Mba in a town hall meeting organized to reflect on government social and economic policies. The town hall is the second of its kind since Governor Mba assumed office in May 2023. The meeting with the theme Governance Issues, the journey so far, was a conglomeration of market unions, transit workers, government officials, media practitioners, and various civil society organizations. Signature TV's correspondent Chinemeru Nkegbenam was there and now reports.
Governor and asked questions about his administration's policy and projects. The gathering, which includes people from all walks of life, including those living with disabilities, sent a clear message of hope and great expectations for the ongoing administration. Feeding questions from participants, Governor Peter Mba reaffirmed his administration's commitment to the development of the state, citing the town hall meeting as a testament to this pledge. Members of the Joint National Association of Persons with Disabilities, JONAPID, shared their concerns and expectations, highlighting the plea carried over from the last town hall meeting.
I have just one expectation here, and that is the establishment of the Disability Commission and the member. That's what I want for the governor as a person with disability. We are pleading for that more inclusive, because that's what we are asking for, and we are pleading for this Disability Commission. It will really help us so we can be able to stand on our own.
Rising from the last town hall meeting that was held, the result we got was your directive for the Justice Ministry to Gazette 2023 Disability Law. Thank you, sir. Sir, our question concerns here today is to plead and beg. Is there any hope for this special committee to have this commission on board as soon as possible?
The governor reassured people
that their concerns would be addressed, noting that the signing of the 3 executive bills signed when he assumed office underscores his administration's commitment to transparency, accountability, and development of the state.
Conferences and events are key drivers of economic growth. So we are optimistic that the International Conference Center will boost our efforts towards diversifying our economy.
Mba highlighted some of his developmental strides in education, healthcare, infrastructure, economic growth, agriculture, water resources, and security sectors, promising to do more in the coming years. He also emphasized the need for potable water, well-paved roads, industries, and equipped healthcare facilities in the states.
There's a curfew, this 9 p.m. curfew in ENUGU. The 9 p.m. Tricycles and minibuses. Once it's 9 p.m., activities come to a standstill in ENUGU.
Neither the need to have fully functional hospitals nor have well-paved roads devoid of potholes can be considered of more importance than keeping the people safe from the perils of insecurity and reviving industries that once employed thousands of youth. We have devoted attention to these and other experiences in the last 18 months. Of course, there have been challenges as there will be in every human endeavor. But we remain unfazed in our resolve to surmount those challenges.
The town hall meeting demonstrated Governor Mba's commitment to transparency and accountability, indicating that the journey had just begun and more is expected from his governance. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
Investors have been called upon to recognize Anambra as a prime destination for investment in the agricultural sector and renewable energy solutions. The call was made by Mark Okoye, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Anambra State Investment Promotion and Protection Agency. He spoke with newsmen on the sidelines of the Africa Investment Forum Market Days 2024, which closed recently in Rabat, Morocco. Okoye noted that Anambra State's emergence as a top investment destination in Nigeria was as a result of a strategic location, rich natural resources, and business-friendly environment. He highlighted Anambra's focus on agriculture, particularly the development of an agro-industrial complex within the state's mixed-use industrial city. The project has received a significant boost, with the African Development Bank, AFDB, mobilizing over $2 billion in financing. Anambra was selected as one of the top states in the first phase of a program, which Okoye attributed to its readiness and willingness to work with investors. Okoye also emphasized Anambra's commitment to ease of doing business, ranking 7th in the country and 1st in the southeast and southern Nigeria. According to him, the state's geographic information system ensures that investors can quickly and easily acquire land with all necessary documentation processed within a week. Okoye also highlighted the state's focus on renewable energy with plans to provide power to major markets in the state. The Rotary Club of ENUGU honored 7 individuals for their outstanding dedication to serving humanity, marking the conclusion of another successful Rotary year. The Rotary Club commemorated the achievements of the first half of the Rotary year, setting the stage for continued success and service to humanity. The event was attended by esteemed guests including Vin Martin Obiorilo, the CEO of Signature TV, the Assistant Deputy Representative for Enugu Zone 10, Kingsley Chukwujeku, highlighted the pivotal role of Rotary in advancing social development.
Today we are celebrating Rotary, we're celebrating ourselves. We've had a wonderful first half. Our Rotary year started on July 1st, and today we're celebrating the wonderful work you've done for the year. We're celebrating the hard work of Rotarians, of volunteers, of volunteers that have partnered with us. We're celebrating with people that have done well for the first half of the year, of this Rotary year, to create impact in various ways in our community. People that have put in the work, put in their resources and themselves to ensure that humanity becomes itself while they are here. So we are celebrating everyone that have done anything of impact for their community and for themselves.
President of Rotary Club, Enugu City Layout, and one of the award recipients, Priscilla Chukwuneke, expressed gratitude for the recognition, underscoring Rotary's significant impact on community development.
Award was a shock to me because I didn't expect it. It took God be the glory, is what God wants me to honor to. And as well, I thank each and every one of the Rotary that remembered me. I have a sons and daughters in the Rotary Club, and that is why they gave it to me. You were I acted with them, you were I chatted with them, you were I played with them, so friendly with them, and helpful to them. And I believe that next year they will do more, and I will do more to them.
In addition to fostering a sense of camaraderie, attendees enjoyed a diverse range of entertainment, including the pageants, spoken word performances, and various games that added excitement to the evening. Abia State Independent Electoral Commission, ABSEC, has assured the ad hoc staff who worked during the November 2nd, 2024 local government election that their entitlements will be paid. This is coming amid concern that the workers have not been paid over 1 month after the exercise. The Commission also appealed to the general public to ignore those it describes as mischief makers who, according to it, are mobilizing some young persons to protest because of a delay in the payment of the money. Statement issued by Afulike Christian, the Special Assistant to the Chairman of ABSEC on Communication, Planning and Strategy on Sunday evening, said that the claims that the electoral umpire will not pay the ad hoc staff for the services they rendered during the local government election are false. The Commission further said that it operates on the platform of New Abia Mantra, where every worker that deserves his or her wages must be paid. The police command in Anambra has urged the residents of the state to be conscious of people living around their neighborhood this festive season. Command's Public Relations Officer Tochukwu Ikenga made a call in a statement issued in Oka on Sunday. Ikenga also advised residents to avoid actions that could trigger fire outbreak, such as uncontrolled bush burning and dropping of cigarette butts during the Harmattan. He further advised the public against use of fireworks and other explosives, careless handling of receptacles for trash, poor handling of electrical appliances, among others. He urged residents to partner the police command to provide them with the right atmosphere for a smooth festive period. The officers and men of the Enugu State and the Federal Fire Services on Saturday extinguished an inferno at a section of a modern timber market in the state capital. Fire, which cause cannot be ascertained, started at about 6 p.m. on Saturday. The director of the ENUGU State Fire Service, Okudirioha, was also the state's chief fire officer, said there was no loss of life in the incident. Said that they took the quick intervention of a state fire station at the market to start battling the fire while calling for assistance from the Federal Fire Service headquarters. Due to numerous fire incidents in the market, the state government established a fire service station in the market. However, an eyewitness said that the personnel at the market fire station were not quick to attend to the fire, which contributed to the extent of damage. A combined team of security operatives made up of a Nigeria Police Force, Armed Forces Department of State Security Service, and the Nigeria Civil Defense Corps has dismantled criminal hideouts responsible for incessant civil unrest in Eziama Autonomous Community in Beichilo local government area of Imo State. The police spokesperson Henry Okoye on Sunday said the operation led to the killing of 4 suspects, the arrest of 5, and the recovery of various firearms and other items linked to the suspects. State Commissioner of Police Aboki Danjuma and other service commanders conducted an assessment of the ongoing operation in Eziama Autonomous Community aimed at targeting criminal hideouts responsible for violent attacks and kidnappings in the region. Police spokesperson hinted that the operation leading to the dismantling of a suspect hideout was followed by protracted gunfire, with the terrorists disclosing that 8 motorcycles and several dangerous weapons, including explosive devices and communication equipment linked to the suspects, were recovered. The CP reassured the police that the security agencies were working in unison to protect the state and called on citizens to work in partnership within this holiday season. That's the news. When we return, we'll invite you to join us in our conversation corner. Stay with us. Welcome back. Now it's time for us to get into our conversation corner. We've talked about many issues, but one issue that appears to be central to all the conversations we've had on Southeast News appears to be that of unity of family. When a family is not united, a lot of issues come to the fore. Moral issues, values. How do we hold our cultural norms together? How does it impact on us? Some time ago, we talked about parenting. And at the end of the day, we discovered that once that thread that holds together the family unit is cut or broken, it appears that all is lost. So today, we're going to look at socioeconomic factors that influence or create opportunities for a degradation in morals. Or put it another way, what causes moral decadence? And how can we, as a group, begin to find workable or practical solutions to ensure that we stamp it out of our society, or better put, reduce it to the barest minimum. With me is someone that has been on this platform before, but then she was way out of this place, so we were talking via Zoom, and Zoom couldn't connect, so we had to talk through the phone. Onyeka Udegbunam is not new to us, to me, and to you, because she is Executive Director of Hope Givers Initiative and a community women leader. She's lots more than that. But Onyeka, You're welcome to Southeast News.
Thank you very much, Barry.
I'm glad I dragged you out.
My pleasure, any day.
So, in looking at moral decadence, we need to, side by side, ask ourselves those questions. How did we get here? Because when we were growing up, we were told what societal values were, what cultural norms were, what it takes to inculcate this into the average person to become great or a better person in the society. So how do we get to this point whereby what is right is becoming wrong and what is wrong is becoming right?
Barry, thank you very much. A lot of factors contributed to this. And when I mean a lot of factors, you can talk about poverty, you can talk about inequality, you can talk about the failure of families. And then you can talk about, you know, when you talk about failure in family, you can even talk about we've lost our moral values. Like you said, when we're growing up, there is something my parents used to tell us, and they call it this iha abronjimalo. They call it injimalo, meaning what our family is known for, what our community is known for. And then you see parents, once their child is leaving, going to school, you will see parents call the child to advise the child. You will hear things like, kenapo, lutekwa, remember where you're coming from. That they don't know us with stealing. We are not known to behave anyhow. So whatever you're doing, remember your roots, remember your background. But we've lost all those things. And like I said, poverty is one of the root causes. Because then you could see fathers going to work, going to trade, going to source for income to uphold the family. Most women then were teachers, classroom teachers, who go out at certain time and come back at certain time. So the children are not left all alone. These days, because of the economic situation, the father is out, the mother is out. The children are left with televisions, unmonitored. And there are a lot of things now shaping the character of our youth. And we call them modern. So these are modern things. They are in the jet age. And our children are jetting out. And jetting out of culture, jetting out of morals, jetting out of norms and everything. Jet age. You see a child from a family will see an adult and find it difficult to greet. Most of them, you will hear something like, say good morning. And you will say, morning, my dear. Not knowing that that child is asking you as an elder to say a good morning. You see things like, okay, let's even talk about what happened at Federal Government College. How can students be so heartless, no matter what that boy has done? There is what you call the carrot and stick. You beat with one hand and then you come back with the other hand. But a situation where our society, we have lost values. I am telling you, human life does not mean anything to us anymore. Looks like everything now is about money, is about wealth, is about those that have made it. And then those in the jet age, they are jetting into all manner of phones that their parents cannot buy for them. And then they come home with those phones and no father or mother will say, where did you get this phone? How much did you buy it? And so it looks like our children has grown more than us. But for people like me, I don't believe so. Because there is an Igbo adage that says, n'okro ada akali onye kolia. Because okro choi kalege, ibendi ani ebendi ano. Omalo no mado kolia. So a lot of things have happened. When you're talking about wealth, you see parents even encouraging their girl child to go into prostitution. Not just their girl child. From recent research, it's not just the girl child that is into prostitution. Even the boy child is into prostitution. And what are we doing about it? All we care is let them bring the money. And the society is not helping matters because prostitution is no longer prostitution. It's been baptized to as far as they are concerned, to a more suitable name. They call it run, sabi, hook. Which one? You know, but this is just something that is terrible. And the society is keeping quiet. The world is keeping quiet. And that is why I'm sorry to say, I don't know whether it's acceptable in your station, but I want to tell you that that's one of the main reasons why I was excited when Donald Trump won the election.
Okay. Given all the analogy you brought out and the current situation in the southeast, all over Nigeria, remember my question is, where did we miss the track? Because you talked about your parents. I would also talk about my parents. And people of our age group would always talk about their parents. And now, some of us are fathers and grandfathers. So where did we miss it? Because the Jet Age and the Gen Zs we are talking about are generations after us. It's like somebody saying that the level of education in the country has gone down. It's worse off. Yet, some people benefited from that system when the system was one of the best. What happened?
Okay, you want me to tell you from where we missed it. Okay, Barry, let me ask you, what's the meaning of Gen Z?
Gen Z?
Yeah.
You don't know?
Yeah, tell me the meaning.
Well, let me answer you with an answer you had given earlier.
Okay.
During our time, we talked about Jet Age. So now it's Gen Z.
You know why I asked you? It's just that we just keep giving evil names. Gen Zs, so they no longer listen to their parents. We missed it from, as far as I'm concerned, from our age. We became too busy. Now we no longer have time to sit with our children and teach them. When we were growing up, you come back from school at 2:30. You take your siesta. And then you come back and your mother or father or whoever sits with you to do the homework. In our age, you leave the child in school till 5 p.m. so that you will come back from work. By the time you pick up the child, you are rushing home to prepare dinner. The child is tired. You manage to get the child to do one or two things and the child goes to sleep. I ask you a question. At what time did you sit down to find out what happened to that child while the child was in school? Because all these things are important. By the time you sit with your child to find out what happened during the day, you'll be able to pick 1, 2, or 3 things. And you'll be able to advise the child on the ones that are right and the ones that are wrong. But the child goes to sleep, you manage to sleep, early the next morning you're up and running. And the child goes. So we don't have time for our children. That's the truth. We hardly have time for our children. And because we're so busy again, you find out that the rate of divorce single parenting keeps increasing, let nobody be fooled. One person cannot train up a child. It's rare. It may not be impossible. But a father in the home has a role to play. A mother has a role to play. And so when you leave it for one person, of course that gap will exist. And at times when I look at, especially in terms of dressing, when I look at what's happening now, I just keep asking people, if the children we trained are like this, so what will their own children look like? And you find out that for me, we're going from bad to worst. And it is only God that can help us.
Now, if we are going to wait for God to come down, that may not happen immediately. It can, but may not happen immediately. So what are we supposed to do? How are we to unlearn, relearn, and begin to learn and enlighten ourselves to get it right?
Barry, let me start with what you just said.
Are we saying that they've gone so far, or we have gone too far down the road that we can't turn back?
No, we can. We can. And when I say God, we don't expect God to come down from heaven. Part of what molded our character then, plus all our parents did, was the fear of God. Even those who were not Christians were afraid of their deity. But these days, how many parents, let's start from there, how many parents wake up in the morning and wake up their children to say, let us pray? How many parents at night call their children and say, let us pray to God? Because God, whether we like it, is at the head, the center, and the tail of everything. And so we need God. Having said that, it is not too late. Like I said, okro ada kalionye kolea. If we deliberately, it has to be a deliberate attempt. If we bring out time and deliberately decide to show our children the right road, we will still salvage a lot of them. We may not salvage all, but we will salvage a lot of them. Take Southeast for instance. Look at the rate of kidnapping. Look at the rate of robbery. We were not known for such things. The average Igbo man values human life. We were never known for such things. So if the parents deliberately decide to come back home, bring out time for their children, teach them what is right and what is wrong. It is in this age that children watch anything. When we were growing, yes, they could watch TV, but there are certain programs that are not meant for children. It's not just TV now, because most of them don't even bother. You can off your TV for as much as they care. They have their phone. And with handset, of course, all manner of things happen there. You could just be sending a message and Pono appears. We can't run away from these things. And that's why I keep saying, using the word deliberate. We must tell our children these things. It's just like the time has gone when you will tell a child, if a man touches your bum, come and tell me. Or if a man touches you, you will get pregnant. No. We've passed that age. Let me borrow your word. In the Gen Z world, you don't have to tell a child if a man touches you, you will get pregnant. Be bold about it. What is wrong in telling a child if you have sex? Because the truth that we do not know is that these children already know more than we do. We think we are hiding, we think we are protecting them, but they know more than we do. And so we must begin to talk to them. Another issue we have is that those who try to correct their children do not do it in love. Gone are the days when you use force on a child. You must make that child your friend. We must make our children have confidence in us. But you see a situation where children now have confidence in their friends. And they come back, they don't tell you. Because they are not your friend. And because maybe when they tell you, you would tell them how you were a virgin before you got married. How you were taking first positions in school. And so they won't tell you. But if we make our children our friend, they will feel free to come to us. And when they come to us, we should be able to discuss no matter what it is. I'm not saying don't scold them. If they deserve to be scolded, then you scold them and still bring them back to understand why you scolded them and tell them not to do it next time. And tell them the implications of those things. Why do we stay home with our children and they are depressed? We don't know. Simply because we are no longer friends. Why would you be home as a father or a mother and your child prefers to lock him or herself in a room and you don't care, you're too busy to even notice? We must begin to pay deliberate attention to these things. We must begin to pay deliberate attention. Your child will come in with a bottle you think is water. When you see him holding the bottle today, tomorrow, next, you should be able to find out what is this. And it's not out of place if I say, okay, let me taste what you're drinking. And so we must make deliberate attempt to shape our children, to shape their values, and to begin to teach them. Another area that is important, you see, when you talk about mentorship, we must equally begin to mentor our children because nobody can mentor them better than us. And the best way for you to mentor a child is for you to do what you say. When somebody knocks on your door and you tell the child, please tell them I'm not at home. What are you doing? You're teaching that child to lie. And I've told people that children learn faster from your actions than from your word. So we must, as parents, begin to live by example. We must begin to show them that this is the right thing and that's why I'm doing it. You should be able to use yourself as an example. You should be able to get up in the morning and watch your children do what they are supposed to do and correct them. And not an era where you lazy about and then leave the children to house help. And of course, whatever the house help tells them, she or he is the closest. And so we must begin to go back to the root, which is leadership by example.
Thank you, dear. Now, I am enjoying the part back to reality. The part where we can now begin to understand that we can make a U-turn. But in making this U-turn, some steps are still necessary for us to face. I don't want to use the word challenges. One of the issues mentioned is poverty. But in talking about poverty, I don't want us to go to the different classes of poverty. But I need to define the type of poverty. Because once you talk about poverty, everybody thinks about materialism. What about mental poverty? Some of our children or our neighbors' children, they have the skills, they have the opportunities. But because of mental poverty, they cannot rise up to challenges. No matter how you mentor them, they are comfortable in that zone where they are not making any progress. And for them, it is people back in the village that is stopping them from moving forward. So how can we begin to also ask, as parents, as elders, as leaders of thought, as mentors, whether you are called to assist or not, how can you exert positive influence on those who should rise up and take charge, but are just comfortable in that zone where there's no progress?
Well, Barry, the truth is that you just mentioned that there are different types of poverty. But when it comes to mental poverty, I've been an advocate and I've screamed and shouted. Most people in Nigeria has mental health issues. Most, and I mean most. And if you want me to justify it, I will start by telling you, if not mental ill health, if not poverty of the mind, Barry, how can a man, what is the attraction in a man in a 2-year-old child whose breast has not even formed? What is the attraction? What is the attraction in your own child? It is ill health. It is ill health. Again, you see people, you do not have money to go to hospital. You have an ailment. You do not want to tell yourself the truth. For me, I believe it's insincerity. And you begin to say, it's people from the village. You were poisoned. Look at what happened during HIV/AIDS. Majority of the people that died avoidable deaths. Because instead of you to own up to the truth, yes, we understand there is stigmatization. But when stigma started being addressed, what happened? People were still saying they were poisoned. Today again, you see all manner of evil. You're not progressing. You have something to do. Yes, we understand the situation of the country. Yes, we understand there is no work. But I keep telling people, you know, and it hurts me each time I say that if there is anybody that is hungry in Nigeria, the person is a lazy person. Quote me anywhere. Yes.
I'll be looking forward to the solution. Let's be true with this first.
Yes. The person is a lazy person. Why do I say that? That brings me to the solution. When you fry groundnut, you have the market for it. Ordinary zobo, tiger nut, there is market for it everywhere. But you see people sit back at home and encourage their children. And they sit back. And you say somebody in the village is doing you. Have you gone out to even learn ordinary computer? Or I have seen people who make thousands of naira, let me leave million, from their phones. You have the same phone. All you sit back and do is make calls, do WhatsApp, watch film and pornography. And then you're saying somebody is in the village is doing you. It's mental poverty. Whereas somebody will use the same phone, do marketing, do online sales, do designs, and make money. And so we must begin to tell ourselves the truth. As parents, we must begin to show our children that laziness does not pay. There are fathers who sit at home from morning till night. The same thing with mothers. And then you find them quarrels. And these quarrels affect the children. So we must be conscious of the fact that as parents, whatever we are doing is affecting the lives of these children. And so if we do not want them to end up that way, we must start early. You cannot leave your child after secondary school to sit back at home saying uncle in the village is doing him. You cannot go and teach that child a skill. And what we don't know, it gets to a stage where that child becomes ashamed to go and learn skill. That child can no longer do anything, and then he becomes nuisance. Because in that his lazy attitude, you have not even taught him the fact that he has to work to earn a living. And then you think you have money, you think you're doing him good, you provide him with everything he needs. And then he sees it as a way of life. And then when you can no longer provide for the child, what happens? The child finds an alternative way. And that is how they get into robbery, they get into all manner of drugs, and they get into all evil. So we must begin to teach our children that they have to do something. The Bible even says a little sleep and a little slumber, and poverty overtakes you. So we must teach our children to use their hand right from home. There are people that make millions of naira from catering. What is catering? Is it not the same food you cook every day? Can this child begin to monitor you and learn how to cook? My daughter personally, part of the things she was doing before she got a good job is even in her home, she will cook, display it on internet, and people will book. There is a lot to do. You can bake. You can teach a child going to wash somebody's car to get paid for. It does not demean you in any way. It does not. You could do dry cleaning. You don't need much money. And so the earlier we begin to take out that mental poverty, take out the fact that somebody is there, the person there has not even finished solving his or her own problem. And one thing with all these things is that once you inculcate it into children, fear takes over. And you make them useless. They can go and volunteer. A lot of people have gotten work from volunteering. You can go to hospitals to volunteer. You could go to fast food to volunteer. People can come to Signature TV to volunteer. From volunteerism, you will learn the job. And then you begin to earn money. So we must, one of the solutions is that we must keep our children busy. We must make them realize that if you don't work, then you won't eat. And that hard work pays. People are not where they are because somebody dashed them money. Yes, I agree. They could be few or $10. But a lot of people made their money from hard work. And so we have to start teaching our children.
Mental poverty, deep poverty, whatever the classification. I liked your exposition because it brought hope, and it reminded me of some of the other conversations we've had whereby there's a place you get to in life and you think that you need millions to start something, and you forget that you can start from where you are, as small as you can, and gradually you build up to get somewhere.
Hello, and a warm good evening. Welcome to Uncommon Conversations on Signature Television. And of course, we are reaching you from the cool city state of ENUGU. Like I keep saying, ENUGU is still the capital of Southeast Nigeria. My name is Uche Nasrela. Today, we're going to have an uncommon conversation around a rare topic. Yesterday, the world marked World Nature Conservation Day. It happens on the 28th of July every month. And so yesterday was a Sunday, and we chose today to talk about it. And of course, the theme for this year's program is connecting people and plants, exploring digital innovation in wildlife conservation. And we've elected to invite an environmental consultant to throw more light on what we should know about Nature Conservation Day. And he's no less a person than a man who has bestridden the climate like a colossus. He's an expert in his field, and he has done great things in that area. Do I call him comrade?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very
Comrade Uchani. Comrade, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
And welcome to Signature Television.
It's a pleasure to be here, sir.
Okay. First of all, I want our viewers, those who are watching us, to know who Uchan is. So can you tell us briefly about yourself?
Just like you said briefly, once more, may I greet my audience. I want to be brief because we have to hit the main topic of the day. So it shouldn't occupy, time should not be spent much on introducing myself. Briefly, I'm an environmental consultant, and I'm the principal consultant of Environmental and Human Resources Limited, which is an environmental consulting firm that specializes in environmental impact assessment, environmental audit, environmental monitoring, contaminated land remediation, pollution tracking and management, oil spill, and waste management, just to mention but a few. I'm equally one of the trustees of Mother Earth Preservation Foundation. And Mother Earth Preservation Foundation is a foundation born out of our burning desire to make sure that we do all necessary things at our disposal in our own small way to preserve the Mother Earth, because Mother Earth is facing serious and dire environmental consequences.
Well, do you have more to say?
I have academic qualification and professional qualification in environmental management, but in summary, I'm a fellow of Environmental Management Association of Nigeria. I was former managing director in ENUGU State Waste Management Authority and former state coordinator UNDP ENUGU State. Let me stop here.
You come with a rich resume that could actually wild any person. But I'm going to ask you, this year's World Nature Conservation Day took place yesterday.
Yes, sir.
And like I said before, the theme is connecting people and plants, exploring digital innovation in wild conservation. Can you critically x-ray what is meant by exploring people and plant in an ecosystem, as well as exploring digital innovation in wildlife conservatives?
Honestly, I have to commend most immensely those people that crafted the theme of this year's World Nature Conservation Day, because that is exactly the contemporary issue facing humanity. It is tagged connecting people and plants, exploring digital innovation in wildlife conservation in any ecosystem. What can be more than that? We know that the food crisis we are facing and the environmental degradation we are facing currently, both nationally and globally, are principally because of the existing widening gap between people and forest and plants. Because what is the major components of an ecosystem after human beings is plants, that's vegetation. So people have been so much detached from plants and vegetation for several years, and people have been the major destroyers of the forest. Human beings are major destroyers of the forest. So most of the forest, most of the vegetations in different countries of the world, with particular reference to Nigeria and the ENUGU State in particular, because I have to bring it home and bring it even to local communities. Most of the vegetations in every state of the Federation have been completely deforested. What do I mean by deforestation? Deforestation is the deliberate or accidental felling of trees and other grasses from an ecosystem and giving way to physical development. You can see that most parts of ENUGU state are either trees are being cut on daily basis. Some are using it for cooking because of excruciating lack of alternative sources of energy and the ravaging poverty that are affecting many homes. So most women go into the bushes and even cut the ones that are not dried up. They cut it and leave it for some time to dry so that they will use it as a source of energy for their cooking. And many people are selling their land, constructing buildings. In short, most villages are now and communities are rapidly turning into semi-urban centers. And what usually give way for this is cutting of trees and vegetations. So that's why the people that crafted the World Environment Day now said there has been diminishing population of vegetation relative to increase in population of human beings. And we know that life and forest or vegetation are interdependent. Without forest, without trees, there will be no survival of man. So there is a big gap being widening now between forest and people. And that is why the people, the WWF Fund and other United Nations organizations that developed this year's concept decided that there is a time to connect people and trees of vegetation. Think, for instance, I checked from empirical study, the number of youths that are in agriculture. You know, there is no agriculture without trees. Yeah. The number of people that are in agriculture in Nigeria, percentage of youth, is 9.6% out of 100% of youth. So we're saying that only 9% of youth in Nigeria are into agriculture, are having direct contact with trees and vegetation. That is terrible and that is abnormal. Because that shows that most of these people, these youths now, don't have anything whatsoever, no interrelationship with them, with agriculture. That's why you see some children that their father came into contact with their mother in urban center. They went to the village and do the traditional marriage and come back to the urban centers. These people have no contact at all with nature. Neither wild animal, domestic animal, nor trees in the villages. Because they can't, if they are living in a state like Independence Cloud or GRA, of course, because of the colonial masters, they have some existing trees, but they are being constantly inundated and being cut down by the president, that is Nigerians. Now, Nigeria have no regard for environmental conservation. I'm sorry to say that, but that's the reality of the moment. So once they are more than now, they start, they start giving birth to children in urban center. These children don't have any contact with nature. And maybe they will, after they have gone to a certain level, they enter nursery school, pre-nursery, nursery, primary, then secondary school, all in urban centers, no contact with forest, no contact with trees, no contact with other domestic animals. If they attended private school, that's the worst, because some private schools don't have enough space to have some gardens or agriculturalists. That's why they study agriculture theoretically in most schools, both private and public, without any of them having what is called agricultural garden. In the past, in the olden days when we school, we have nature garden where you go and see these trees growing from seed to seedling, then to maturity. But now, some children, if you ask them, what's the source of rice? They will tell you it's from the space. Because they know that the seed is thrown into the ground, then nurtured, and it grows. Likewise, other economic trees like mangoes and the rest of them. So that is what the United Nations saw, that the present generation of youth are not having contact with nature, with trees. Some don't even know what trees is all about, what is producing. So as a result of that, they decided that it is high time we now bring people and connect people and trees together. If we don't get this thing right now, most children don't even know that you get most of these herbal drugs, pharmaceutical drugs, that they come from trees. Some of them, after going through some manufacturing processes, the herbs are being converted into tablets and the other forms of, including powdered forms. They don't know about all these things. And you know that trees are very, very veritable instrument in terms of environmental preservation and ecosystem stability. You may ask me why. If you plant about 2 or 3 trees in your compound, the type of temperature modulation you'll be experiencing will be far different from somebody that is living in the midst of structures, where the person will be facing what is called urban heat phenomena. Because the more the concentration of structures in an urban areas without corresponding increase in trees that moderate the temperature of that environment, the higher the atmospheric temperature. And that has, of course, been aggravated by what is called climate change phenomenon. So these year's World Conservation Day was apt by saying that it is high time we connect people and the trees and connect people and vegetation, so that the imbalance in an ecosystem that is already existing because of increased rates of urbanization, we keep on felling trees, domestic need of trees as source of energy, and also grab for land for residential, commercial, and industrial development. All these things have subjugated and destroyed most of the vegetation within many states of the Federation, and by extension other nations of the world and globally. So there is a time we have to marry, we have to integrate, and have to combine the existence of trees as well as survival of humanity, because two of them are interdependent. If there is total elimination of vegetation or trees, my brother, man will face total extinct.
Okay, I'm going to be asking you a question. I was in Nairobi a couple of years ago. No, just 2 years ago. I was in Nairobi, and that's Kenya.
Yes.
And Nairobi is touted as a green city. I even went to a part of Nairobi where what looks like a fence, a wall, were done with plants.
Good.
You see them well cut, and you look, the compound is like fence, but what do you get? You just get trees. And lining the streets of parts of Nairobi, you'll find green vegetation.
Beautiful.
Perhaps, maybe in Abuja, there's a little conscious effort to plant trees in Abuja. If you go, you'll find that you go through some streets and
Sure,
you know.
see.
But in parts of the southeast, I hardly see that. While you were at the waste management, was there a conscious effort that people should plant trees?
Despite the fact it was not part of my management, because what is solid waste management? Solid waste management is a process of managing liquid, solid, and gaseous waste. So there is no inclusion of forest there. But I had to be talking at different fora as an environmental consultant on the needs to ensure that every state of the Federation spends some money, set aside some money or fund for the planting of trees in urban center. I have to give kudos to the former governor of ENUGU State, Sullivan Chime. You saw most of these vegetations in different layouts in ENUGU, especially Independence Land, along major streets, be it Otiban, in New Haven, then part of Opera Vinogui Road, and mainly in Independence Land. It was born out of conscious desire to acknowledge that trees and humanity are interdependent and they have to exist together. So that was why he spent some money through the Ministry of Environment by then, and they embarked on intensive planting. You saw the benefit today. If you are driving along along most of these streets in Independence Land, you will see change in atmospheric temperature. If you have been driving along the express without any trees, then you are coming into, once you are driving through these trees, you start experiencing modulation in temperature condition from harsh to clement conditions because of what? Availability of these trees. And also, you saw what I call Eco Park beside Opera Square. There was a time that there was a move to cut it down and convert it into structure. And I'm happy that environmentalists and what I call environmental gatekeepers, they have to move into that place, form themselves into human share and chain, and prevent it from that terrible environmental damaging experience to take place. You go to that place, you take photograph. If you enter that place, I'm telling you, the temperature of this place that is aided inside the studio, aided by AC, is even warmer than the temperature of that place. If you just after this, if you move there or tomorrow you go to that place, you see the importance of nature. That ecosystem can only be balanced when you have combination of humans and plants or vegetation. So many state government, you mentioned Abuja, it is very, Abuja is showing as an example, but once you move into other states of federation, you don't see many states. Like I said during my introductory speech, that GRA, our former colonial masters, we build a small structure. They build small structure, plant many trees there. And these things have been moderating the temperature. I tell you, tree is a source of life. Let us not forget that it is tree that supplies, or trees or vegetation that supplies all the oxygen we need for our survival. Because we know in our simple science that photosynthesis is a process whereby plants use carbon dioxide that are breathed out by human beings, both animal and man, to prepare their food with the combination of sunlight They use it to prepare their food. So the source of food for plants is carbon dioxide, which we breathe out and which is dangerous to our health. And in the process of photosynthesis, the plants or vegetation which we use to cut, that should use this excess carbon dioxide and bring sanity in the atmospheric air quality condition. They use it to prepare their own food and breathe out and produce oxygen back for us. All the oxygen we use to survive, we are breathing in. Because they say we breathe out carbon dioxide and breathe in oxygen. Yes. All the oxygen we use, we breathe in, are sourced from plants. So imagine a situation where you now cut down these plants, and these plants can no longer convert the carbon dioxide during photosynthetic activity and sunlight to prepare their own food for their survival. Then you see the world full of carbon dioxide. And when the world full of carbon dioxide, automatically nobody can survive.
Okay, I want us to come home. And how has this year's theme honestly affected the environmental landscape of our state, which of course is the ENUGU state? And what necessary interventions and strategies do you think that the federal, state, and local governments can adopt in collaboration with civil society organizations like your Mother Earth Preservation Organization to enhance, preserve, and restore wildlife and biodiversity species that are currently under threat or in danger in ENUGU state?
Thank you very much.
This is a very double, triple,
multiple questions combined into one. I thank you for that because it will give me an opportunity to leverage on actually the what I wanted to talk about today. ENUGU state, they say charity begins at home. That is
it doesn't start abroad.
So it doesn't start abroad. So what I'm happy that you asked this because I have a vast experience about the ecosystem in ENUGU state. ENUGU state is seriously suffering from the lack of interaction or interrelationship association of people and vegetation or plants because of massive urbanization. Massive urbanization has taken place and continued to expand into rural communities, which I always address as satellite layouts. If you come into ENUGU now, you see a lot of satellite layouts entering into AMH. AMH has been completely integrated into urban area that you can't even differentiate when you are moving in. And what does it result? Cutting down of trees. And once you are cutting these trees down, you are increasing what is called urban heat phenomena. You know, in March this year, there was excessive increase in heat wave, and some people were dropping because they got exhausted. And mind you, we don't have adequate availability of water supply, drinking, hygienic and, good drinking water in most communities and even states in the Federation. So people, a sachet of pure water is now going for 50 naira. And most people cannot afford it. So when that heat of March came, a lot of people were dropped and many people died in the process. And what could have prevented this? If there had been commensurate vegetation in most layouts and most compounds in ENUGU state, that thing could have been moderating the temperature of the various
because I know as young people in school, when the weather is quite hot, you go under a tree.
That's it.
And take very cool
breeze.
Yes.
And the air quality environment is very calm. So some people even enter there and they sleep off. They don't even remember to go back to the classroom again.
Yes.
That is what is happening. But are they still there today? No school in ENUGU state can boast of a garden. That is a vegetation garden. None. But we have nature study as a course in primary school. Then we also have gardens. During the time for agric, we now say a bell will ring. They will ring a bell, and everybody will move out of the classroom and rush to the garden, and the teacher in charge automatically took over. But now there is none. It has completely been eliminated. You tell people that they will develop scientifically when you left starting from the fundamentals. So we have a lot of problems, and this absence of trees are aggravating different gully erosions in most communities in ENUGU state. We have small gullies that develop in different communities exacerbating into large gullies, and the state government and federal government don't have the financial capacity to address all these things. And these are simple things we could have addressed completely and comprehensively through small environmental management policy, like planting of trees, planting of these carpet grasses. And you see, once these flooding are coming with high velocity, once they hit a tree or hit these carpet grasses, the tendency is that their velocity is reduced. Then instead of moving, flowing as a concentrated runoff, they will spread. And once they are in a dispersed form, automatically their impact on eroding the topsoil of the soil ceases. then you have a stable landscape. But all these things, most communities you build, you don't even create drainage systems, then these things, there will be flooding every time. And you know the implications of flooding in most cities in Nigeria now. There is a meteorological warning that some of the rivers will be overflowed because we have cut down large, great number of vegetations along these river corridors, which why this flooding were coming to saturate the river volume, then there will be some resistance. But now everything flows with speed and enter the river, and the river level will rise and spread into human settlements, causing mayhem and other ecological consequences. So a lot has to be done by the states. Honestly speaking, I have to tell you that.
Yeah, because we're looking at the necessary strategies and interventions.
I will now come there, but another thing which is invisible to most of us is the level of inhalation of this gas, greenhouse gases in most cities in Nigeria. Most people are just moving without knowing their health status, especially with relation to cardiovascular elements, that heart problems, kidney, and the rest of them. So continuous inhaling of some of these dangerous gases by increased number of automobiles in the cities, in most cities, and ENUGU in particular, has far-reaching health implications on everybody. Both people that have their offices located very close to major gridlocks like Otiwa Junction. Okay. There is usually high concentration of traffic along that place.
Anytime there's that traffic.
Anytime there is traffic, the vehicle engine is still running and emission is continuously coming out. And those people that are within that environment, that particular ecosystem, they are more subjected to increasing inhalation of these greenhouse gases, especially carbon monoxide. Carbon monoxide is one of the deadliest gases, and you don't know by the time you reach a certain threshold of inhalation, you are knocked off. So these are the silent dangers we are facing because of our attitude, negative attitude on the environment. So there are many of them, but time will not allow us to.
Yeah,
then
we'll have time. What could federal, state, and local governments do in collaboration with civil society organizations like Mother Earth to preserve and restore wildlife and biodiversity?
Two basic things is summed up in two. Adequate funding. Bring out funds and make sure that you give it to well-organized, sincere, and educated NGOs. NGOs that know what exactly they can do about preservation and protection of the Mother Earth. Some NGOs, they will have what is called kangaroo NGOs, overnight formed NGOs. Then the husband, the wife, the children are members of the association. So, but if you have a formidable NGOs that are well-tailored, well-tutored, and who know their onions in environmental protection and preservation, and these people are encouraged, they can start what is called advocacy and sensitization, and it is very, very expensive. So these people will be reaching out to rural communities, even urban centers, going through schools, forming what is called environmental clubs or eco clubs, whereby these children, we catch them young, environmental, both in primary and secondary schools. So if government set aside funds to credible NGOs and partner with them, there will be formation of environmental clubs both in primary and secondary school, because if we catch them at that level, honestly speaking, by the time they enter universities, they are fully acquainted and highly knowledgeable in environmental protection and conservation. So if you form that club, it is on the right direction. Then we have to bring back nature study in primary and secondary schools. It must be compulsory. It is not enough to say there is biology as a course. It is not enough. Then another thing is that we have to make use of traditional rulers. Faith-based traditional rulers have to be fully engaged. Then you have to provide resources for these people. Then we have to form what is called eco-cultural organization clubs in rural communities, whereby certain cultures, there are certain cultures that ensure that certain species of trees, you don't cut them down in a particular community. If you cut them or you go and touch them or even climb that tree, then automatically is a taboo and you have to be sanctioned for that. So such forests even do not exist again. Most of the forests, they are termed evil forests or forests you should not go in. They have people from other communities have come there, level them, and converted them into one form of industry or the other. We are not against industrialization. Industrialization is very good because it provides job opportunities. But job opportunities cannot only be provided by one source. What we are saying, if you plant enough trees, after all, in the 60s, Nigerian economy was sustained substantially through agriculture. Is it not true?
Yes.
That's exactly. We didn't have oil. Yes, areas of palm produce. Yeah. Then the amount develops in the north of this granite pyramid, and the Awolowos of the west, cocoa. These things were sustaining the economy of Nigeria. Nigeria were the world largest producers of this product. Where are we today? When oil was discovered in Olobre in the 50s, then we lost track of our direction and mindset in terms of agriculture and entered it. You see what oil is now costing. There is no time in the existence of man you can say that you will face agriculture because it is the practice is harmful to the environment. But you are now seeing that crude oil is gradually to be faced in the next 30 years because of terrible environmental implications in the atmosphere. So very soon now, you will see that all countries that have oil will not be proud of having oil again because there will be international ban, and when you don't have a buyer, a supply is just as useless as any other thing on earth. So these are the issues and challenges that are facing us. So another area we can say that they will partner with us is that some of these NGOs, like our own NGO, we intend to establish what is called Eco Garden. There is no zoo again in the whole southeast and south. Tell me anyone. After the conversion of the zoo near the H2DIF into most highbrow residential area, I learned that a piece of land now goes between almost 200 million a piece of land there, up to 1,200. So the animals were taken away. We don't have zoo. Children don't even know. We ask a child born about 70 years, he cannot even tell you different types of animals. But we used to go to that place and see different lion, this, that, monkey, and the rest of them. So we intend now, while we are participating effectively in this area, we have intention to start. We have procured land.
Yeah, I'm really going to ask you, because in the course of your introductory statement, you mentioned Mother Earth Preservation Foundation. So I'm going to ask you, before we actually go on a break, to briefly tell us about Mother Earth Preservation Foundation and its objectives.
That's all right.
Yeah. So tell me about Mother Earth Preservation Foundation and its objectives.
Okay, there are several objectives of Mother Earth, but the aim of Mother Earth is to ensure the protection and preservation of Mother Earth. That is the aim. And to achieve this, what did we decide? We stated we are pushing vigorously that there has to be holistic sustainable environmental practices from top down, from our leaders down to the people in nursery school. And not only, I won't say primary school, to nursery school, our kids. We have to start telling them, teaching them the necessary ethics, the necessary characters and behaviors which they have to imbibe in order to protect the earth. If a child eats and drops food carelessly, even spray it on the table, tell the person to pack it well, put it inside the plate and take it to the dustbin. You are catching them young. Are you getting me? Yeah, so yeah. Some elders, some grown-ups, politicians, and even some civil servants, people, parents, fathers, mothers, you see some of them are eating in a vehicle while their driver is driving them. After finishing the food they bought from one of these roadside or even from these restaurants, fast food centers. They will just finish eating, wrap it and throw it, just wind down in their AC vehicle and throw it. These are harmful practices to the Mother Earth. So we want to imbibe comprehensive environmental education because we've seen that from even the people we call elders, they lack it. So we are going to use effective systems, both in radio, so that while we are talking and educating people, if you tune your radio, unless you decide to tune it off and tune to another radio that is giving you music, but we'll be bombarding through radio stations, going through environmental clubs in different schools, both primary and secondary, and also going through different platforms like community meetings, because there are some community meetings, and of course we are targeting that we are going to partner with government and some rich individuals to establish community viewing centers where we will now, through a control room in our office, we'll be sending issues and discussing issues on wildlife, then different species of trees, different species of animals, what you can do, that animals are your friend, trees are your friend. Don't treat them as enemies, because human beings cannot exist without these animals. And also,
Comrade, I'm going to pause you a little bit. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, you will continue this conversation around the objectives of Mother Earth Foundation.
Thank you very much.
So, viewers, don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly, and we'll continue the conversation. You are still watching Uncommon Conversations on Signature Television, and of course, we are still reaching you from our ENUGU studios. My guest is still Comrade Uchani. Before we went on a short break, we were talking about the objectives of the Mother Earth Foundation. I want you to continue from where you stopped.
Okay, like the first one I said is the number one objective was to embark on environmental advocacy and sensitization in order to educate people on the principles and practices of environmental conservation and preservation. Second one is sanitation and waste management. Without good sanitary environment, nobody can survive, because an unsanitary environment is a disease-prone environment. So we embark on education too, because they are interrelated with the first one. We embark on education, telling people the sanitary practices they have to embark upon. Take, for instance, if you go to Asata River, you will discover that Asata River has become a cesspool for the dumping of all forms of waste from Oboeteme market, from different households. And the worst is that there was an empirical study we carried out, our foundation carried out about 2-3 years ago. And we discovered that some of the people, some of the landlords that constructed buildings very close to the river has connecting pipes, PVC pipe, from their soakaway pit into the river. And that has resulted that most of these soakaway pits cannot fill to the brim. And they are now saving money to embark on by engaging the services of sewage evacuation companies to come and evacuate it. And while on the other side, they are polluting that Asata River. So the Asata River is heavily polluted with both human waste, that is feces, and some other forms of waste, both from people's residence, commercial establishment, as well as major markets like Oboeteme market. I'm telling you from point of knowledge, position of knowledge, that most of the abattoirs in the main market, once they finish killing, slaughtering these animals, all the contents of the stomach, everything that is there, they just push it and flush it, and the whole thing will flow straight into the Asata River. So we're embarking on serious sensitization, because some communities that are at the poverty level, some that are highly impoverished, cannot access good water. And while this water is flowing at Asata River and migrating, they are passing through series of vegetations, and a filtration process is taking place. But the water may be clean, or what I call translucent, but it is still full of different germs and organisms, which are very, very threatening to human life. And these children from these poor families, innocent children, we fetch it and go to their house. Some will use it to bath. Some may be privileged to know that they have to cook it before they drink it or whatever. But even once you use it to bath, there are pores on human cells that water used to bath penetrates. So whatever bacteria or this and that is there can enter through the hair pores. And you cannot safeguard and secure your mouth or your nose, your eyes, while you are bathing. So some of these bacteria can enter into our bodies, the bodies of these innocent children, unknowingly through this process. So we are embarking on serious environmental sensitization and campaign that people should stop throwing their waste, even their abattoirs. The market management should make an arrangement whereby any available land, they have to construct a cesspool so that all these waste in liquid form that are coming from the slaughter side of the distance, we move into the cesspool. Once it is getting to the brim, then they have to engage the service of this waste truck evacuation, these people that evacuate waste from human settlement and take it to the final dump site. So these are these things we are embarking on, and also embarking on contacts. That is, if you have gone out and come back, the doorknob is a terrible source of infectious diseases. I'm telling you, because especially these ones in bank, if somebody sneezes or somebody has come from a toilet, he didn't even wash his hand, he will press the knob and go in. Another person will press, and whatever contaminants in the tongue of that first person, maybe it's coming from toilet or sneezing and whatever, or even have tuberculosis and cough. So once you contact it, some people don't even wash before they now get granite, buy granite or biscuit. They will be chopping it here and there. So these are the things we are going to embark to protect individuals, personal hygiene, then outdoor hygienes, by making sure that wherever you stay, don't wait for government to come and clear your drainages. If you get your solid waste, pack them properly in a bag and take it to the refuse dumpsters that are located in different streets. for the private participating companies who are in charge of, we call them PSP.
Okay.
They will come and collect it and go.
Comrade, you speak like a lecturer. You speak like a professor. But I'm going to ask you, what is the relationship between Mother Earth preservation and the present global clamor for climate change, mitigation, and adaptation? What's the relationship?
The clamor for climate change, mitigation, and adaptation is the concern of everybody, except somebody who has not known the devastating implication, even to that person's life. Mother Earth, you know what, as the name goes, Mother Earth preservation. Can you preserve the earth without seriously addressing the implications and their consequences and catastrophic impacts of climate change? Climate change in climate change in a nutshell is just changes in climatic conditions of a particular zone or region over a long period of time. What differentiates it from weather is that weather is in a short form. And what has resulted in this climate change, because I have to give little background before I now put our relationship, and that formed some of our core objectives. The causes of climate change principally are these: the impact of greenhouse gases, which are carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide, then water vapor, chlorofluorocarbon, then and others. These are the 4 major causes of climate change, and even ground ozone. So the problem with this is that all of them are culminately due to increasing activities of man, industrialization and urbanization. That was why I told you during my introductory speech that there is a professor, a British professor that is called Professor Gay. He stated that when God created the Mother Earth, he created it with a balance between vegetation and human activities, so that the quantity of carbon dioxide man and other animals will breathe out will be commensurate with the quantity vegetation and trees, because they are called vegetation in this, need for their photosynthetic activities. And they give equal balance of oxygen to man to continue the survival. But what has happened, what is called disequilibrium in the ecosystem. Vegetations are depleting. Population of man is increasing. The quantity of carbon dioxide emission and other green gases are increasing. Then vegetation that helps as a buffer and a system that tries to weigh down the adverse consequences of this, the impact of this CO2 are no longer there because of industrialization, buildings and rest of them, road construction, railway lines, and what have you. So they are no longer, they are going down. The arrow is vegetation is going down, then human population is going up. And as human population is going up, heavy quantity of carbon dioxide, which is the major, carbon dioxide is the major contributor to ozone layer depletion, which is the principal cause of climate change and global warming. So since there is increased supply or emission of carbon dioxide from different sources into the atmosphere, and we're having depleting population of trees and vegetation, climate consequences will continue to arise. So, and this has resulted in increase in flooding, then increase in what I call urban heat phenomena, landslide, and also increase in cases of cardiovascular ML, like I told you. I'm not saying that the removal of fuel subsidy is a totally a blessing, because there are no commensurate but it is the right path to go, but there was no commensurate alternative in order to cushion the adverse consequences. But I'm telling you that due to removal of fuel subsidy, number of vehicles, some families have about 4 to 5 vehicles, and they put them on the road. Ike will take 1 vehicle and drive. The wife will take, the husband will take, then Messi will take. So about 5 vehicles on the road with emitting different gases that threaten the ozone, threaten the atmosphere, resulting into climate change. But I'm telling you, with the high cost of fuel now, PMS, many families are managing 1 vehicle and parking the rest. Don't you see? On the other side, it has resulted in a reduction of gaseous emission into the atmosphere, which affects and contributes to climate change. So that's sad apart. So a lot of dangerous impacts of climate change are here and there, and that is why even the longevity of human beings are reduced, especially in African countries, where we don't have some systems, both in terms of good food, that's balanced diet, good medication or medical facilities. You have it in advanced countries, but pollution has no international boundary. Whatever pollutant that hits America will continue into the air, coming into Africa. But the only difference is that as it's crossing the oceans, the tendency is that the vapor will be pulling some of them down. So by the time it's reaching Africa, the volume and the intensity is minimized. But I'm telling you, air pollution has no international boundary. If Nigeria pollutes its atmosphere, it will reach Cameroon, it will reach Togo, it will reach Niger, it will reach Chad, and continue like that, even Burkina Faso. If such things come from these countries, it will come. And collectively, they will change the climatic condition of the region in terms of climate change. So coming to our relationship or our interest in climate change, there is no Mother Earth Preservation Foundation without its principal objective or aim centered on climate change, addressing climate change. That's why it is called preservation. How can you preserve the environment if you are experiencing climate change volatility? There must be stability in the climatic condition for Mother Earth to be preserved or conserved. That is number one. So, like I stated earlier, that was why we have far-reaching measures on ground. Like this thing we are trying to establish. We are trying to establish a zoological garden or botanical garden along after Peace Mass Transit from Ezimo to this OP Road to Nsukka. So are
you doing it in connection with the government? Is this a private initiative? Is it a private initiative?
That's our foundation bought the land, and we are collaborating with the government. We discovered some unique. We didn't just do it as an economic venture. We are an NGO, non-governmental organization. So we made some preliminary research and discovered that there are rare species of monkeys and other animals that are peculiar to that particular area. So what we did was to arrange with the community and even cooperate with them because they have a stake in the project. Okay. So we cooperated with them, but we paid for the place. Then we are coopting them too, so that we preserve those species of animals and the vegetation, wildlife that are in that place. So we now want to prepare the place in its natural state, possibly construct nets around the area. There is also a lake there that contains many aquatic and marine organisms within that area. And there is a waterfall too. So we want to produce that thing. What we are going to develop that place is nature to nature. The type of structures, there is what is called eco-architecture. Most buildings in urban centers don't wear eco-architecture. It's the only physical structure. If you put eco-architecture, you integrate both traditional ways of preserving the environment with the modern architecture, and that's what we call eco-architecture. We are going to make sure our structures that we are going to develop in those places combine with modern architecture and traditional architecture. And people will be driving that place with their children who have not known anything about wildlife to get there and see its life. And we'll put some structures like satellite images through it, and also cameras, high-resolution cameras and drones. We'll use it to capture other neighboring communities where some of these species of animals are. Then we'll try to introduce most of them there because we want to capture them in a system and conserve them there, feed them there, and preserve. We are seeking that government will partner with us, both at federal, state, and local government levels, so that we preserve this place. And any species of animal, we will establish a portal that any species of animal anybody discovers in his or species of tree, the person should take photograph of it and send it to our control system. Once we see it, we mobilize our zoologists and technical field team. They will go there, identify the animal. Because if you leave the animal, so hunters and some people that are impoverished in the community, once they catch it, they will kill it and use it as bushmeat. You understand? So once we see some of these animals, we bring them into this center, take care of them. And you will see that trees and animal, which is collectively called, because what is wildlife is trees, animals, and microbes, that is organisms. So you will see that place will now be an ecosystem that is intact, that is compact, different from other places across the country.
Okay, Comrade Uche, we're going to come home a little bit again, and that means we'll be looking at our state. So can you enumerate to us some of the adverse environmental consequences ENUGU State is currently facing due to the impacts of climate change and global warming? This is our state.
Okay, one is, which is a major one that is giving me a concern, because I live, whatever small opportunity I see, I use it to bring it to the public domain, You know that when coal was discovered in 1909 by Engineer Kiston, the British mine engineer who was exploring for silver, and eventually he stumbled into coal along the Udi Ridge. About 16 underground mines came into existence because the whole system was underground tunnel mining, you understand?
Okay.
So most of these tunnels now, because it's under industrialization, which is part of the factors that fuel climate change, the first industry in Eastern region, because I'm not calling it East Central State. It was formerly Eastern region, then East Central State, before calling it Southeast. Then the Anambra State. After Anambra has gone, then Enugu and Eboy remain. After Eboy has gone, it now came down to Enugu. So Enugu has been home capital to many political structures over the years. So when these people came, the first mining activity by the British was in Enugu, which was this coal, because they required energy urgently, even to power most of their plants and source energy, the source electricity. So, and also for locomotive engines in Nigeria, so that they will be taking their exports, granite and cocoa, back to their country, to the wharf, then through the sea to their various countries for their industries. So, when they came to Enugu, they established it. The first mine was Obwete mine in Kokam. Then after Obwete, you now have Asata mine. After Asata mine, you have Udi mine. After Udi mine, you have a Prism mine towards Sidon. Then, because it's in a semicircular way. After the Prism mine, you now come to Eva Valley mine. After Eva Valley mine, you have a Palm Valley mine. Palm Valley is Camp 2. Then after that, you now come to Prism mine 2 at Potre, towards the express. After that, we come to Oyama mine. Then going towards Gariki, you get to Akuke East mine, Akuke West mine. But let me shock you. Only 3 out of these 16 mines have been exhausted.
So
they have been exhausted. But the other...
No, there are 16.
16.
And you say how many have been exhausted?
Only 3. Then
meaning 13?
Meaning 13 are still saturated with reserves. But the problem is this. Because they have opened them and started mining, after some time they have crisis in the mining process. This resulting in the labor crisis with the management. You know, there was a time the British Polish people came, corruption and flooded. Okay. All these 13 have been flooded. That you cannot move into the mine because they're already flooded. You can't see unless there is a suction machine that will remove the flood before you now start mining. So we have about EE has about 42. Then Ezimo, with the total of these 15 mines is 54. Ezimo in Osoka has about 30-something million reserves. I have that data in my office. So these 13 underground are now saturated and the reserves are still intact. But the problem we have is that some of the reserves, some of these existing reserves has experienced deep entry through this underground channel before they were abandoned. Do you understand? And what has gone? The flood has entered into them, these areas, saturated them, as well as those tunnels, 3 tunnels that have been exhausted. And having saturated, you know, these coal miners, before they move in, as they are digging, they are supporting the overlaid with beams, wooden beams and rafters, in order to hold it from collapsing on them. So as they move, they keep on supporting it as they are moving and getting the coal out. So some of these beams and rafters that are wooden have been saturated with water and they are caving in gradually. That is the danger now we are facing in these tunnels. So it is very, very important that the state government has to raise a committee that has to carry out what is called underground survey investigation with experts, both environmental experts and the rest of them, geologists, civil engineers, even lawyers that would handle the legal aspect of it with some international institutions.
Corey, I'm going to take you. Time is not our friend. We're battling with time. There's one question I would like you to take before we call it a day. Yeah, Mother Earth is a non-governmental organization.
Yes.
So what challenges are you facing in your crusade to protect the Mother Earth? And what solutions can you provide to address these challenges to achieve sustainable Mother Earth? I want to do this in 2 minutes.
Okay. The major challenge facing us is funding. We want to collaborate with all government, both federal, state and local government and international organizations, and even private institutions. we can, any private institution or private organization or any personality, any rich personality that thinks that we can immortalize the name of his family with an eco garden. The person can call us, we'll do it free of charge without charging anything, and they will jointly participate with us. We develop some of these gardens and ecosystems and zoological gardens for them. So if we have money, we intend after that in Soka Own, which we are doing out of our little resources, after establishing that one along very close to Peace Mass Transit University, that is Madoka University. We intend to replicate it even at local government levels, because if you now have a conservation center in one particular place, what happens? ENUGU State alone has 17 local government. So funding is key, and once we have fund, we can partner with even any local government chairman that is willing to partner with us. We come and establish it free of charge for him. Let him not pay us consultancy fee, and we help him in the supervision and making sure that all these conservation centers are running. Then international organizations, we already partnered with about two of them. So, and what we are assuring any person that partners with us that they will see whatever we are doing on ground is not hypothetical. We are not hypothetical as far as this is concerned.
My last question would be, what would be your advice? Just do it in 30 seconds. What would be your advice to federal, state, and local governments to achieve the theme of this year's World Conservation Day? What would be your advice to them so that the objective is achieved? If
people are not connected now or reconnected, because people were initially connected, if people during the agricultural days in Nigeria, if people are not reconnected as quickly as possible to trees and vegetation, Nigeria can never achieve food security. The reason why we are not achieving this food security is because of security threats to life. And most importantly, a lot of people are no longer taking farming as a profession. People don't see what is called dignity of labor in farming. Because of this thing, is because of the detaching of people and trees. So what I'm advising the federal government is that they have to provide all the necessary securities so that farmers can go back to field. And when farmers go back to the field, then agriculture will become attractive. And let them put all the necessary incentives like provision of farm input free of charge to farmers. Nigeria can afford it.
Comrade, I must thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I must thank you very much for finding time to be here.
Thank you very
and for the expose that you've given us this evening.
Thank you very much.
I wish you the best of luck, and do hope that next time when we invite you, you'll find time to be here.
Thank you very
much.
much.
This is where we call it today. Join us same time tomorrow for yet another interesting edition of Uncommon Conversations. Bye for now.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Tinubu shifts 2025 budget presentation to Wednesday. Chairman of Oji River Local Government Area calls for partnership with communities in developing the area. France to work with European Union to help rebuild Mayotte. And Kremlin says no final decisions yet on fate of Russian military bases in Syria. Details in a moment.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
$1.9 trillion 2025 budget presentation for the joint session of the National Assembly by President Bola Tinubu, earlier fixed for Tuesday, December 17, has been shifted to Wednesday, December 18. Insider source said an official statement and a postponement should be issued within the next few hours. The Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, during the announcement at Thursday's plenary, announced that President Tinubu will present the 2025 budget on Tuesday. He further informed the lawmakers the plenary will be at 10:30 a.m. to allow senators to meet in the Red Chamber before moving in procession to the House of Representatives chamber, where the budget will be presented. Tinubu had last month submitted the medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper for 2025-2027 to both the Senate and House of Representatives last Tuesday. President Bola Tinubu has restated his administration's commitment to further improve investment in Nigeria as he celebrated the $5 billion investment by Shell and its partners in the nation's oil sector. Investment is expected to yield approximately 350 million barrels of crude oil, according to a State House release titled President Tinubu celebrates Shell and partners $5 billion deep water investment as a milestone for Nigeria's energy sector. A statement was issued by the President's Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo ENUGU, on Monday. The final investment decision on the Bonga North deep offshore field, IS located 130 kilometers offshore in oil mining lease 118. According to the statement, the FID signals renewed confidence in Nigeria's energy sector and demonstrates the effectiveness of the Tinubu administration's strategic focus on engendering a robust and competitive investment climate. Shell holds the largest operational interest with 55%, Its other partners are the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited, ExxonMobil, Total Energies, and Eni. The Bonga North project is the second of a blueprint projects selected by Tinubu to drive the implementation of a transformative presidential directives 40, 41, and 42 issued in the first quarter of 2024. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Abbas Tajuddin, has emphasized the importance of prioritizing non-connected strategies to achieve sustainable security while reducing economic strain. He stated that relying solely on military action has limitations as evolving security threats require more holistic approaches. The Speaker made this known at a workshop on advancing non-connected measures to address insecurity and terrorism in Nigeria, held in Abuja on Monday, highlighted Nigeria's significant financial commitment to security over the years, noting that between 2008 and 2018, $16 billion, over 10% of federal budget, was allocated to defense. Tajuddin noted that Nigeria faces complex security challenges, including terrorism, banditry, and organized crime, which are deeply rooted in socio and economic inequalities.
Nigeria has been grappling with terrorism, banditry, and other forms of insecurity for many years. Our response has relied heavily on the use of force, with significant resources devoted to military operations. Over the last 2 decades, billions of dollars have been spent on defense and security. These figures highlight the significant financial commitment to security, but they also underscore the need to consider more efficient and cost-effective approaches. Resources often diverted to combat insecurity could be more prudently invested in critical sectors such as education, healthcare, and infrastructure, which are fundamental to national well-being. By prioritizing friendly, non-kinetic measures, we can achieve sustainable security solutions while reducing the economic strain and ensuring these vital sectors receive the attention they deserve.
Security challenges, as we know, remain a critical concern for our nation, and we must continually explore innovative and sustainable strategies to address them. Non-kinetic measures which focus on dialogue, community engagement, economic empowerment, and addressing the root causes of insecurity are essential components of this approach. I'm also confident that the insights and recommendations that emerge from this gathering will contribute significantly to strengthening our collective effort against insecurity.
Jan Perran, resident representative of Conrad Arnino Stifang, KSA, stressed the importance of non-kinetic approaches, saying that military action alone cannot resolve Nigeria's complex security issues. She emphasized that sustainable peace requires addressing the economic and social factors driving insecurity.
One of the most effective non-kinetic strategies is economic development. Poverty and unemployment are significant drivers of insecurity, as they create a fertile ground for extremist ideologies to take root. By promoting economic opportunities, particularly in vulnerable regions, alternatives to violence can be provided and the appeal of terrorist groups reduced. This includes investing in infrastructure, supporting small and medium-sized enterprises, and creating job opportunities for women and their youth.
The National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, has called for increased budgetary allocation to the education sector. The national president of the association, Lucky Emonefe, emphasized the need for enhanced funding for the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, NELFund, and the Tertiary Education Trust Fund, TETFund, to improve the quality and accessibility of education in the country. Omonefe made this appeal during a youth town hall on the 2025 budget organized by the House of Representatives held in Abuja on Monday. He highlighted the critical role of education in national development, stating that adequate investment in the sector would empower young Nigerians with the skills and knowledge needed to drive economic growth and innovation.
Nigeria
Nigerian students, I want us to pay key attention to issues of education in the 2025 budget. Like what the House of Representatives did during the student loan, the bill of the student loan, we can testify today that more than 200,000 of Nigerian students are beneficiaries of the student loan in higher education. This is commendable. On that note, NANS want to appeal and advocate that more budgetary allocation should be given to agencies like TED Fund and NEL Fund, Greatest Nigeria Student. On the issue of education sector, why we want more budgetary allocation, higher one, to the education sector is that it's going to solve the problem of infrastructural decay in our institutions. So more allocation should be given to, because we believe that the best gift you can give to any nation is to educate its
entire youth of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, because we come to notice almost all the youth activities, youth function, youth empowerment programs has been hijacked by sister ministries. And we are finding that with these characters, the Ministry of Youth cannot give the best to Nigerian youth. And we notice this thing from agriculture, from humanitarian, from other sister ministries that has taken over the youth responsibility, the youth empowerment, the youth focus projects to their own sister ministry, like the CNG bus. Ordinarily, the ministry is supposed not to be invited. It's for young people. The ministry is supposed to champion that particular project, but it was hijacked from the ministry.
This town hall focuses on youth-based budgeting, which addresses the specific needs
you.